note that. Thank you. Do I have any declarations of interest? Nothing? So I'll take you to page 3, where we have our non-confidential minutes. Has everyone read that? And is it a fair representation of what was discussed on the day? If so, is someone willing to move it? Councillor Burdett, anyone willing to second it? Councillor Foster, all in favour, contrary, carried. So then we move on to the only report in this paper, which is on page 7. And Ben, are you going to do a quick kōrero in regards to this paper, or is someone else who is going to just a 1 minute? Yep, thank you.
Kia ora, good morning. The decision paper you have in front of you is for the commencement of the CDEM Group Plan Review. Now, this is the guiding document, obviously, that provides our outputs for civil defence and delivery of that. So the process, the project timeframe for this is a number of months, but the key aspect of their work will be focusing on the hazard and risk reviews, which is will require a process consultation. There is a project plan for it, which I obviously won't run through in detail here, but it is, I think, given the context of the trifecta review, which is a legislative review that's undertaking at present, it shouldn't stop us from actually conducting the review and commencing it this year.
Thank you for that. Any questions of Ben? Quite straightforward. Moved by Councillor Faulkner, seconded by Councillor Foster. If there's no discussion, all in favour, contrary, carried. Josh is saying he hasn't received the link yet, Heather. Thank you. Thank you for that. So I declare our public meeting closed. Councillor Burdett moved that we go into public excluded. Councillor Seymour seconded. All in favour, contrary, carried. So moved by Councillor Seymour. Anyone wants to second our public excluded minutes? Moved by Councillor Sheldrake. Are there any questions in regards to these minutes? If not, I put it to you. All in favour, contrary, carried. Thank you. And I move that we move out of public excluded. Seconded by Councillor Burdett. All in favour, contrary, carried. Thank you for that, Ben. Thanks a lot. I declare our civil defence meeting closed. No. Heather, do you have apology from Councillor Akuata Brown? No. Okay, councillors, I welcome you to our council meeting, and today we're going to do a lot of deliberations. So I will open our hui with karakia, and I ask that you please join me. Father God, thank you for bringing us together today to have these discussions on behalf of our community. Thank you for the opportunities we've had to listen to our community. Please guide us today that we make decisions that we know are good for us, that are good for our children, and good for our environment, and please help us to do that in a respectful way. Amen. Okay, apologies, none. We have got Councillor Wharihinga coming in with the Zoom. Declarations of interest. There are several declarations of interest today because there are several councillors who are involved with some of these decisions. I ask that you please make clear when we move into an agenda item if you are involved in a way that's more than what a public member would be, and you would know who you are when we move into discussions, that you please make sure you alert Coral of that. Leave of absence, acknowledgements and tributes, public deputations, extraordinary business, notice of motion, no adjourned business. So I'm quickly going to lay out how we are going to work through this massive piece of work today. So you will see in front of you just a reminder of our vision and our community outcomes. So I do want to remind everyone today, we will be talking about outcomes that we want for our community, to please make sure when we make decisions that they align with what we decided we want for our community. So that's just a reminder to, when you're in doubt, go back and see if it aligns with what we want for our community. What I will start off first is, so the first report, which is on page 4, we will do right at the end. What we will do is go through each report, and we will start on page 17, go through finance, then environment, engagement. We will debate and discuss what we have. We will not vote. So each of these sections we're going to work through and see and ask questions and clarify, move on to the next paper. Once we've discussed everything in this agenda, Pauline is going to do a presentation and show us if we choose this, this happens to the rates. If we decide this, this happens to the rate, just before we vote, so that we can see, because we cannot choose everything today. We need to be realistic, and I think the best way forward is if we work through it, see where we land, then at the end, Pauline does her presentation, then I go through each of those papers again, we vote, and then right at the end, we go back to our first paper and instruct staff to prepare the LTP for us. Does it make sense to everyone, the approach that I think will guide us through a structured process? Any questions? No? Nadine, anything you want to add?
Only through your worship, just in terms of the responses that you've got, we believe we've covered most of the, or all of the submissions and the points that they've put forward. The officers were also in attendance through the hearings process, so heard things that may not have been picked up initially in the written submissions from submitters. Were also heard at the hearings as well, so we have tried to capture the sentiment and the reports as well.
Then I just like to move that we include this late item that's on our table. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bedette. All in favour? Okay. Okay, councillors, let's get cracking. So first of all, we are going to go to page 17. So what we are going to discuss next is page 17 to 88. And that is our finance and affordability. Thank you, Pauline, for joining us. So just a correction on recommendations, page 18 2A, rate thresholds in brackets year 1 to 6 less than 6.5. So, Pauline, do you want to open for us?
I'll just reiterate that. So on page, as you say, on page 18, the rate financial strategy always said that the first 3 years was 6.5, but there's a typo in the 2A where it says 6%, and then reiterated that same thing on page 25, where it says options for affordability. It mentions in the first one, option 1, 6%, it should say 6.5. And that is in relation to the financial strategy thresholds of 6.5 and 5% thereafter. So I hopefully the paper before you discusses most of the issues, what was raised within both the submissions, and it takes you through all the different parts of it. And it tried to consider what we did and what we have done throughout the financial strategy policy, financial strategy, I should say. And so I'll just basically, if there's any questions, I can answer it from
So
there.
what I think I will do, Pauline, I'll go to discussions and options on page 22, because each of them have something at the end. So open that up for discussion and questions. And if not, we move on to the next. But I do want to give, there are 14 voices around this table, and I want to make sure we hear all 14 voices, because we come from with different backgrounds, different input, different people that spoke to us. So please make sure we hear from everyone. So if I go to page 22 at the bottom, financial strategy, we go to theme 1, which is affordability. So there's just a summary there of affordability and what different submitters spoke about in their submissions. And then on the next page, it talks about our response to that, and then it talks about our option. So, Councillor Worsnop.
I just wondered if it would be better to leave this report till after, because all the other ones are going to impact this one, aren't they?
Well, let's just, because we're not voting on anything, let's just get the questions out of the way, or people, if people have any questions of clarity, we're not going to vote. So I think we'll just move through. I hear what you're saying. Anyone want to talk about the affordability? So the preferred option there is option 1.
Well, Chair, I did ask the question how they actually came to this decision in terms of affordability, and I never got an answer. And to be honest, that depends entirely on the individual home and the income.
Yep.
So how do we make that judgment? Or how do staff make that judgment?
So the discussion, you're quite right, and the discussion in there talked about the actual impacts and how we discuss affordability, because affordability is under 2 tenets, which is saying the principle is the ability to pay against the willingness to pay, or what are the benefits that I receive, and therefore if I don't receive those benefits, therefore I don't think I should pay. And so that was the discussion that addressed how the community addressed that. But there's another issue that you say, in terms of it, what is the individual impacts to individual owners? And so we have to address that as part of other policies or other things that we actually have on an individual basis. And one of those, our policy, which is on the remissions policy, if there's unintended consequences of financial hardship, we address that on an individual basis. Secondly, there is also the rebates from central government that addresses the low income. So those are the individual assessments that we take over and above across what we need to do and function as a council.
So, through your worship, as a crude measure, we use that rates should not be more than 5% of a household income. So that, along with the other measures that are put in place with remissions, help to ease the financial burden if there is one.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour and then Cranston.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you. And tell me if you don't want to go there yet, but on page 29, which I think is still within the body of what you're speaking about, we look at some options with respect to the wastewater rate for connected properties. And I'm include the reticulated way, and there's option 1 and 2 there. And I would like to suggest, we got a lot of feedback around the fact that those not receiving any service of drinking water or wastewater shouldn't be paying for it. I don't think we got much feedback around the stormwater, and the stormwater has been in place for some time and seems to be generally accepted. But you know, once we come to build the wastewater treatment plant, that rate is going to go up considerably for people who are paying $25,000 to install their own wastewater system and their own septic system. So I would suggest that we go to option 2 there, which is not approve the changes to the wastewater and the connected properties, because we did have significant kickback against that. And if you remember right back to our pre-consultation, we even had a council officer who represented a large number of people on the East Coast who came and spoke against that option. And in line with that, I'd like to, and it's near that in the same chapter, speak to the PAN charges on toilets. And I understand what is saying in the feedback that's been written, thank you, I think, Pauline, that we still have to provide the service with respect to schools, but they are only used less than 50% of the time. And have we thought about a 50% charge or some modification to the charge that we are addressing to schools in our region? So those are two things I'd like.
Thank you for that, Councillor Seymour. Yes, so we're around page 29. We've moved on to the next one. If you want to, we're slowly moving in the right direction, but I'm going to be very lenient because I want us to discuss everything. Pauline or Nadine?
I'll just clarify, for your worship, with regards to page 29, the revenue and financing policy discussed the first theme, which was the wastewater rate, which is those that are articulated to the service. The second part is the general rate, which is perhaps the broader one, the discussion you were saying that 10% of the free waters was going to be spread across everybody. So the first one was that there was a reapportionment based on a fairer apportionment of the fixed charges as opposed to those that are being assigned onto the residential properties. And this is what this first option on page 29 is about.
Sorry, I mean, I have looked at the option on 30, option on page 30. But if the point's the same, and do you want to, can you give us any advice around PAN charges?
So the two parts of that, Mr. Wilson probably can explain it better with regards to the services that is required to be reticulated to any particular area and the impacts that it has on the actual system, which is why there wasn't a discount if you don't use it for a particular period of time. You go on holiday, you're not there for the weekends or whatever that kind. There is a requirement to provide that service regardless. The second part of that is with that apportionment, with schools and any other significant non-rateable property, the only areas where they receive rates, such as the schools or the hospital, is on the services such as the wastewater treatment services, the water supply and rubbish. And so this was a redistribution of what is the fair cost as opposed to a per property basis where a residential property was paying the same amount from these which have higher impacts on our reticulated services. So that was the rationale of those.
Supplementary,
Yes.
Madam Chair, can I just flag also there's the issue of Morai who have several toilets. I mean, surely we're not going to start applying that there. In many instances, they will be non-reticulated. So how is that going to be captured? I mean, I think we're getting into a whole lot with this new move to capture PAN charges in multiple settings and the 10% of wastewater and freshwater. I mean, were we planning to capture Morai? We didn't get any submissions from Morai.
So only those that are reticulated in the city that would have the impact of that. If you're not reticulated to it, they will not have that charge.
We don't rate Morai, do we? So were they not going to?
They would have, if they have got a service, it's just like waters.
No, but those that
meters.
don't.
Those that don't have the services, they're not impacted. No,
No,
that's right.
but they're not captured in the rating either of if we suddenly start charging people 10% of water, they're not captured in that, are they?
No, they don't. That is correct, for your worship.
Okay, Councillor Cranston, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. There's a statement there that time is required to analyse the horticultural sector, and it's to do with the roading component. Is that analysis going to be wider than just the roading component, and when is that going to be, and how long is it going to take?
So as part of that one, which I believe we've got the analysis of it, is what are the options going forward and what are the things that we can do rather than try to address some of the things that we want to or intend to do. We look at the rate on the basis of how it's rated. And in that is part of those options which we discussed, and then we also have to discuss and consult with the wider community, because if we take it off one area, it's going to have a wider impact. So some of the options that you will be doing, which is going over the next 2 or 3 years that you actually get that, would maybe, and it's similar to how you do forestry. So if, for argument's sake, and I'm only doing one particular model as a scenario, you may then decide that the horticulture sector is rated not on capital value, but on land value. And then if it's on land value, you do the same for the forestry sector. What is the impacts as the horticultural sector that we believe is doing onto the eroding rates, and what is it we need to collect from them? And then that is redistributed amongst all of those within the horticulture sector. So that's one, but there probably may be other options that could be considered as part of the wider discussion.
So the license could be part of that analysis as well, do you think?
So when it comes land value, that's, so bear in mind the capital value of the horticultural properties, the ones that have increased, is the value, the marketable value. So if it's land value, no, it would not be included in that.
Councillor Woolsnop, just when you start, just tell us what page, what topic, because there are so many topics. I think it's good just when you start to tell us what topic you're on.
I'm still pretty early on in this piece.
Page?
Of page 24.
Thank you.
Is it? Yes. Response to affordability.
Yep.
And I just want to question whether what we're trying to achieve has been achieved. Because if you look into our finances, page 67 of that, it's got the estimated rate changes across the district. And I just want to highlight that a $95,000 house, $90,000 property, in fact, the whole thing is worth $95,000, and up the coast, Tokomati Bay, Hicks Bay, Rotorua, wherever they found it, has a rates increase of 4.3% and $62 relative to a $1.22 million property in Lytton West, which pays an extra $55. That just seems bizarre and ridiculous if you're trying to address affordability, because that trend is perpetuated across all of the rural townships. All of them pay more than the richest in our city, and that just seems bizarre. 950,000 property in Whatuupoko, $20,000.
Your worship, so when we did the review of the revenue and finance policy, we presented all the information and modelled that, and a lot of this is driven by very high UAGC. So already you've got a massive fixed rate that's sitting there on those properties. We modelled and gave you some options around dropping $200 perhaps of the UAGC, which would reduce the burden overall. That was not the appetite of council, so this is modelling as an effect of the revenue and finance policy that you made those trade-offs and choices around.
Suggesting I don't think that those choices have delivered the results we were looking for.
Not in every case, because
In any case,
we are
for
looking
rural
at
townships.
that 12 or 25 properties. So I hear what you're saying, but it won't be doing it everywhere. It will not be consistent that there would be affordability addressed in every property, because there are too many factors influencing how someone is rated. So I hear what you're saying, but just to say no affordability is addressed, if you take a look at how many are, it's not consistent though, and it's not striking the townships, which we know when we've made that decision.
So that's just my point, is that it only addresses affordability in the city, and we know, Manaaki Tairāwhiti tell us, Te Runanga o Ngāti Porou tell us, that the poorest people in our region are not in the city. People who don't even have power, people who have variable access to water. So,
And that's why the remission is available for that. Well, we should make it clear that remission is available. Yes, Pauline.
Free worship, as we identified, there were two areas of affordability. There were affordability across the district, which was from the UAGC. And then there was affordability within the city, which was driven by the high fixed charges. As part of the revenue and financing policy, we looked at the targeted rates or the reticulated services that was in there, and we said the way that they were apportioned was there was a parity issue because the residential properties were paying more than their fair share compared to the other users. And so what you see is reflected is redistributing that apportionment. So when you compare, so a property in Elgin, a low value Elgin property, compared to a same low valued in the rural areas, the difference in rates is $1,000. And so you might pay $1,300 in the rural areas, but in those other areas, the same comparative is about $2,500. So we are addressing the affordability issues, how it was imposed on those rates within the city. The secondary issue is the UAGC, which has driven
Can I
that.
just, before you move on from that,
Do not interrupt people. I'm asking everyone just to use their best manners today. Pauline, can you please finish?
I think that was better.
Good.
before you move on to that, the difference, which by the way, there's pretty much nobody in here paying $1,300 rates. I think there's one, everybody else is higher, much higher than that. And the difference practically really is one tank of water to be pretty much on parity with somebody in the city. So when you account for the fact that providing your own service that is provided in town, they're not any better off. And in fact, to get the same service, they're still behind because probably one tank of water is not going to do it. You probably need a tank and a half or two. So we're not, I don't think that's a genuine example that we can use to say, look, you get a better deal out here, so therefore you should be paying some of our costs, particularly not for low income people. I'd like to be clear that the focus that I'm trying to get across here is the townships and the people who are essentially not being treated with the priority that we're giving. Yeah.
Just with that, I have to take that up because I don't quite believe that that's true. In terms of where we've come and what we have, all the assessments that we have had from earlier revenue and financing policy reviews have actually addressed that and tried to look at that affordability issue. So for argument's sake, we have transfer stations. Now the transfer stations, if you look at that, which is in the rural areas, the cost and affordability of those individual ones on average work to be around, it went from a range of the minimum of about $300 per annum up to the highest, which was over $1,100. Now, what that happens is the city contributes and actually pay that, so that the cost that comes back onto those individual rural areas is about $150. So each part of those have been assessed and actually looked at how do we reduce those impacts on those areas. And that assessment has been done consistently from 2012 right up. And it was only at this last review that we actually started to look at what were the fixed charges within the city as one part of the discussion of affordability.
Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you. I'm on the same general issues, and I think it's come through in a great deal of our feedback, and it's been something I've been struggling with personally around the fairness of the way we're distributing the rates. And I think whilst we've gone through many workshops and worked on many scenarios, it really comes home when you read hundreds of submissions from people living in local townships that they all feel it's unfair, and there's and there's those voices in front of you, and then you look back to our vision, and it's vibrant city and townships, resilient communities, and those increases do matter when you talk about the aging homes that those communities are living in, the poor state of the existing water tanks, the poor state of their existing septic, the poor state of their existing guttering, the fact that if you've got a leaky tank, then you're going to need water supplied every year. And whilst I was an advocate for the principle-based approach of sharing the burden of cost for that activity, I'm not sure that it is still delivering on, well, it's definitely not delivering on my desire to address the way we handle rates. And I guess from my point of view and my view of our activities and my view of the current rating system, it's not our communities and urban area that are driving massive rate increases. It's central government and it's commercial activity. You know, when we're talking about roading, for example, and when we're talking about regulation and monitoring, and if the burden is coming from commercial activity and we have to apportion this throughout our community to try to capture these rates, then it's falling on our townships and on our city. And I agree that that it would be great to share some of that burden, but I don't think this is the mechanism for doing it. I personally think that that more user pays is preferable to more shared infrastructure costs. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about more emphasis on collection of income from forestry harvest permits, more collection of income from perhaps reducing the rural township and city centre and city percentage of roading, so reducing it from a 1 to a 0.8 to address that. Actually, what is happening there is that it's an ever expanding cost driven by the commercial activity, and that 1% or that one times multiplier just continues to grow and continues to drive the increases. Addressing the burden of rates where the rates are occurring is much better than trying to spread the load and having these apparent unfair outcomes, which just after reading the submissions, the water seems particularly like one of those. It feels more unfair as I think of the burden going on to small communities. And if we're going to collect, 10% of our rates from a general rate and apportionments going to them, then I don't see why we wouldn't be buying a water truck to deliver water and provide it to our communities and have a service that's provided by this rate we're collecting. I don't see why delivery of water would remain to solely the urban communities if that's something we're charging them for. And that difference in $1,500 to $2,500 rates between city and urban, it is a massive portion of that is difference in services provided. So yes, it's cheaper, but they also don't have a lot of what we have in the city. So I'm struggling to support that simply because I feel like the mechanism is not addressing the root cause. It's just another timing for us to say, well, it's a blunt tool, and we have to work with what we've got. I think there's enough data available to us now that we don't need to have a blunt tool. But yeah, so that's where I sit with that one.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, then Akuata Brown, then Seymour.
Yeah, just on that, I'm the same. Overall, our rate increase of 2.2% for the city, and then a huge increase for the rural community, to me is just such a big disparity. And I know the rating system is it's such a complicated system, and it's even for us that have been here for a long time to try and get your head around how you achieve everything. I mean, you've got Auckland going now 6% right across the board. They don't have to separate. And I just think that even if we could increase somehow our share from the city residents to alleviate the huge increase that some of the rural communities are having, it would be a good way to go down there. How we do it, it's just have to come up with a solution, I guess. But when we've got huge increases for the kiwi food community that we're imposing now, just from a one-off capital valuation of the license. It's, it's just a bit extreme, I'm really quite uncomfortable where we're heading myself. So, well,
Thank you, Hush. Yeah, this whole discussion is always interesting when you get to the submissions and listening to our people in respect to this. And the two key kind of themes, affordability. In respect to our region, we know that this has always been a hard and just topically, it is always something we discuss in respect to affordability, knowing there's a high populace in our region who do not earn substantial incomes. The low income, 60% of rates paid by low and middle income families has been our kind of constant theme as a region, in past kind of spaces. And our very first community outcome is a driven and enabled community. And as others have shared, the blunt tool that is our rating matrix, whatever we want to determine it is. This is when it all comes, this is it. What do we do when we still see such high inequity issues? People saying they just simply can't afford to live in Gisborne. It's just becoming quite a topical space in our community talks. But one of the issues I have with the two principles of affordability and willingness to pay is, since being at this governance table, there still seems this theme of urban-rural. And I don't know if we've done enough ever, how to do it even, to get people to truly understand how we are interconnected. It's all of us in one region, and because we still have such strong people stating that the big plans, projects are city focused. They're not city focused. They're just in the city because that's the landscape that we're working with. They are for all in region, and so we still have this real conversation happening that says we don't really want to pay for those things because they're in the city and we live in the rural, yet they are for everybody. And so how do we constantly have this debate about willingness to pay, the rural versus the urban, when we are trying to grow a driven and enabled community, the whole region? And that's a debate that's still is so strong by people. We don't want to pay for stuff in the city. We want to pay for a region that's enabled and connected. We want to bring in and build together, but we still have people strongly, set that they shouldn't have to pay for those things. So I'm trying to figure out, have we not done a good enough job to promote Te Rāwhiti, the whole region, that we're interconnected, we need each other, we love the vegetables grown on our flats, and we appreciate all the work done out there, and then come to the city for the library, come to the city for the theatre, come to the city for this. So there's, this discussion doesn't seem as, when it comes to money, of course, together. So when I read this report, I was kind of, listening to submissions. So is that a work we have to do better to get people to understand why we get to this point of willingness to pay versus affordability? 81 submissions talking about equity is huge because it's real. In our region, we have rising costs of rates, but also rent. That's having a huge impact on incomes to afford to live, just live. So, Manaaki Te Rāwhiti have given us some support, but they too understand we are challenged in this space. As Larry said, hearing from the kiwi fruit industry, the impacts to them, there's a whole lot of people that would presume that those are the people who are in the money, and yet they're telling us they're struggling too. So overall, my thoughts in this space are that there's obviously a lot more discussions we could have. We've done the workshops, Pauline's worked over and above, through and through, trying to work this out. So government, where do we go with this as a city that is trying its best to make things work, coming out the other side feeling really bad for a whole lot of people? Who do we go to in respect to this space here? Because we know that we're never going to please everybody, but this is a big issue for this region right now. COVID, of course, has had a huge impact, but I just feel like we're missing something. Something's missing, or we have to go back to the start and renegotiate and navigate this space, acknowledging that we can't expect our people to keep paying more and more, who are struggling too. So I'm just feeling really uncomfortable, but also understand it's not easy. Been here 9 years, just about. So where can we go with that extra money asking? And I kind of look at trust, tairawhiti, respective dividends, spends, all of that framework. Where else can we go to get more rates or more incomes for this region? Have we knocked on enough doors, rattled it, you know, cages enough? Because it just doesn't seem fair, but it's also what we have to work with. So what am I saying? A driven and enabled community right now, I'm not sure that it sits in this space.
Thank you for that. Pat, Sandra, Tony.
I was going to-
Sandra, Pat, Tony.
I'll leave it for now.
Terry, after Tony. Sandra.
Thank you, Your Worship. Across all of my reading of these papers, I actually went straight to our strategic priorities because at the end of the day, we are a creature of statute. I do wonder if we have veered from the path a wee bit in some of our spending. There may be areas where we can cut our cloth, and that's not addressed when it comes to charging for rates. You know, it's that I wonder if that's what some of us are really struggling with is the ability to really drill down into what we're spending our money on. But when you go straight to our strategic priorities, which is where I always work there's only 3. They're pretty simple. And in actual fact, if you put that lens across them, across these papers, and in particular this one, and you look at, you know, the word fairness comes up time and time again. You know, you've got 8,500 properties that are dropping in rates. Is that fair? And then you've got a significant part of our community outside of the city, and as Meredith says, so we are codependent on one another. There is no dividing line between the two, but in all fairness, we do need to look at either cutting our cloth or additional services to those that are paying more. That's my overarching strategic view of it. And that's what that's on our bit of paper. That's what we said we would do. Right down the bottom. We can have all the nice to haves, which is in red on this page. But when you go to the strategy, that's what we have to pay for.
Thank you for that. Councillor Robinson and then Sheldrake.
The underlying issue which seems to have sparked this particular corridor was around the 10% water component. I don't fundamentally have a problem with that. How that then impacts upon rates affordability is a point which Your Worship touched on, that we have a rates remission and rates rebates component. So we have a draft rates remission and postponement policy sitting before council at the moment. That's the place in my submission where we would look to pick up these anomalies and address these
Actively.
unintended consequences. That policy is live, it's up for review. That is a place where this energy, in my opinion, should be focused.
Thank you for
For
that.
all the reasons that the 10% contribution that we decided on in many workshops, in my view, those still stand. The affordability issue, there's another place and time to address that, and we have that ability.
So I've got Councillor Sheldrake and then Councillor Wharehinga.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson just hit on the direction I was going. I think, you know, we elected to make decisions, provide good governance. I think how we communicate the ultimate why this decision is made is going to be hugely important. And I think as it sits, a lot of it sits around water, we need to try and work out how we can reduce the impact right across the region. But I think it's been summed up by previous speakers. Well and truly, this is a big issue, the disparity amongst the city to the rural.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wharehinga.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Kia
You'll
ora
have to
whānau.
turn up your volume a bit.
Okay, I'll just jump in here. Can you hear me better? Is that louder?
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, morena whānau, thank you very much, Your Worship. Yeah, this is where the rubber meets the road in regards to how do we rationalise the wishes of our community, the affordability of our community versus rising costs of delivering those services to our community. And Councillor Faulkner is actually, I agree with the sentiments that have been shared in previous, but Councillor Faulkner, I feel, has hit the nail on the head, and I absolutely agree with her direction. It's about how do we provide services to those property owners, those businesses that are getting these increases. We heard loud and clear. We did hear loud and clear from the kiwi fruit community in particular in regards to their rising rate costs. But also what was in their kōrero to us was around, well, if you're planning on doing this, the services need to be sharp. And when he said that, I was thinking, actually, he's right. Our consenting needs to be on point if we're going to be increasing rates for our kiwi fruit growers. All of our resource consents, just consenting in general, needs to be humming. And that's just one of the many things that we need to be delivering sharply. Our community expects this council to deliver sharp services. Our entire community, urban and rural, have expressed to us from out west all the way up to the north as well, is that they're sick of the scarras being open here in the city. They've expressed that, our entire community. If we're going to move forward with this, then we need to be sharp in regards to the mahi that we're doing. I do agree with Councillor Robertson and Councillor Sheldrake. There's some conversations that we're kind of having here which belong under another banner, but it is very good for us to air them out and hear ourselves here publicly in front of our community. So while I do have some concerns in regards to affordability, and I still do want to have conversations about how maybe we can tweak some of these things, I think we also need to remember in the back of our mind that under the current funding of what we're getting, we're not able to offer equitable salaries in regards to resource consenting that other councils and other organisations are able to. We all know that that's what we want to do. We want to be able to empower this council to be able to offer equitable employment arrangements so we can attract and maintain and keep that talent so that we can deliver really good services to our community. Maybe that hasn't been communicated fully with the community, but that's something that we could do and keep doing in our patches. I think that's enough for me there, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
That, Councillor Burdett and then Councillor Gregory. Thank you. Microphone.
Charge is put across the rural sector and the business community while the city gets a massive rate discount. We're all sound thinking people in here, just as I've said that. It is unfair and unequitable. And people in your own lives, you don't pay for a service or something that you don't want. So that's, for me at home, that's been all the time I've been in council, I've never ever struck this. Never ever. And it probably wouldn't have been allowed to come on the table by former CEOs. However, it was the one thing that people got up in arms about. Really got up, and I went to the Ruatoria show, I went to Taurua with Meredith, I went to Toko, I went to Waipiro. Every one of those communities, and the mayor was at most of them, every one of those communities expressed their concern. Some got into trivial stuff, but this was the main one. So I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't sit here today and tell you people how the North feel, or those people that I rub shoulders with on a regular basis. Even surprisingly, people come to my home to have a moan about it. So where this one sits, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. It's with our staff to take it on board or leave things as they are. Will we make the decision eventually?
We are the decision makers, Bill. We
Well,
make the decisions.
We need to think very, very carefully about this one.
The buck stops with us. Councillor Gregory.
Thank you. I also would like to support what Councillor Faulkner was talking about, and also Robinson. When we workshopped this, it was a difficult, the 10% water component I'm talking about. It was difficult to consume, but I felt satisfied with the reasoning that we had at that time. And I've spoken to many people as well in the rural setting to explain it, and I found people were accepting of the reasoning behind that once it was explained. That's where I sit on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to move us on. Isaac, do you want to say something? You can. Go for gold. Yep, we're still in here. I'll touch on the other 2, 3 that we still need to discuss in this.
Okay, so I'll just quickly go through my points quite quickly. So the 5% of rates is a household income. So last year, technically, it would have been unaffordable for me. So even though my dress code might show that, I actually did all right. I think funding from city properties is probably our best option, because the 6.5% cap is a bit misleading when my personal rate's going down $200 and the overall city increase is 2.2%. So I think for the sake of, say, $200 per property, where it's decreasing 8,500 properties, that's 1.7 mil funded there. So, and I think that's quite affordable. What else? Oh, stormwater. I just wanted to ask Pauline what our stormwater costs are in relation to our other water rates. So our options are to leave stormwater at 20% and decrease the others to 5%. So I just didn't know what quantum, yeah.
In terms, I would have to have a look, come back to you with regards to it, but in terms of the amounts, I think stormwater and water supply are about the same, and wastewater is about twice that amount associated. Just one of the clarifications then when you were talking about it, as you know, and as we do things, we consider things in its entirety. And the revenue and financing policies was looked at each of the individual rates, but is also looked at what was the impacts to them when we considered all of them.
Yes.
And in terms of that, when we did the 10% for those within the rural residential, it was less, or very most was neutral to the impacts when we considered all of the changes to that. The rise in their rates was driven by the UAGC.
Yeah. No, awesome. Next one was, a common theme I heard was that no one actually complained about the rates as such. They just didn't want to pay in excess of others and for services they didn't receive. So in terms of that, I was wondering if there's an option for a targeted rate for township development. So, you know, where there's no option for that.
Sorry. For your worship, not at this stage. I think probably just along those lines is that this now is not the time to be making fundamental changes to your revenue and finance policy. So considering the options that we went out to consult on, those are the decisions that you need to make today.
No, perfect. Then the schools versus motels. So I think that's a bit of a difficult one with the schools, because it's kind of a central government versus local government, where as much as they don't use it for 50% of the year, they use it a lot when they do, and motels also don't use their pans a lot because it's only overnight. So I think that's a difficult one where they're probably going to push back on central government for that, because Russia local governments suffer for their use. The last one was around the kiwi fruit property. So the current remission policy as it stands, which is the recommendation of $7,000 cap, from my understanding on page 44, that's going to cover most of the increases.
No, it won't. It will cover, it is capped at 7K based on what the previous years was the maximum amounts that they have, but it would not cover the capital increases that those properties have received in the kiwi fruit area.
Because it only covers the roading, correct?
So it will be something, but it won't cover everything. Anything else?
I think, just with that 10% water rate, I think it's with the roading as well up the coast, I think we just sold it badly. I think we could have kind of said, well, look, we pay for your roading and you pay for our
To be
water
fair,
rates.
the meetings that I attended and where I spoke to, the one in Uawa as well, where someone asked about the 10%. And we did say, like if we talk about, what's the recycling, what are those? The transfer stations that are part of each township, 60% of that is paid by the city dwellers. So if we talk about flood protection, 60% of that is paid by the city, by everyone. So it is a discussion of thinking of networks. So if we think about wastewater, I am also not connected to the city. I'm a rural person, but I come into town, my kids come to school, my husband works in town. And also if we clean up our wastewater, it's a tourism asset, you know, overall, it aligns with our strategy. And I see that as a network, just like I see the roads, because the roads again, and it's not 100% comparable. I agree. Some things are, like I also have to get my own wastewater tank and my own water tanks and have it cleaned and emptied. So I'm not trying to say the one is absolutely comparable to the other. What I'm saying in principle, there are sometimes a bit of cross-subsidization that happens because we see ourselves as a region, and how we do it is up to us. But we've had so many workshops that we have discussed this, and as Councillor Dowsing said, try to have a principled approach, that you are not strayed, that you can have a principled approach and say, these are the values I assign to that. So when I went out with consultation and were challenged on that, I did try to talk to our community about the roading, which is a network where the city pays more than the rural area, but the majority of money is spent in the rural area, and people are happy to do that. So, but the majority of rates for roads are collected in the city. Obviously, there are more people here. But so it was just having those discussions. And like Councillor Gregory said, usually after chatting to someone and having, Sandra also raised that very well at the Makori school when she spoke to that as well, trying to see people, to get people to see it the way we are trying with this principled approach. So overall, I'm not sure why I made this comment now. Yeah, Nadine, everyone will get a chance. I've seen you, Pat. You can, yeah. Yeah.
I think kind of stepping back, and we maybe should have started with the overarching report. Generally, people were supportive of the preferred options that council put out there. So we did have some early engagement. We got feedback from that. Then we did the LTP proper consultation document. We had some really good engagement in that. And people have been saying that they like the track generally that counts, with some pockets and some exceptions around the kiwi fruit, that they like the track that council's on. We've had 12 submissions around affordability. Generally, the sentiment is that we are on the right track. So if we bring it back to what our submissions are saying, that's where the evidence is around where council is tracking to. And so by and large, the preferred options that were put to the community, including the rates, proposed rates increases, were generally accepted.
Okay, I'm going to come to you, Pat and Meredith and Kerry soon. I just want us to make sure, because I want to cover this paper before we have a cover. So part of that was also the forestry 12 differential. And is there anyone that wants to speak to that, or are people going with the preferred option? Hands up. I just want to get a general, just an idea before I move on. No one wants to speak to that in particular. Then the other one that we will talk to is about the horticulture remission, where the staff are recommending we keep the remission as it is with 100 and a 7,000 cap. You have to apply for it. And at this stage, we remove the bit where we phase it out 30% over 3 years, because that gives us the opportunity to look at the rating tool to simplify the process. So the remission is there while we sort that out. Anyone wants to talk about the remission? Or are people quite happy with what staff are recommending there? Councillor Worsnop, and then, sorry, Pat, I just...
Yeah.
And I wasn't going
What
down
page?
well, the general comment we
Okay.
had earlier about affordability, I wasn't going down the affordability route, but if you look in the document you have that Councillor Worsnop referred to, it's really clear. And I just wanted to make the point about the 3 waters that we are talking about, and you've captured a lot of it, Mayor. But in actual fact, the stormwater came in years ago, and everybody does benefit from that, and you don't go and buy your stormwater somewhere else. The absolute point that makes freshwater and wastewater a challenge for the rural community is they have to provide it for themselves. Nobody really argues about paying for a share of the library and the swimming pool, even if they don't use it often. Those are all community assets. But it's the very fact that to replace your septic tank or install your new one is many thousands of dollars into the high 20s. And then there's the issue of tanks and water supply and keeping your water tanks full. So that's what makes those 2 elements quite different, I think, from the rest of the things that we pay across the board and why we should get rid of them. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So you're going to talk about the horticulture.
I'll wrap up what I wanted to
Good.
say after Pat, and then
Okay.
I'll talk about the
Wrap
remission.
up. Yep.
So I think we've started to miss the point a little bit. I wasn't going down specifically the water route. I think that the thing that we really need to get our heads around, and as a table, are we sanctioning rates reductions and very, very minuscule rises for very, very affluent suburbs in Gisborne? That's absurd, given the cost pressures that we have coming on our region, and given that every single submitter said do more, right? And we're happy to do more. And I think the reason you're seeing the pushback from the rural community is not because they don't want to be part of the same everything, let's all do the mahi together. It's because when you see a comparison and you go, well, yeah, we support you doing more, but how come it's only us with an increase? You know, if actually you could see that the city was under pressure and you're going, yeah, no, look, that does look pretty steep for you guys. No, fair enough, we should be sharing some of that load. But that's not the picture we've got, which is why I said in my first statement, the balance in the way this has fallen is hurting people that are our most vulnerable and helping people that are less likely to be vulnerable based on their house price. I know that that's not a great proxy, but that's what we've got. If you're living in $1 million house, there's a relatively low chance that you're worse off than somebody living in the $97,000 house. That's my point. I just want to refocus it. I didn't intend to start with water, unfair, rah-de-rah-de-rah. Has this landed where we wanted it to? Because for me, it hasn't.
Thank you for that.
Remissions. We heard consistently from all sorts of orchardists around, so even people that weren't kiwi fruit, that there's an issue with regards to the lag time between when you start a project and when you actually start generating revenue. I think when we look at the way that we rate, I think we should, because we want to encourage diversification in our sectors, we don't want to penalise it. I think that we need to take consideration of the fact that it's probably, other than forestry, which again, it's taken account for in the way that they're rated, that we don't smoke them with, really, really high rating costs the year that they put posts in the ground.
Thank you for that. Shannon, Amira, if you don't have something to contribute to the, you don't need to speak, people. What I'm trying to say, if there's something that we are quite agreeing on, I'm quite happy for us to move on. But if you want to contribute, by all means, this is your chance. Shannon.
Thank you. I just wanted to counter the affordability point that Councillor Worsnop just made, and I think whilst it doesn't look correct on paper today, that's out of context of all other years of increases. So for any of the, for looking across increases as a single year, you may see ups and downs, but if you look at it in a perpetuation of increases, then my entire time at council, the urban area has been outstripping the rest of the region in increases. So the point of the fact that it may dip a little at this stage is just a realignment. It's not a reflection on the affordability of anybody. It's realigning the collection of rates that we currently take, and you cannot look at the cost of someone's rates in isolation in a single year event, because the rates collection will change by a percentage next year and the year after, and it changed every year in history, in previous history. So looking at it in isolation and saying that it's absurd that we're not achieving the right thing is incorrect. It's just a individual event, an individual point in time.
I guess that's what I was wanting to ask, because my apologies, Pauline, I don't have a question to you because you've done all this work. When Bill was talking about the frustrations of the rural sector in respect to rising costs to them, etc., my issue is, as an urban dwelling person, you know, I've watched sectors do well financially. And so whilst we're sitting here trying to negate the space and ensure we are doing the principled approach, it's hard because I've lived here all my life and I've watched sectors of the rural space do really well. A majority of our rural communities send their children to private schools. You know, frameworks of incomes and all the stuff that we talk about, a lot of urban people often get frustrated because of what they see the benefits in. But just talking to everyday citizens, you know, a brand new vehicle that can go be written off in a tax bracket space, all those things get people throw at me and I'm like, hey, look, they work hard. But it's that thing of how we work together, how we grow a region together is to me what we're trying to do as a council governance board to the region. And as I said, it's not easy when you're talking about people's personal incomes. Having a person come in and tell you that they're struggling, you know, financially, that's quite whoa, you know, especially when it's someone who's going into an industry that's $1 billion industry. So it's how do we qualify our principled approach? And I'm just saying that for me, it's, as Shannon has said, rates go up, they go down. I mean, I was all for the lowest rise over COVID, etc. But we have critical activities and infrastructure we have to pay for, we have to maintain, we have to do what's right to make sure our city continues to be livable, you know, growing, etc. The only issue I have with one of those 6 key directions identified is that growing and enabling our rating base, we've got climate change in this big meat mix. And if that's one of our directions, I don't want to see us just push to grow an economic development if it's going to cause our sustainability seriously issue. So we juggle so many in this space of keeping our principles. And I think overall, we try really hard to get it right. And as Nadine and others have said, mostly these people who've come in, because as I watched the submitters come in, we didn't hear from the poorest people other than through Manaaki Tairawhiti and other NGOs. You know, none of the poor people living on the streets came and made a submission. We don't hear often from people in that space because of coming in here. Sometimes it's quite scary. But we have heard from quite the opposite, the very wealthy, those who have been paying rates for years. Like some of the people I just know personally. But I mean, I'm saying that we often hear from a collective group that speak very succinctly to their concerns and issues that impacts on their incomes. But they're the people that most of us say can afford because they're in industries that are millions and billions of dollars. So what am I trying to say here is when we talk about these directions, Pauline, if we do determine, you know, that this increase isn't viable, isn't working for whatever reason, can we then just say we're focusing on the critical activities and infrastructure? So that means this amount, or this amount we've determined now, that's in it, that we will continue to do business as usual, the nice to haves, all that type of thing, because that comes up. We, you know, let's put those aside for this season and let's just focus on BAU. What would that mean if we did that?
So if you remember when we started this long-term plan journey, yeah, it was a while ago, but we were facing significant increases. I mean, significant increases. We were started off at 10%, and even at stages where we said that 10% we needed to get back down to at least under 6.5. And then we went up from 10 when we said we want to do more in some of the areas, which was biodiversity. We actually went up to 12.5. And so what are the considerations that we have in there was taking what we actually need to collect, not placing that burden onto future generations. So there was a balance between what we need to collect for what you say that we need to do against those that pay it now, and then those people pay in the future. And those were the costs that which we said that it came through, is what we were needing to do and how we consulted with the community. What were the issues we were facing? How did we do it? And the overall impacts of it. Just that wider discussion, I understand a lot of the things with the rural versus urban. A lot of it was driven by the actual seeing a 2.2% increase in the discussion, but it didn't go wider. It didn't actually explain what was happening. It was a sector within the city. The overall impacts within the city was redistributed amongst those different the sort of the commercial, industrial. That was a redistribution. It didn't mean that the city wasn't collecting their fair share. It was collecting far more. If you look at it, their contributions to the roading is over 60%. Their contribution to over the UAGC is 65%. So all of those things the city are collecting, but it was a redistribution, and the 2.2 is probably a different focus of your discussion. It was a part of it. It was what is the city, and that was what got lost as part of that, some of that communication when we went out to consultation.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap us up for this one paper. We still got a lot. What do you want to say? You want to talk to forestry? Yep. You want to talk to forestry?
Very contentious issue in terms of, you heard them come and make their submission and their plea for fairness, if that's how they view it. Is it unreasonable, their request that we look and review at all the users and apportion the charges accordingly? Because I think you will find that forestry will pay a lot more.
That's what we're aiming.
I hope so.
So I want to just add on to that we are in active discussions, and Mr. Wilson are talking to like a working group with the forestry industry, and I'm sure he would be able to update you on that later going forward to see how it can be addressed and properly. So I just want to say Mr. Wilson and his roading team are actively working with the Eastland Wood Council to address those issues they have raised.
They were the ones who were squealing the most.
That's all good. Okay, last that I'm going to talk about. So the only thing we did not discuss, but we have workshopped to death, is our fees. So I assume we've workshopped it before, we've passed it at committee before. It's just our fees and charges, which is part of this paper. Pat, do you want to talk to that?
Yes, just with respect to the dog control fees. With respect to the dog control fees, Madam
What page
Chair,
are you on?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, but it's at the back end of that. One of the options, I've got it in my head, we don't need to get into the detail, is council officers are offering to look at it over the next year.
Yeah.
Because there's a discussion around maybe it should be a maximum number for a team of dogs. And, you know, we may go back to ratters as in other breeds of dogs being put back in if the rates are so high. So I think that my comment about that is leave it as it is for now, but commit to a review in the 21-22 year, which is one of the options council officers have suggested.
Thank you. Farmers say to me we should not even charge farm dogs because they don't come nowhere, they just stay on the farm. Yeah. Anywho, thank you so much for all your discussions. So I think we've covered everything in this paper, and we will come back to that. We'll move through our next paper. So after our cuppa, which so 25 past, we'll come back and we will start on page 89. Oh, did you want to say something, Tony?
Sorry, just in respect to the options listed on page 34, I've got a tick in the first box, a cross in the second box.
What page, Tony?
34, and a tick in the review. So I'm not sure if that option's captured. I'm not quite sure how that option relates to the LTP, but I agree with what Pat's just said about reviewing the dog fee. So I think everyone probably seems to agree with that.
So that bit of option 2 will hop into option 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All good. Yep. What do you want to say?
Did we also cover off that $100? So there's been a change here, I can see. I just can't quite work out what it means. So
Somewhere.
the.
It is here. Was here. Was it in
So
this
there
paper?
isn't, oh, I don't, it's not,
109.
is it?
So, okay, we'll get to that later, okay?
Okay,
To
cool.
109.
Yep, no, sweet.
It's page 34, so it's in this thing.
Oh, so we're finishing this paper now?
Yes, so
or-
we've finished this discussion and we'll move on to, we'll go through section by section. So when we get to that one,
Okay.
we'll discuss that.
Same section.
109?
No, no, no.
34.
Oh, I thought you said page 109.
Oh.
Terry,
Okay, so in terms of one of the options, I think I read, just remembering because I don't want to have to look for it, is that we start charging that fee from 2020 onwards for every new consent. What that doesn't describe how we're going to charge for consents that do require active monitoring. I presume we are still intending to charge for those. Are we going to distinguish between those that are low? Yeah.
Miss Montgomery, thank you.
So we have fees and charges set for when we go out and do monitoring visits. So the big ones like forestry and things like that, obviously we go physically to the site. It's more of a on-site type thing. So they then pay for the administration of that site visit, the site visit itself, the writing up of the report, etc.
Cool. All right, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, let's have a cuppa. We'll be back in 15 minutes at 10:30. Thank you. is a small section, so we'll move through quite a few of those relatively fast. I do want you to, if you agree with something, be happy not to speak, but if you want to, I want everyone to feel they have the opportunity to raise what they feel they want to raise. So if I'm going too fast, please slow me down. We will now cover the section between page 89 and 100 and it's really actually only this page because the submissions are just at the end. So it's between page 89 and page 97. So the next 8 pages, and this talks about environment and policy, services and protection. So there are different options that are discussed there about if we have more staff for compliance monitoring and enforcement. Those are one of the options. The other one looks at air quality monitoring, which I found quite bizarre. I've never heard, where did that came from, Helen?
So basically the recommendations are in relation to conditions, in relation to submissions that were put forward. So there was a submission to increase air quality monitoring in the townships. So it was really and both of the recommendations are really just for the councillors to
have the
consider,
option
and make a choice about levels of service that we provide.
And then the next one, which I'm very happy, is the issue with the makarori vehicles on the beach, which will be addressed at our meeting on the 27th of May. Thank you, Mrs. Sutherland. And then the next one is talking about water tanks, which is our strategy looking at our water security. So, councillors, I am opening the floor for discussions. Councillor Seymour and then Cranston. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to speak, it's page 94, which has the recommendations with respect to the increased monitoring. And I don't think that, I just want to preface all this discussion that we've had this morning. There's no comment about what the potential increase is to the rates. And so I just remind all of us that when we come to vote on some of the things we want, we have to be a little prudent and find one or two things that we can cut some money from. Otherwise, as I've said to one or two, the rates will be going up at least 1%. But I do think that we've had enough people telling us that we need to do better in the monitoring field. So I would be promoting the 3.
Thank you.
Increase in 3 staff, and I'll cut it there.
Yeah. So just reiterating what Councillor Seymour said. So once we've worked through our booklet, Pauline will then give us an indication of if you make this decision, this happens to rate. So we will then get a good idea before we then go back to vote. So just letting you know that again. I had Cranston Dowsing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just in agreement with Councillor Seymour. We've heard from many people that have been found wanting in the enforcement area, and we've got a responsibility as governors to enable our CE to actually address that. So the only way it's going to be addressed is by a higher budget. So I think it's something that we just need to do. With the air quality, I just wasn't sure because there was a comment there that said it's going to be 65k per township, and then the request was for 65k per year.
One per year.
One
Yeah,
township
so
per year.
it was basically how you wanted to increase that level of service if you chose to do that.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Councillor Dowsing, thank you.
Thank you. There's an assumption here that this is coming from rates. I just wanted to ask through the chair to the chief executive, how much of this budget could be covered from rates, fees and charges?
So through your worship, on page 93, we cover off the proportion that we may be able to take back from, gain back from fees and charges. From the options analysis. So I'll do about 20%.
And in that case, sorry, I did miss that, that paragraph somehow. But the why only? So that's current policy that we can only do 20%. Is there the opportunity to increase monitoring services in particular areas and apply it as a direct cost to fees and charges? So we have specific areas of industry in our region that are driving this increased requirement for enforcement and monitoring that are high cost? Should we be looking at particular consents or that may need additional increases?
Thank you for that.
Just through you, Madam Chair. So the percentage was worked out on the current rate of recuperation from that department. So if we did look at, industry-specific monitoring or industry-specific charges and our fees and charges, we might be able to do that.
Yeah, I guess from my point of view that we're probably all familiar with the sort of 80-20 rule. 80% of your charge comes from 20% of your activity, and I'd imagine that we could identify where the bulk of our cost lies. So it'd be interesting to see if there's a better mechanism for recovering this increased burden.
Thank you for that. Did I see hands? Councillor Akwata-Brown, then Worsnop, then Robinson.
Just a question, page 94.14, 5G cell towers. It's in a compliance space, I understand. Is there anything else that we as council have a responsibility in respect to these? Because we have had in previous conversations in community, people unhappy at the placement of one outside their front door or on, in respect of where they live. And I've had that discussion with some people in community. Are we only in respect to this, the compliance, ensuring that it's safe, not going to fall down or whatever, but is there other mechanisms we as council have control over in respect to these 5G towers?
So through you, Madam Chair, the short answer to that is no. If you look at page 94, number 14, paragraph 14, it talks about the national environmental standard that controls those towers.
Can we though then as a community, because we're obviously looking at more cameras in region, look at that space being helping us there? Or is that not at all?
I'm not sure.
So, with what they're erecting, can we not ask them then to consider helping us with cameras?
We could ask, but there's no obligation. There's no obligation on them to do
Councillor
that.
Worsnop, kia ora.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of the submitters who have said, this is clearly an area that we need to focus on, and I think the table would agree. I do wonder if there's an opportunity. So there's been some people suggest that 3 would be a better number, just considering the cost. Is there an opportunity to use the Freshwater Improvement Fund, or I know that monitoring tends to be reactive, and there's a desperate need at the moment for us to be proactive. And particularly with all of this legislation, wave coming through, and a huge number of land-based sectors actually not having much idea what that means to them, and us needing to fill that void somehow with presumably labour of some kind. So I'm not sure that 3 is quite going to cover the amount of work that there is to do. And are there opportunities to fund labour units with any form of partnership with government? It is the policy we're rolling out after all. Do you have any comment on that?
Ms Montgomery or Nadine, Ms CEO.
So we're trying to tap into the Freshwater Improvement Fund for other work across the organisation, particularly in integrated catchments. It could be an opportunity we'd look at. I would caution that we've been in the kind of education working collaboratively in the past, and what we've tried to do is make sure that conflicts are managed through having a separate kind of compliance monitoring enforcement focus, which has been quite a big criticism of the regional sector in terms of the approach around compliance monitoring and enforcement. So we would like to have that differentiation between what integrated catchments does, working with and supporting, and what compliance monitoring does. That being said, we can always look at funding.
Supplementary to that, that may be more appropriate in the catchments part of our budget then. But just in terms of direct question, we know where our current numbers sit with regards to our timeframes and whatnot. Is 3 going to get us on top of that, 3 labour units, or is it just blank? Is it more than that?
So the labour units recommendation is in relation to monitoring. It's not in relation to the processing of resource consents.
Councillor Robinson, thank you.
Thanks. So paragraph 11 on page 93, the 20% of the costs can be recovered through fees and charges. Is that a statutory set maximum at 20%?
No. The reason, as I said before, the reason that we've come to 20% is that's based on what the current team who do those activities make back in terms of fees and charges. Pauline may wish to comment more on our strategies in relation to that.
Through your worship, it's also through your revenue and financing policy. So it sets the amount of distribution band for your fees and charges, and that says that it can be between 20 and 40%. And so the actual model is 25% that's in there. Currently what we're achieving is just about 22% on our fees and charges prices.
So my question really dovetails with Shannon's question. So we have the capacity and we have the ability to actually recover more on a fees basis with a targeted fee for the services which cost a lot more and require the FTEs, et cetera, et cetera.
Any more discussions on this paper? Otherwise, I'm going to move. Oh, no, Meredith, you've had your turn. Isaac.
Oh, just two quick questions. If we went with 3 FTEs, would that be one in each area, or would you look at focusing towards the, I guess as Shannon said, the areas that might recover more fees and charges?
I would focus them towards the highest priority things. So if we had a legislative requirement, then they would go into that. If not, then we would put them on those high priority consents.
Which would be, in terms of the 3 that are there now? Oh, which one would that be in terms of the 3 that are there now?
So it would be it would be a distribution across the 3, but focusing on those really high priority areas.
And then the second question on page 95, just around the air monitoring. Are there issues if we keep the current levels of service that we might be breaching our kind of regional council responsibilities? Or?
So the recommendation came out of a submission in relation to a particular event, the burning of slash and things like that. It would be great if we could, pie in the sky sort of thing, to look at air quality monitoring over all of our townships. Whether that's a reality in terms of affordability is up to the table.
Okay, Councillor Burdett. Microphone, otherwise Josh can't hear you. Josh is there, his microphone, the camera is just
page 92 at the top, staff responses on resource consents, water take consents. Yeah, I come from a business background. You can't build a business, be it in horticulture, kiwi food or anything else, unless you have long-term water available. Now, I just want clarity on this. And I presume they do, if these people put bores down, you still control it. At the end of 5 years, you tell them, no, you can't pump out of that bore, despite the fact that they've paid for everything.
Potentially, depending on the consent, yes. So the reason, as it's sort of talked about in there, that we do the short duration of those consents is because we're still building the science behind some of our catchment areas and some of our amounts of water that is able to be taken. So it's something that Joe and I are working on to improve the science in that area so that it allows longer duration of takes.
Okay, supplementary, Madam Chair. Are you able to measure or monitor the water take out of those particular bores?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone that have not spoken. Pat, Andy, Shannon, Meredith, Kerry, Terry, Isaac, Bill have spoken. Anyone else who have not spoken, then I'll give people a second turn. All good? Meredith, quick, smart, Andy, quick, smart, and Kerry, quick, smart.
I guess it follows on from Bill's discussion just now. It's just with respect to that consideration, page 9618. There's not a statutory basis to have water take collection, because that's been a conversation we've had in here. But if someone chose to, if they wanted to put in tanks to collect water to help us during the high peak use, do we have a space to support that? I mean, I know it's not, Auckland, you've talked about Auckland's unitary plan in that discussion point, but water is becoming a huge topical framework of collection of it, getting more residents to take their stormwater and utilise it. So is council looking at that in that science space? You just finished talking about the poor. I just know that it comes up every now and again.
So I'll let Jo have a turn at that when it comes to her report in relation to water quality and water security.
Thank you.
Joe? Oh, I thought.
Sorry, I thought you were going to talk about it.
I'm waiting for Joe's response. Andy, no, sorry, Joe.
Just on the air monitoring, the request is location based on an incident, I suppose, in a way. We do have air monitoring in town. I just wondered if there's any capability for that to be mobilised in the event of an issue.
So the air quality that we do, the air quality monitoring that we do in town is a fixed device, and if we move that, then we lose the continuity of data that we're gathering from that site.
Okay, thank you.
Last one, Councillor Worsnop, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Did you want to go first?
No, he texts me when he wants to speak.
So I was just trying to get some context around the FTEs that we are talking about here. How many are currently in the monitoring and compliance team, and how many are in the consenting team, given that there's also quite a bit of feedback around timeframes?
I'd have to have a wee think about that one. I don't have the number on the top of my head.
Thank you.
Microphone, please.
We will get those numbers. Okay, councillors. Okay, so we move through. Oh, Councillor Dowsing, quick, smart.
Sorry, I just heard the comment there that half of those positions were vacant in our teams. So we're sitting there talking about increasing the number, but we've got half of the positions vacant. Is it because we can't find people?
So that was a comment in relation to the consents team and the district consents team. So we've got a lot of vacancies in our district consents team. We're almost full in the regional consents team. In the monitoring team at the moment, I believe we have one vacancy.
Thank you.
But it's been a long-term situation.
In the resource consents area, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my only piece to add would be whilst we're discussing numbers of staff to employ, it's irrelevant to need. That's all driven by our perception of cost, but we don't actually know the need from, based on whether we need 6 or need 3 or so it's the number of people required from my point of view is redundant. It's what we need.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, councillors, we move on to our next section. We'll come back to this later. So I'm taking you to page 104, which is engagement and Māori responsiveness. Thank you, Anita, for joining us. So let's go through this. First option is about the township plans, which there's quite extensive discussion around township plans. Talk about governance level meeting with Mana Whenua. Camera Trust, Councillor Seymour, have you declared your interest?
I will when it comes.
Good. And then, good. Not like everybody else. A few people did. Yeah. And then there's a number 4, which is just noting. So, Anita, do you want to have a little kōrero first, or should I just lick the bull out of the pen? Okay, councillors, let's get cracking on this. So there's a big discussion in regards to, that's all right, in regards to township upgrades, which I assume that debt would be covered by the whole region. Yep, because someone said earlier, I think Isaac mentioned sheeting that back to a specific township, it would never carry. Okay, discussion is open. Councillor Robinson.
Thanks. So looking at the options on top of page 105, A or B, yes, we did hear strongly from the submitters in respect to the townships that they felt disadvantaged, ignored. I don't actually agree with option B of simply adding more money to it. I think whatever we do with those townships has got to be really well considered, has got to be really well planned, not some sort of knee-jerk reaction. We absolutely take on board the submissions, we hear it, and then we implement that throughout all our policies that affect the towns and our plans that affect the townships. So I still support A, but really take on board what was said. And there are going to be some major, policy changes in the next few coming years that are going to affect the township significantly, the waters, the et cetera, et cetera. So that's where I think we can really make our impact.
Thank you. No other hands in the okay. Oh, look at this. I ask for hands and everyone waves out at me. Let's start on that side. Sandra and this whole table, put their hands up.
I think this paper speaks more to me than any of the others around the additional services and fairness for rates, because this goes right back to the conversation that we had around our very first paper, which was paying for services and infrastructure that we currently just don't have. It's really hard to put a dollar figure around it on a district-wide level, and much as I understand it's hard to capture the needs of each individual community succinctly. I think we could do a lot more work here in this part of our business to provide those services and infrastructure that people are paying for.
Thank you.
Thank you. The increase to the townships by 3.8 million over the next 10 years. We've had 5 million per township per year for 500,000, I mean, sorry, yeah, per township.
One township per year.
Yeah. And the increases in costs of infrastructure and everything has gone up quite considerably. And we're hearing all the time about costs from COVID implications and everything. So, I think that is quite warranted at a 0.3% per annum increase. This comes, and I know the share of that is shared by our city residents as well. So I think that is quite a meagre contribution to the communities on the coast and around in our rural communities. The other one is the Camera Trust. I'm very strong on where the Camera Trust is heading and the costs that they are incurring. Being involved with Harley Gisborne back in the day and having a direct influence into the Camera Trust and funding. So this is only for administration, and I think that's a meagre price to pay for what they are actually trying to achieve and what they're doing already. So I'm totally supportive of increasing that. And yeah, that's about me.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
One of the great things of getting out and about in our community is seeing the pride and the passion in our people who live in these small townships. I think it's fabulous that we are starting to understand their role in our region. And I know that we have, it's not something new, but being out there, I see number 3 and 4 are our vibrant city and townships, connected and safe communities, part of our vision for this region. So thank you, Anita, for this report and for the work the team did to gather that information. I just, and I do support, as I say, any funding that we are going to increase in the township spaces. If COVID taught us anything, that people want to be with whānau, they want to be connected in those spaces too. And our townships are actually growing. People are wanting to go home, come home and be at home. So I think it's really important that as a council, our role is to listen to those communities, but get them leading the charge as to what we will do, because the more ownership, the more kind of belonging in those townships by them and us enabling them, I think that we're going to see some really wonderful outcomes for our region. And I know that's what we are going to do. So in respect to funding for certain things, like to be fair with the Camera Trust, if we get a better, stronger, more committed communities, we actually won't need certain things because people are going to be keeping an eye out. So that's where the vibrancy of these townships, I believe, will happen if we do that, Mahi. So thank you that we are looking to commit to doing a little bit more for our townships. They teach us lots about long-term survival, resilience, all of those factors. So I really appreciate this kōrero in the report. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Seymour.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So over the whole patch, I will declare that I chair the Camera Trust, but I might tell you that it does not give me any pecuniary benefit, quite the reverse, but that's aside from that. So I do support a slight increase in the funding for our townships because the 500,000 a year has been there for a long time and inflation has bitten into that. But I think maybe even 2 million added, because the other side of that is we have to be able to use the money and achieve something out of it. Whereas we've got a lot slower, if I think about it, in actually delivering for our townships than we used to be. Used to work with them for a year and deliver the next year. And that doesn't seem to be happening. And where we are having a couple of townships share 500,000, that doesn't go very far. Just to make it clear, the infrastructure is only roads, footpaths, a bit of street furniture, it's not water or wastewater. So I do support a degree of increase in maybe 2 mil because I'm really conscious of what the end game increase is going to be to the rates if we're talking about it. With respect to the Camera Trust, and I have drawn attention to council officers over the request which says the identification of future costs to council should the network be extended. Well, I draw your attention to the fact that that's explained very clearly in the papers that you had last time. It shows the schedule over the 10 years, the increases in the number of cameras and a slight increase in that potential council funding across the bottom. It doesn't go any way to meet the full cost. And of course, we'd be happy to make a report. I won't vote on it when the time comes. And I think the rest of it's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Sheldrake, thank you.
Thank you. Well, just on the Camera Trust, I wonder, is the council responsible for crime prevention or not? So just maybe a little bit of a curveball. I did enjoy the presentation, but I just wonder if that is a core responsibility of us. Where are we? The Maori Responsiveness team. How big is that team, please? The Maori team? Okay. I just note they're going to also be involved with Water Safety New Zealand. I just wonder if that's a bit of a similar crossover with my comments around the Camera Trust. In principle, on 105, I support A. Thank you.
Use your microphone, Anita. Thank you. I'll just ask if you respond to your microphone. Thank you. Speak up, because Coral can't hear. Oh.
Yes. Yeah, I guess from the feedback I've had, and I think you've seen it quite a bit in the submissions, is there's been a bit of confusion around what people thought they were responding to under township plans. There was an awful lot of talk about sports hubs and Olympic pools, which obviously aren't township related at all. So I just wanted to, I guess, advocate that, and some of the people who have spoken against township upgrades in the submissions weren't necessarily speaking against township upgrades. They just didn't know that Olympic pools was not a township feature. And really, I'm in agreement to be more spent because of inflation. I'm also mindful of the fact that these townships themselves also have to help pay for this, and we probably don't have a particularly good understanding of what that's going to cost them on top of what they're paying now. So take Pat's point in that while they'll all want more, we need to understand how much more that we collectively can all afford, and responsiveness is actually a much bigger issue. Just having a reasonable amount to do with townships, what they want is the ability that when the community are actively doing something, that they can come to us and say, hey, look, we're ready now, not I want to wait for my one turn in 10 years. So are we able to, it's more about the model and the way that we're delivering it, because the money quite often goes a lot further when the community are actually actively contributing time, resources, and energy themselves. If you arrive in 1 year and they're not ready for you, your 250,000 is going to go nowhere. That's going to go mostly into a plan and maybe into half a footpath or a small playground. So
doing it better is a big part of the feedback, and can we, I'd support what Pat's suggesting in terms of, maybe moderate somewhere in between the two, but mostly can we relook at the model, please?
Thank you.
Yeah. We have dedicated our area liaison officers to work closely with the communities to deliver on a program and to outline clear expectations in relation to the costs that we can allocate to township plans. So that is something that, having brought the township plans under my hub, we are working consciously to achieve.
Supplementary to that, does that mean that we have the flexibility to move away from the 1 and 10 year model or not?
Sorry, not yet, but we do actively work with the communities to seek external funding to support their aspirations.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wharehinga and then Councillor Burdett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess this is kind of where I wanted to. I do support an increase to townships. I think of the Uawa presentation that came back from the community member about their walk into town, and so I think about things like that. But then I also think I'm actually specifically thinking about footpaths, which is that kind of murky area in between the infrastructure that we should be providing our townships and part of our rationale in regards to kind of the upgrades and plans and stuff. So I am in support of this because I'm in support of those very smart things that that specific community member had brought up to us, and also that those specific areas, because I look at Makaraka too as its own kind of township, and it kind of falls in that like weird space of kind of being city but not quite being city. There are some things that it does get, and some things that it doesn't. It falls in this murky area. And I also think of the footpaths out there at Makaraka as well. And the reason why I bring this up now is because it's my first opportunity to bring it up, and I'd rather bring it up early than not later, because it kind of fits in with lots of different things and themes that are going through these documents. So on a whole, I do support our increase to townships. I guess what I'm saying is also echoing what Councillor Warsnop was saying around smart infrastructure and responsiveness, because that was the first time that I'd heard that about the footpath in Uawa that goes to nowhere, but it's not the first time I've heard about a footpath that is unavailable in Makaraka. It's come up before in the NZTA conversation, it's come up before several times, safety conversation, school bus conversation. What I guess I'm saying is, again, just agreeing with Councillor Warsnop that yes, let's increase this funding, but let's also get smarter and kind of deliver on those things that our community are asking us to deliver on. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Burdett.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I wisely or unwisely clashed with our CEO the last time the subject came up in terms of the township upgrades. Firstly, I'll deal with the Maori responsiveness. This is the path that we're set on. And we need to do it a lot better than we are doing it now. We need to be talking and be sure we're talking to the right people in Maryland. Nadine knows that probably better than any of us. And the Camera Trust, well, I support that. I mean, I listened to the submission the other day. It's a wonder they didn't ask for more. Now, in terms of our townships, Ruatoria, Tegetik, Te Aroa are waiting patiently for their turn. The Ruatoria Township current plan needs an upgrade. It's 11 years old. I think I'll close on a positive note in terms of, I know they'll do a good job when they get there. And I quote, look at Marawai, look at Tolaga Bay, and look at what was done in Toko. So when the council gets it right, they do a fabulous job. And I had the pleasure of attending the opening of the playground, which also included a new toilet in Hicks Bay. That's a marvellous addition by way of infrastructure to a very small community. Deserving, certainly, but the council got there eventually. So yeah, I mean, plaudits where they're due, criticism occasionally. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cranston and then Dowsing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Township plans have been around for a while now. And when we first started doing them, the township plans for the first 2 or 3 townships, the 500,000 suddenly popped up as being, oh, not quite enough. So that then got out into the community that each township was going to get 500,000, and that got further confused by each township then wanting 500,000. So there's work to be done on getting some clarity around that. But it is obvious that 500K doesn't buy much in the township plan. So I do support some increases there. This is something we're looking at through operations. So as far as realigning it and getting a better process there, because I don't think the process of saying 500,000, what can you get for that in this township? You can't get that, you can't get this. It's more about how can we get this township really gaining from this injection. So yeah, so supportive of a increase, but would really like to see the basis of the funding per township.
Councillor Dowsing and then Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this is something that came up through the submissions, and it was townships looking to be able to work with these funds themselves, and I think that that speaks a lot to the do more with less, and treating this township upgrade more like a grant income to that community and enabling them to set up either whether it's through hapu or through a local community body or whatever it may be. I think that greater haste and greater outcomes can be done if it is community driven, and it's something that you can't replicate in a larger urban area like in a city. You just can't get that community cohesion to work to that common purpose. But in our rural townships, I think that it's absolutely the delivery model which can be improved and see that existing budget go further. I'm in support of increases if that's what the community wants, and they say right through the consultation that they want more from their rates, but we've got to weigh it we've got to weigh it against the fact that we're already shifting some burden of rates into those areas. So perhaps this is the better increase than some of the others for those areas. But yeah, I think the delivery method's the best part to achieve more.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, just on Kerry and Shannon's point, I agree with the bottom-up approach, making use of volunteer time and to get the best bang for buck. I think my concern is probably the blanket kind of grant with no regard for population or rating base, and that's, I know we can't do the whole targeted rates for different regions, but I think that's probably my biggest concern, so, especially since we had that submission from Elgin where I think they'd love a township upgrade and they have a considerably higher population and rating base, but probably miss out. That's probably my first feedback. Second one's around the camera trust. Again, I think I take Terry's point into consideration. Is that our responsibility? But I think we could quite easily save 45 grand in damage to public property from free volunteer time. So I'm happy to approve that. Then I just note point 4C around the New Zealand Memorial Trust and the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association. So we haven't allowed for any money for them based on that submission. Okay. Is that an option to talk about, or is that just off the table?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
All options are on the table.
Awesome.
This is your chance.
And then just my last one, just the feedback around, I think youth's missing from our engagement kind of side of things. And I know Māori represent about 53%, but youth also represent a considerable portion. And I think that's something that's been missed out from our long-term plan. Even though I think this is our best consultation we've ever had, I think that's something that maybe to take into next time.
Thank you. So I was just listening to everyone around the table, and I go to our townships quite often with Bill, with Pat, with our other councillors, and see how important it is to those communities to have their little hub. And they don't ask a lot. Like in Wharekahika, they wanted a playground for the kids and a toilet that's working well. Sometimes when you go to the smaller townships, they just want the road to be safe for the school bus. So I also support some increase, and I'm just testing the water from what I've listened. If we, that option 1, which at this stage is 5.1, if we make that 7, which means we increase that budget with 1.9, I'm just leaving that there to think for when we talk about this later. And then just a next step, imagine if we can work with partners, say like Trust Tairāwhiti, and have co-funding available where we can double those budgets, because part of that township, there's a big well-being factor in there as well, where it's not just about the pipe or the curbing and channeling. So apart from that, I think we actively need to look at the funding from whatever other organisations we can secure that to maybe double that budget and imagine what we can do. And just my last comment is coming back to our original comment, where sometimes one area can't pay 100% for others. And I know city ratepayers also value our regional, our rural areas. So that to me is again where that contribution, which would be rated in the city, contributes to vibrancy out in the rural areas. So it is that not always clear, but cross area, which is very important if we look at ourselves as one whole region. Anywho, Pat.
And some people probably aren't old enough around the table to remember that when it was set up.
Thank you for that, Pat.
There was a lot of trouble. People were burning the cardboard and the stuff that was put out to go in the waste. And that was the police initiative that we had something that protected the inner city. And in many towns, councils make a much bigger contribution than is being sought from here. And so it has been a three-way arrangement between Heart of Gisborne, the council and the police. But as you know, Heart of Gisborne has been subsumed into TT, and TT will be being contacted with respect to the next upgrade of the cameras. So I do think that it's protecting the city for everyone in the city. So I suggest that there is an element of contribution that is fair and reasonable on behalf of all of our community.
Okay, thank you for those discussions. We now move on to our community lifelines. Thank you, Anita. We move on to our community lifelines, which is page 131, and that is quite a chunk. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. This is a massive area, so we might break it up a bit. This covers, oh, I'm just going to take the submissions away to take us to the paper. Oh, it's not that big. So that takes us to page 131 to 155 is what we'll discuss. So Mr. Wilson, the recommendations that we have is about our water pipes, the wetlands, the questions. These were the majority of questions that were asked in our consultation document. Then there's obviously, we have listened to our community saying there is no funding for cycling in our region, which aligns well with our climate change as well. So there's a recommendation for that. There's the Uawa Cycleway, which Councillor Seymour have brought to our attention. So there's a little bit about cycling, and then there are also those noting at the end. So I'm going to open up number 1 first, where we talk about water pipes. And most of these you will see it goes with our preferred option. So if you want to speak against that, please. Otherwise, we will go with our preferred option because it is our preferred option. So if not, I'll tick those preferred options 1, 2, 3, 4.
Madam Chair,
Councillor
Councillor
Seymour.
query, and I completely support the preferred option. But is Mr. Wilson at this stage in a position to give us any indication that we will be able to make better progress this coming year? Because, you know, we didn't end up doing as much in our Drainwise program as we planned, and some of that's been carried over.
Mr. Wilson.
Through your worship, the delays last year were due to COVID, so we're on track to spend our budgets for this year. We've very small carryover, maybe forecast for this year, but it's dependent on the availability of materials going forward, but we are spending our budgets. We're on track to spend them.
Thank you.
Okay, so staff have added the $2.5 million so we can have the local share to do the Taruheru Cycleway. People want to discuss that? Now's your time. Larry and then Pat.
Yeah, thank you. Look, it was really strong right throughout the consultation period when it came to the walking and cycling in our strategy for the future and our meagre amount of just over 100 grand for walkway, footpath and Valley Road. That was all we had in our 10-year plan. So to see this in here for the Tarahiru walking and cycling project is absolutely fantastic, because it is a huge part of finalising or doing the next stage of our cycle and walkway strategy. You know, we've been talking about this for a long time. We've walked it ourselves. We know exactly what's involved with it. So for us to commit to it now is fantastic. And also, we also heard about the Uawa walking and cycling project, and I think that's really positive for that community. And it's all about safety for the kids, children getting to school as well. So yeah, fantastic. I just have a query with the 100,000 per annum additional expenditure for planning the cycleway network. What is that? Could I just get a bit of a description on that, please?
Mr. Wilson.
Through your worship, that's putting funding aside for the other cycleways that have been proposed a number of times across. So this is our interconnecting links. There's cross connections between suburbs. So for Kaiti, for example, from one side to the other. So looking at the planning of rolling out what those other ones look like, and then getting the business cases to help put them into the regional land transport plans and those things in the future.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, totally. I totally am supportive of that. Right. Now, the other side of it is we're just acknowledging an extra spend of quite a lot of extra money, nearly $3 million almost. It comes back to what I was saying before about 2.2% increase in rates for our city. If we go back prior to your worship's reign with Ming and Judy, we had 3 years of 2.2%, and we got caned. We got absolutely caned for 2.2% increases over those 3 years. We fell so far behind. So I'm just alerting us to a similar scenario where we're going right now with our 2%. 2.2%. We've got projects like this that are so important for the community. It ticks so many boxes: climate change, getting people on bikes, safety. It's a no-brainer. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Seymour.
I do think we need to be putting something into the walking and cycling, but if that 2.5 mil is a substantial amount of money, and it doesn't show us some of these reports, and I have flagged it to Pauline, that some of them indicate to us what percentage change it's going to make, some don't. And is that capital? And I presume it is, so therefore it's X%, but we still need to understand what that is. And the 270K obviously for Uawa is great, but I would be bold enough to suggest that 500,000 maybe that's going to walking and cycling needs to come out of our roading budget, because we can't keep on saying we wanted this, this, this and this without saying it coming from somewhere. And I heard one of my colleagues say earlier that the city, or might have even been one of our officers, pays for 60% of the roading budget. But let's remember that's only 60% of 100%. It's only 60% of 40%, because 60 odd percent is paid for by NZTA. So it's actually only 60% of 40%.
But the rural then only pay 40% of 40%.
But so I do think we need to have some advice from council officers, because we can, we do want some of these things, but we can't go on saying this is all going to be new money, or we might have gone, wow, this morning. We'll go more than that this afternoon. So, I mean, it is really quite substantial.
Absolutely, Pat, and I agree, and that is Pauline will definitely.
But I do think that, I am prepared as a rural road user on a metal road that I don't need to get fixated about whether it's going to be returned to metal, like we have one or two people fixated about whether their tar seal road is going to be returned to metal. Mine will never be tar sealed, and that's fine. I just like the potholes filled.
Thank you for that request for service as well.
That maybe some of our contribution, unless we're going to be comfortable that we're going to have that money available to us from a greater contribution from NZTA towards cycling, which the government would like us to do. So can we get some advice around that later?
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, would you like to comment on that?
Through your worship, if you're going to take any money out of the existing roading budgets as they're proposed, we will be lowering level of service even further. Remember, we are deferring money in this long-term plan already to get to the budgets to where we were at. When we proposed the budgets to you for this long-term plan, we were at 10 to 12% increases for rates. We've dropped back to be able to make it affordable for this LTP. If you take 500,000 out of roading, you're essentially taking about 1.3 million out of roading because of the NZTA subsidy that it won't attract. So the hits for us in maintenance, I can go away and model it for you if you want to take money out of roading, it's absolutely fine. But I'm signaling to you now that we've already deferred works, we're deferring maintenance. You're going to be dropping it by even more if you want us to take it out of our existing budgets.
Thank you. Supplementary to that then. So what is going to happen to put 2.5 of the local share into it? Well, it's more than 2.5, it's 2.7.
Through your worship, it's to be debt funded.
All being debt funded. Thank you. It would be good if the report had told us that.
I think it is in this, the,
Through your worship, yeah, we're going to come to that. We've got the presentation at the end where you can see where the impacts are.
and absolutely Pauline will then tell us what the
Because
implication on rates is and where the money is coming from and where we take
even
it from.
debt funding, just like the paper we had a moment ago, it actually does have an interest cost.
Absolutely.
Which has to be rated for.
Okay. Shannon, Andy, Tony. Tony, Shannon, Andy. Just go with it. Tony, go.
Okay, so I support the wetlands being brought forward to 2029, as I think 26% of the submitters suggested. If the plan is that that potentially is going to become a source of commercially available irrigation water, then it makes sense to just really bite the bullet on this one, get this project really up and going, and then we'd be potentially earning income 3 years earlier. So I support actually doing more on that. I also support doing more on the water pipes, because our 80 kilometres of asbestos cement pipes, which keep blowing out because we just can't pump the water fast enough to the city, are having a real impact upon development in our city, and they need to be addressed sooner rather than later. I don't support spending 2.5 million on a cycleway or 2.7 million on a cycleway, particularly when Waka Kotahi has indicated, and we were told that there was nothing in the budget for this sort of work, and in fact Waka Kotahi is cutting back. So unless this is going to be funding which unlocks other funding, we've been told it's not. And I've said this the other day, many roads have a lovely ride cycleway as part of the road. I still struggle in this space to understand, I use the word space, forgive me. I still struggle in this chamber to understand the real safety concerns about biking, particularly from Kaiti to Boys High, where I biked for my 5 years of high school when Gladstone Road was 2 lanes each side. There was no cycle lane at Gladstone Road. Why kids can't go down Routine Road where there aren't trucks and bowl up Palmerston Road or the Aberdeen Road. I mean, I really struggle with the idea that safety is the main driver behind this concept. So I can't support spending $2.7 million.
Thank you. Okay, I just want Mr. Wilson to respond to the comment in regards to Waka Kotahi.
Through your worship, Waka Kotahi have indicated that they have got limited funds for nationally for our regional land transport funding. We're not aware yet of where the National Land Transport Fund sits for allocation. We're waiting for that direction to come from Waka Kotahi. The Tareheru Cycleway would only be included if it attracts the Waka Kotahi funding. It would not go forward without having that. And saying that, we understand that there is funding available at this stage, subject to final approval by Waka Kotahi, that there is funding available to be set aside in the RLTP, and it is included at this stage. The difference in the current LTP to this is that it says that it's externally funded. This changes it to being council funded. Waka Kotahi have in principle approved that recommendation to the board for approval on the final considerations, but would have to wait, like we do for the rest of the RLTP, to see if the funding's forthcoming or not.
Thank you. I have Councillor Dowsing and then Cranston. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm in a similar position to Tony, although I believe the nature of transport's changed dramatically since Councillor Robinson was cycling to school
60 years ago.
35 years ago. To me, if we go back to our strategic priorities, as highlighted by Councillor Faulkner earlier today, We'll protect and enhance our environment and biodiversity. For me, if I'm going to spend $2.5 million on a riverbank project, it's not going to be on cycleway improvements, it's going to be on riverbank improvements. For me, if I look at our roadways that we've got and having lived in cities where you don't have off-street parking and you do have separated cycleways, I don't understand why we cannot fit a separated cycleway on Aberdeen Road or on Stout Street or on any of these lovely roadways that we've already got that are quite broad. And when you're discussing climate change, you are sacrificing a mode of transport. You're sacrificing room for motor vehicles for room for active transport. And that deals specifically with what we're trying to achieve: reduction in fossil fuel burning vehicles, increase in active transport. If you build roads, you get cars. If you build cycleways, you get bikes. It's that simple. So I think converting some of our existing, and to be fair to staff, Mr. Wilson mentioned this before, that we've got some arterial routes that are discussed, that this is being discussed in already for separate cycleways. I just think that the more intelligent project for the big spend in here is not to try to do a large modification in an environment that doesn't facilitate a pathway and a cycleway. Why not use the roadways we've already built? Because it is significantly cheaper, and you're sacrificing car parks where car parks already exist on private property. So yeah, for me, I totally accept the budget. I think we need to have a budget in here for cycleways and improvements. I'm happy with the quantum because we need to put something towards it that wasn't in the budget. But we need to do as much as we can with that money. And for me, prioritizing on-road cycleways and getting a quantity of cycleways done over focusing on one massive project that's not going to, achieve everything is, I prefer to see a lot more.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cranston and then Gregory. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks for that. I was very surprised to get one of the submitters come in front of us and say we haven't done anything on cycleways and walkways. And he was an avid user. But I am in agreement that we haven't done enough. As a user myself, we've just booked another cycle journey down the South Island, which is 82 kilometres, and it didn't exist last year. And that's what's happening around the rest of the country. And it's happening in all regions. We are so far behind in this compared to all the other regions. It's actually quite an embarrassment, and it's actually a big loss to us. The previous speakers have spoke about the safety and getting, the roading to get to school. We're also hammered with climate change, and this is one of our responses to climate change. But what they haven't mentioned is the addition to our tourist product. They are huge growing tourist products, these cycleways, right throughout the whole country. And to say that we can just go to the roads is not an appreciation of what these cycleways do offer. And I'm very disappointed that we haven't got it out to the Waipawa Rivermouth as well, because my perception and vision is you're going along the seaside and then you're coming along around the harbour and then you're going out to the schools and that. But the region from here to the schools along the riverbank is far better tourism offering and a more enjoyable experience to have the proximity of the waterways and that alongside you as you cycle, rather than going down residential streets, which just don't have the same offering. So, I mean, you all know that I do use these things throughout the country quite a bit. So the more I go down there, the more I really want to push this. Just one question on the funding though. If it does get allocated to a budget, will it be allocated in 1 year, or is the option of smoothing it? Because it's going to take at least 3 years anyway. So is the option of putting in 750K per year have any smoothing? Does that give it the rating any smoothing opportunities?
Mr. Wilson.
Through your worship, we've phased it on how we would roll the project out. So the phasing at the moment will be a smaller spend at the start with construction. So year one would be smaller compared to years 2 and 3, which would be when actual construction, because it'll be in reality, 12 months of consenting and design works before it's able to start, which I know has been modelled by Pauline and the team. We went through the split of how we'd roll it out.
So project delivery gives a natural smoothing. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gregory, then Worsnop, then Faulkner.
Thank
then
you.
Sheldrake.
I just wanted to say, when I read the submissions on our consultation, that the want and need for cycleways was very apparent all the way through. It was the thing that stood out the most, and I was really stoked to see in the recommendations that we have listened and we are looking at to address that partly. As a cyclist in this town, I know that there is room on the roads, but you don't feel safe at all. And I certainly wouldn't feel safe to have my children riding around on the roads like that. To get an access way for kids to go from here up to the high schools, I just think we have to do it. And if we're serious about climate change, we must invest into cycleways, because otherwise there's no other way for people to travel in our town. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Worsnop and then Faulkner.
So just on the recommendations, just want to say that I'm really supportive of the notes, in particular the scoping paper mentioned at the bottom there. I do think there's going to be any reversion, it needs to be really well planned, really well communicated, so people know what they're expecting, and also that once it has reverted, that it's actually maintained to a better standard than whatever it was that had to be reverted in the first place. And that kind of brings me to my other point. If we're decreasing levels of service for some people who don't have an option of cycling, can we in good conscience take good money from the pool that was going to maintain their asset and put it into a new level of service, an increased level of service for people who do have other options? So I actually do support responding to the people who came to us and asked for cycleways, but I also think we need to listen to what they said. So what they said is that, particularly the organisations who work in this space, they said partner with us to design this plan and then sequence it so that we connect what we have so that it's used, and then we grow from there. So they didn't say necessarily put a big chunk of money in there and just blow it out of the park all by yourself right now. They said, come with us, design this plan, let's get best bang for our buck, sequentially by expanding what we've got now and connecting it. They didn't, actually none of them asked for the whole thing to be funded all at once. And I do think that because all of our cycleways from here on in are going to be new, and we need a lot of them, that we need the public to understand that it does cost. I think we should be looking at a targeted rate across everyone, not just urban, and that 25%, if that means whatever the proportion of rates that is gathered from that it is distributed that way, because you're going to have people in the townships also want cycleways. So then, as rural people, we should be contributing to that. But that alone would raise, close to 7 million over the 10 years by the time you incorporate local share with the government's proportion, just at $10 per rateable unit. I just think taking it off the roading budget, we've done that in the past, and the PGF was the only thing that saved this council from still being in a giant roading hole.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, do you want to respond to the first points made?
Through your worship, the Tarehiru Cycleway has been in discussion with community groups since 2015 was when it was first put into the designs. So just to go back to the future on it for councillors, the Tarehiru is the spine that all of the other cycleway additions will then come off. So Lytton Road, Grey Street, Bright Street all have connections that then crisscross the city. So the first iteration for this was in the 2006 Urban Development Strategy that Council wrote, 2016. where we sat down and looked at how we would connect our communities. And the Tarahiru is unanimously, that is the next big piece of missing infrastructure that enables everything else that then hangs off it. And it's something that, yes, it's a commuter cycleway. It is also an amenity value. It is also a tourism initiative. It has a number of different values, which is why it has support for the next cycleway that goes forward. So it has been discussed with the Cycle Trust, the Motu Cycles Trust, a number of different players. So a lot of people have fed into, and it has consistently come back as the next cab off the rank for us if we want to achieve the maximum amount of benefit from the next project that we do.
Thank you. Sandra Faulkner, Terry Sheldrake, Bill Bedett, Pat Seymour. I'm going to the bathroom, so you know which way to go. I'll be back in a second.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for this, I've got 2 points here, and it keeps coming up. We need to focus on some pretty serious advocacy around road user charges in this region. If we are going to continue to try and rate our population to support such a massive network, we need to start looking outside the square as to where we find that funding. So that's the first thing. So council's role in that is advocacy through and through, working alongside industry. The other thing that I just want to highlight is I keep coming back to the fact that so many of these papers are intrinsically connected from the point of view of we've just talked about township plans, and a lot of the township plans you've got water supplies, toilets, and recycling options. And here we are here in another paper talking about it. So there seems to be some really obvious wins here. And it comes down to, as I say, what we keep talking about, our strategic priorities. But what I don't want to see happen is the likes of township plans being focused on such basic needs as toilets, when they should in actual fact sit in this space. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that we are, I find it incredibly murky, the delineation between some of these papers. If you're going to talk about community engagement, talk about community engagement. Don't include basic infrastructure that council should be supplying anyway, which is water and toilets and recycling options. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Just be me, I think. Thank you. I cycle every day, and I obviously totally support cycleways and pavings and things. And if the Tarahiru program has been on the table for 6 years, I think it either becomes a goer or it doesn't. And I just think clearly, if it's a network as Mr. Wilson just described, ultimately it's sort of finalising a package of the other cycleways joining it. I'm keen to know the one out to the river mouth that Andy mentioned before, how far away is that from completion? And it's this logic that the stop banks continue the top of a ride, maybe connecting ultimately with the Motu trails, please.
So through your worship, the Waikanae to Waipa was a project that was funded by Trust Tairāwhiti, and it's actually a Trust Tairāwhiti project. It's not a GDC project. So we've put that through on behalf of Trust Tairāwhiti. So that delivered the piece of works from the Learn to Ride cycle park down to the Aopuni Stadium as part of the works. And then we developed the resource consents to put forward through private land, which is Kōputitia land there on the side. We have come across some issues there that we can't resolve, and we've gone back to Trust Tairāwhiti for them and its landowner and agreements around putting that cycleway through private land. So we've talked to Trust Tairāwhiti, we can't deliver that within the time frame that they have asked. When we discussed the cycleway on top of the Waipawa flood control scheme, we have an access track for staff use, not on bikes, right, I'm sorry, for inspections, just to clarify. So we have a track that does not have resource consent as a cycleway, so it's a staff access track. I know the Trust Tairāwhiti are working with the Tairāwhiti Trails Trust to look at getting a resource consent and funding something on top of the Waipawa flood control scheme.
Okay, Bill Burdett, Pat Seymour.
Than anyone else. I actually am able to view it firsthand what happens up there and out into the backcountry. So I would advocate an increase in the funding for roading. In terms of our water pipes, that's essential. It's a critical issue and we must address it. So I'm quite happy to go along with whatever the budget is there. One of the issues is, and it's been here since I first came to council, is to try and fix the pipes and keep the poo out of the river, Tarahiru. We just don't seem to be getting on top of it. I mean, our team do a pretty good job, but year on year, we're talking about it. So if that requires extra budget, we should do it. It's quite urgent. And in this day and age, given the health problems that are around us, we've got to address it. There are other issues in here, water ones, I haven't touched on, but one important one I want to get clarity on, that FAR funding that was put away into a reserve account when we were talking about subsidising rates, is it coming back into the roading budget or is it sticking over there for use in the future? And what use?
Through your worship, the funding that was set aside in that reserve has had some calls made on it for roading purposes, so we have only used it for roading purposes. One of the papers that I know is coming to an ops meeting is around using that to leverage NZTA funding for flood works and for other things that we cannot afford the local share of. So it has all gone towards local roading projects, and predominantly we've put it all through the committees when we've asked to move that money around.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Now we move on to Pat and
Thanks,
then
Madam
Meredith.
Chair.
Thank you.
I just want to speak to the city wastewater wetlands. Only one other councillor has spoken to it. The greatest majority supported the timeframe that we have in here. 2 submitted asked to go faster and 4 submitters expressed outright opposition. So I'm just flagging, Madam Chair, that I would support the position that we have at the moment. We don't know what we're going to do with it.
Our first option.
Out of the other end of it. And I was just going to flag, and Mr. Wilson has briefly touched on it, all of these cycleways need resource consents. And we went through a long process in here over what is now called the Tarahiru cycleway, looking at putting it down a roadway, because that was actually going to make the item achieved a good deal quicker because of the potential opposition to it being on the riverbank and in people's backyards. So it may well be, and looking at that total project, we get a cycleway faster if it's a dedicated cycleway, which has always been my firm belief, not just painted lines on the edge of the road, but something that actually has a barrier between the cycleway and the road on either Stout or Aberdeen, which would take young people from Kaiti to the schools on the west and wouldn't interfere with the biodiversity of the Tarahiru River. So I think it's not, we need to remember there are quite a few issues around that cycleway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Akwater Brown, I'm going to start wrapping up this now. So if you've got any more thoughts to share, now's your time. Councillor Akwater Brown.
Well, firstly, I do support our cycleways network, and I want to endorse what Councillor Wilson stated, that what was asked of us. It's about prioritising a strategy that connects and creates a city that has, really good strategic plans for getting people from one side of town to the other, but also interconnecting. And David, I wanted to ask, Mr. Wilson, how can we save money in this space? When I look at some of the connectivity options, Wainui Road, in my view, one of the ways we could do better connectivity in safe communities is that it could have gone up Encliffe through onto Crawford, the back kind of way space, which would then embrace Kaiti South, Pui Kaiti as being part of our region's plan. So I want to ask, can we, when we consider our network and strategically consider things, can we do a better job of adding value to neighbourhoods, as others have noted, on roadways, because that would save us money, but also it would include a community that is often stigmatised. People love seeing people out with families on bikes and all of that type of thing. So with our network plans, can we consider how we can cut costs by having natural roadways that are there already? Is that something we could consider? And have we got a good relationship, or have you and staff, with the Gisborne Cycle and Walkway Trust, because their proposals seem qualified with good information and costings, etc.?
Thank you.
Through your worship, the alignment and where we build our cycleways, cost is one of the biggest factors when it comes to it. So for something like the Winery Cycleway, we're looking at underground services. We're trying to keep away from pipes, fibre, all of those things, whilst also finding a route. And we have different classifications for routes. So Winery Cycleway is a commuter route predominantly. It's around moving people on bikes to, from schools, work, those kind of things. So it has a very straight alignment through there. We do look at our hierarchy and making sure we try and get the best value for money, whether that be building materials wise or how we are going to put them through where we put through. The connection of communities is the bit that comes off the infrastructure as well. So that's part of the phasing when we're talking about with that cycleways plan around putting the main infrastructure and then coming back and doing the linking infrastructure across Kaiti is a huge thing for us, but then also in Whataupoko as well around how we connect people in from the side suburbs that come off those to then feed in to make those safe. The Cycle Trust, we have really good relationships with. We're in constant contact with Jason Lyons, who's their manager there. Motu Trails, we have a lot of discussions with them. So we do talk on a regular basis. I attend lots of their meetings as well. Not as many Motu Trails as I do the Tairāwhiti Trails, but we are in contact with each other about what their plans are and where their aspirations are for things as well.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Wharehinga. Councillor Worsnop Foster last.
So my first comment is just around, initially I saw this maybe as an optional project, but there's plenty of cyclists that don't actually use the road but still pay roading rates. So I think this is part of the service that they would expect. Second point regarding Councillor Faulkner's around our ruck advocacy for the roads, particularly the roading up the coast, and how we can work on that, because I still haven't figured out where I land with maintaining our roads or letting them revert to metal, because obviously the cost, and sometimes it could be cheaper to buy everyone a helicopter up there than actually keep their roads sealed. The other one I was talking about is the rating method around paying for the cycleways. Is there an option for, as Kerry mentioned, a targeted rate that can be heavily urban weighted for that?
So what you're asking, if there's a targeted rate?
Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, it's debt funded initially, but obviously the repayments and the interest charge has to be paid at some point.
For your worship, that would be something that have to be looked through the revenue and financing policy again. It can be done, but it would mean a review of the revenue and financing policy.
So at this point, what budget would that 2.5 mil be?
Debt fund.
Debt funded, and the repayments and the interest on it is?
Yeah.
General rates, okay. Oh, and then just point C, 2C. So Jason Lyons, I think in his presentation, wanted 50 grand co-funded for the plan. Is that what that's referring to?
Through your worship, that would help fund for the plan. That would be the funding for the plan that we would do with the cycling community, and then feeding into the business cases and everything else as a continual cost that we would need to be making sure we have funding for.
Thank you for that. I have Councillor Wharehinga.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just while seeing as Councillor Hughes has brought up the stuff around the plan, is our commitment there for the Cycleway Trust to lead kind of all the community engagement, strategic engagement in regards to that? Because that's what I heard in their presentation to us, that they were willing to do that.
Through your worship, we've been in a number of discussions with the Tairāwhiti Trails Trust around what their role is in the future, and Trust Tairāwhiti have been meeting with us to discuss how we can both support the Tairāwhiti Trails Trust, whether that be come through them promoting some of those projects and in eventually delivering some of those projects as they build capacity and capability. It's something that we're looking to do as part of that. We've made an offer to the Trust for them to come in and work with some of our delivery teams to be able to see how we're delivering the projects that we are on the ground, and also to learn from some of the ways that we do things. So we're more than happy to work with the Trust. It's around them building up their skills and capacity to do those things as well.
Cool, awesome. I want to just mention a couple of things. One, I want to echo my support for Councillor Worsnop's a couple of points that she had made in regards to having a strategic, future-focused view in regards to cycleways and cycling. She's absolutely correct that more of our townships and our rural areas will actually start requesting cycleways. So looking at that in terms of our rating mechanism is absolutely the right thing to be doing moving forward. I do want to echo my support for our utilisation of separate cycleways. Away from our current roads. Our roads won't disappear. The nature of the vehicles that will be on our roads will change moving into the future. We're still a primary industry area. We're always going to have big trucks and things like that on our roads. If I look at other towns and other cities, they're struggling to retrofit their current infrastructure with specific infrastructure for cycleways and walkways because now they're dealing with too much traffic on their roads and can't accommodate cyclists safely, and they also have nowhere else to kind of navigate cyclists through. So I actually look at this as kind of a long-term strategic project around future-proofing our community to be able to still cycle despite how the roading traffic changes over the next 10, 25, 50 years time. They were also, the other thing that we haven't spoken about too is also the fact that mobility scooters kind of fit in that murky kind of area. Like, you know, sometimes we'll see them on the foot, sometimes we'll see them on the roads. I think if we have solid cycleway, walkway infrastructure, then that will provide our mobility scooters some clear pathways to be able to use. And we can also, us and police or whoever the other authorities are, can actually advise mobility scooters better in regards to where they fit inside of our community. Yep, those are all my notes. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
For that, I have Councillor Worsnop and then Councillor Foster. Thank you.
Cool. I just wanted to follow up. I understand the rationale behind having the backbone of the system. However, the support from the community is largely dependent on the visibility of cyclists, right? So if they're not actively really using these cycleways now because they're not very well connected, the ones that we have, it's actually a drag on our ability to get public support for doing more of them. So I really think that 3 years sort of to develop the planning phase of the Tairāwhiti Walking and Cycling Network Plan, that's too long. The Cycling Walkway Trust, the Walking Access Commission, they've both said, look, treat this with urgency and let us help lead it so that you can deliver it really quickly and so that we can actually start getting some runs on the board. I support them in that. They're willing to offer what we don't have, which is a lot of time and resources to devote to this. I think we should really be cognizant of the fact that us doing everything ourselves is quite often not the right approach. And just a comment on the way that our submission feedback has been gathered. I noticed that there's some people in the something else, particularly with regards to roading, who are not counted towards the, they don't prefer our preferred option of letting roads go back and, deteriorate. But they're grouped in the something else, which means they don't really count towards the fact that they don't prefer our option. And Dave should be aware that Nancy Barclay, there's absolutely no way in hell that she was supportive of our preferred option. And yet, wherever you put your comment, and if you put it in the wrong box, even if you outright said that you didn't prefer the option, we're still counting it somewhere differently, which is a bit of a problem if you're just looking at the headline numbers, and that's particularly evident in roading. There's actually more people in here saying we don't want our roads to go backwards than there are people saying that they want cycleways, and yet we are funding more cycleways, not more roads. So the numbers are actually important, and the reason I'm not fighting more for this is because I read the room and I think that frankly, everyone's had a guts full of paying for more for roads. We just need to do it better. My last point is just the Manatuki stock banks. It's been raised with me a lot. It's been raised a lot in here. I hadn't really thought about it before and I feel like I should have. To what extent is Manatuki more vulnerable as a result of protecting the city side of the Waipawa first?
Through your worship, Manatuki is vulnerable until we're able to raise the stock back on that side. It's exactly the same as it would be now. The level that they have now, it would be if we had an event that overtops the size stop bank that they have now. It would not be further exacerbated by the fact that the city has a higher threshold than what it does. Once it overtops on that western side, it's going to scour quite quickly. So with a flood, you can't, it's not like, say, filling up that jug of water in front of us where it spills over as it gets to the limit on it. On a flood control scheme, there's low points up and down the whole thing. So yes, we will have a higher level of protection. However, it doesn't mean it's going to flood at Manatuki higher than what it would because it will spill into different areas. So the flood control scheme is quite dynamic and it's where that water will go. There are different points, high points and low points, which means it doesn't necessarily mean it correlates one side higher than the other. It still conveys the water, it just means there's a level of protection on the city side until we're able to do the western side when the whole thing will be able to convey. It doesn't necessarily mean that Manatuki's flood water would be higher by 2 metres. There's no correlation between them like that.
Last person to speak, Councillor Foster. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it's a bit of a change of subject. I was coming back to the city wastewater wetlands and being part of the wastewater management committee, we've always been very strong advocates of where the wetlands fits into the future. But in reality, we really need to get our city wastewater facility finished and have a look at the AUD opportunities from that. And then with the planning towards the wetland, but I'm just alerting to the fact that we're going to be doing another 10-year plan in 3 years' time. So it's probably a better opportunity to really get our teeth around the wetland opportunity then, rather than doing it now. But I think the planning stages of it should be still promoted.
Thank you for that. Councillors, we move on to our next section. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Strategy and Science, which is page 244. Am I on the right one? Did we work through all of that? What a clever bunch. There we go. Page 244. And that takes us through to page 275. So what we are talking, hi Joe, what we're talking about here is housing, infrastructure strategy, development contributions, climate change, big science items as well. So Joe, do you want me to just open the floor for discussion or do you want to just give an overview?
Happy for you to open the floor. I will just note one thing on the infrastructure strategy. We've noted no changes, but just to bear in mind that any decisions you make, for example, in relation to roading or cycling will need to be reflected in that infrastructure strategy.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm going to open it up. If there's anything, so do you want me to talk through the recommendations and then it can, so it talks about the $50,000 for the community housing budget. I'll get to you soon, Councillor Dowsing. Then retain the following infrastructure development contributions policies, which we have worked through before. Updates the strategy and policy, which after we've done our long-term plan, that will change. Proposed climate change, planning timeframes and budget, proposed budget for science, water security work stream, which I'm very impressed with, thank you. Proposed budget for freshwater planning, our Tairāwhiti resource management plan, which I'm also very excited, need to start soon. Significance and engagement policy, Tairāwhiti Piritahi with no amendments. And then just those notes that the next review of the development contribution will take a look at the points raised about forestry and charges for the inner city, feedback on engagement and determining impact on the significant criteria will be addressed operationally. And then the next review of the Tairawhiti Piritahi policy will be co-created with iwi Māori. Councillor Dowsing.
Thank you. I'm certainly in support of the inclusion of a budget to do a review of our housing. I think though the piece that's missing in there is additional review of potential redundancies of land and potential rezoning. The one that stands out to me, for example, is the Oval. In particular, if it is to be enclosed with housing from the planned development by our CCTO, then all of a sudden the park doesn't have the same aspect, entry access, and starts to lend itself better towards more housing as we relocate sports to hubs. But I think that as a starting point, reviewing our housing is important and the way we manage that, and determining how far we can release additional opportunity. And to that point, I think when we go into number 2 here and talk about development contributions, and maybe it should be in notes the following, when we review our development contributions policy, I think it's important to ensure that contributions are taken and applied to specific purpose, not taken from an industry and applied to residential development or vice versa. I think the importance of development contributions is to identify the need, collect for the need, and deliver the need from the correct developers. So yeah, and we know, as it states, our biggest expense again in development contributions is in residential, but we're not collecting it all from residential development. So yeah, I think that should be part of the next review.
Thank you for that. Next person, Councillor Foster, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm on development contributions, and we were signalling a 60% increase in development contributions, and there was quite a bit of negative feedback on that. But when I look at the graph on page 279, the increase is around 10% from the example that we've got here. So could I get some comment on that and for the clarity around what we're actually trying to do?
Yeah, the increase is about 14%, I believe. I just calculated. I think it changed from the version that you saw in December, because some of the projects that were included in the final draft long-term plan budgets were changed and reduced. So therefore the development contributions reduced. So the increase sort of overall for a household equivalent unit is about 14%. Obviously, if you change anything in your long-term budgets, that could go up or down.
Councillor Warsnop and then Hughes, thank you.
Yes, I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, I will support Shannon, just even though it's not perhaps as much of a significant rise as had been projected. On page 257, it says this option is effective. It achieves the intent of the policy, which is to ensure development contributions are paid for those who generate the demand. And we know that that's actually not true, because we ask development contributions of everybody regardless, in the same way that I think we've previously had raised taruhiru largely is where all the demand for infrastructure is, but everyone is picking up the cost. It's past the opportunity, I think, to review it now. It does worry me that it's still quite a long time before it's going to get to be reviewed. It would be wonderful if it was this year instead, given the pressure on housing. And I just wondered, does it need to happen before or in tandem with the TRMP aspects around housing, because they're going to be quite closely related? So sorry, did you want to answer that? You answer that.
So the intent of that timing is that it ties in with the growth planning and infrastructure planning undertaken as part of the TRMP review. So that should the next 2-year focus, basically.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that should be sooner than potentially this indicates then. So we're not going to wait 3 years for a review of the development contributions policy.
Yeah, we'll see how the timing works out. It may be that we're having workshops and discussions with council, but the actual policy doesn't get changed until the 3-year cycle. But I think it's down for 2022, 2023, which is 2 years.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. My other point was just on water security, and I can't really see anywhere in here any reference to MAR. And I really support having a work stream on water security. I think that that's necessary and really, really, a good initiative, especially if we're trying to attract sort of investment in that area. Look, MAR has to be critical to that. And in terms of security, this is kind of, I know this is about what we're spending, but it's also silent on how we're going to approach it. And I know recently we've disbanded the working party that were responsible for that. I just think we need somewhere to incorporate how we plan for that to track over the next 10 years, or it potentially will just literally fall away and we will have wasted that investment.
So as we've mentioned before, we'll be coming back to council in September this year with a paper on what that water security program looks like and what it encompasses and our recommendations for you. And that will, of course, include MAR. I don't think we noted absolutely everything in this report, sorry.
Okay, and so we've got a good idea of, so we've got developed the water security strategic framework as a option in here. Do we plan to have as stakeholders that, the economic users of the water, the iwi?
Yeah, so that's everything that'll be coming to you in September as sort of the whole overview, how engagement will work, who we're going to bring in when, and also it ties in very strongly with that TRMP and freshwater planning review as well.
Thank you. That's good to hear. Cheers.
Thank you. Who was next on my list? Identify yourself. Isaac Hughes.
Yeah, my question's around the development contribution charges as well, just in relation to Larry's point. So what was the expense that was removed to create such a big reduction? The planned infrastructure expense?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know there were some changes in budgets. There were some slight decreases to some projects. There were changes to how some projects were funded, whether it was 100% development contributions, how some projects were split in terms of whether it's growth, whether it's maintain, whether it's increasing level of service, and that all kind of interacts to change that final development contribution number.
I think leading into that is, it kind of says that we do need almost a different kind of development contribution for separate areas, like with greenfield and infield development particularly, because I noticed when the paper was presented to us initially, Tarihiru had the bulk of the charges, yet those are being spread across the entire development charge for the region. And for me, I think there's probably places where we can handle existing new housing with little strain on existing infrastructure potentially, and should they have to pay the same development costs as someone that's creating a larger demand? That's kind of...
Yeah, I know this was discussed about in December, and it was decided that we'd look at this as part of a major review, and we haven't specifically noted it in here because I don't think it was something that came very strong through submissions, but that's another factor we'll look at as well. Do we change how we apportion the development contributions across
Because are there options to rate fund that? Because I know other councils don't have any development contributions, and we're particularly looking at housing shortage, and maybe 10 grand for mum and dad developer trying to subdivide the section could be a restrictive cost. Are there ways where we can justify saying, well, we're going to have an increase in our rating base? Can that cover it over 4 years?
There are options you can do in terms of targeted rates, but that's a whole review of your revenue and financing policy and the whole strategic framework as well.
Councillor Robinson, thank you.
The figure that was bandied around on the 20th of December was just 14,500 was the proposed new development contribution, and it's now dropped back to under 10, which is a significant drop. And it does worry me that whatever's dropped out of the system, I know you, Joe, you've given an explanation of the different bits of the jigsaw that have been rearranged, but it does concern me that the collective total value of what's been rearranged, I don't have any understanding of that. So I'm a little concerned that we're not going to drop the ball somewhere else because we've tried to get the development contribution down, but that's okay. You don't probably need to comment on it. My question is in relation to the next review of the Te Rāwhiti Piritahi policy for the third bullet point under 4. When is that due?
So that normally happens sort of on a 3-yearly cycle in line with the long-term plan.
So it's not going to be for a further 3 years?
As far as I know, unless the Māori responsiveness and engagement team wanted to bring that forward for some reason.
Well, I just see that it says it will be co-created with iwi Māori, whereas I thought, well, maybe it's coming up, but we're saying that we're currently in the cycle of creating
Yeah,
a policy.
so we've
we're not-
updated the policy for this long-term plan, and that was consulted on and engaged on, and that's the feedback that you've got in this report. If we followed kind of the usual cycle, it would be updated again for the next long-term plan, unless there was a pressing need and an organisational priority to look at it earlier.
Any more? Councillor Faulkner. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, the Tairāwhiti Resource Management Plan, everything we have talked about in this, actually pretty much all morning, hinges on getting that done smartly in a timely fashion. I know you've got a number of risks here in our paper around the spend more, do more option. But if we don't spend more and do more in this space and get it done quickly in a timely fashion, and 8 years seems like an awfully long time, and I know we talked about 10 years at one stage. I think, am I correct in thinking that we actually run the risk of holding up just about everything else as a result? Because there are a number of loopholes, fish hooks, things that have changed since this last was done that is now holding up development in our region.
There are, and we are looking to move fastest on those. So things we're looking to do first are that overall strategic framework in the regional policy statement, the sort of growth components, so the urban growth, infrastructure, housing supply, all those issues, looking at zoning, looking at subdivision rules, and then of course the freshwater planning as well, which is time bound from the national direction. So that's more than enough to keep us busy for the first 3 years. Even if you decided to sort of provide more money, I'm not sure realistically that we could gear up fast enough to spend more money. Just being totally honest, while more money is always nice, I think we are good, at least for the next 3 years, and then you'll be in a position to review for the next long-term plan. Hey, actually, can we go faster? Can we do more? Should we put more resource towards this?
Okay, Councillor Burdett, and then we move on to our last section before lunch.
Item 10.
Microphone, please, Uncle Bill.
Microphone so Josh can hear you.
Sorry. Treaty partner Te Rūnanga on Party Pro Trumpanui supports the spend more, do more option.
What page are you on, Bill?
Page 289, item
You're in
10.
the different report. You're in our next report. But you know what? Be the speaker of our first. Moving on to our next section.
Sorry, I apologise, Madam
Yep.
Chair.
So we're just going to thank Jo because that's not her. Jo, the next one. Oh, you've got questions of Jo? Yep. You'll be the first speaker in the next one.
Distress. And I will use the word procrastination that we've had around the managed aquifer recharge. That is so important to the district, and it is going to take pressure off other water supplies. It has been around for years. A number of industry have prepared to put money into it themselves, and we seem to find one reason after another to do something differently. And I see this has got 2024 beside it. I imagine we can't change that today, but I just do think we need to go a bit faster and actually accept. I mean, when iwi say they want to work with us, we work with them. When industry say they want to work with us, we procrastinate, and we need to be actually working harder with those who want to work with us across a whole gamut. I'll say in respect to the cycle lane, I didn't use that opportunity earlier. We don't want to create a third provider. We want to allow the Cycleway Trust to be an advocate, work with them over the plan, but surely we're not going to have them start talking about constructing cycleways. You know, we just need to focus our energies on making things happen with the dollars that we've got available. And I mean, this is, I'm saying 2024 for council's involvement in that MAR project and develop a charging policy. We've been talking in this organisation about developing a charging policy and working out how we might actually manage the process for at least 2 years. So please, can we actually focus some effort into areas where we really do want to see some progress? The same with reviewing the water and sanitary services. We're talking about doing that 27, 28.
And Joe, thanks so much for all the mahi in this space. With regard to the policy around significance and engagement, I'm always conscious of who aren't we listening to or engaging, who isn't in the space of engaged. And often we do raise from our youngest councillor youth, rangatahi, in particular, when I think of Cycleways future, can we do this better in respect to asking the future generation, what is it that they see for the region? So with our engagement policy, how is there ways we can do that? Well, we always say we can do better, of course. But yeah, I'm really aware that we don't often hear from, I guess, communities of interest that don't find this space accessible because of how they feel. Be it confidence to come and sit in a council meeting and share. So with regard to that space, how do we make that space better so that we do hear from all citizens that live in Tairāwhiti, be it they come from a range of low income, high income, in betweens?
I probably can't answer that right now, but it's something that weighs very heavily on our mind because we go out and engage with the community a lot on topics that will affect present and future generations, and it is really the key purpose of the Māori Responsiveness and Engagement Hub, and they are growing their capacity both to work with the community and to support us to go out and do our job better.
Sorry, I was going to ask Anita that question when she was there, and I didn't. I guess when I consider the communities of interest that I represent in here, you know, I know that there are a lot of people working with gangs, say, for example, gang communities that are working on meth issues, et cetera, et cetera. So when I think about us as a council ensuring, how do we network those? Obviously, you look at us as the person in the space, but I think just when I look at the overall long-term plan, there certainly are some voices that I think perhaps I could have done a better job of connecting us to, so that they were in the mix. But that is something for us to consider always, I guess. Thanks.
Okay, so we finished off that section, so we're moving to our last now. Am I correct? Yes, I am correct. So we move to our last section, councillors, which we will, after that, we will have lunch. We have then worked through our whole booklet, which is fantastic. And then after lunch, we will start with Pauline's presentation, and then we'll go back to each paper. So we're on page 286. So we're talking about livable communities. Thank you, Diane, for joining us. And that's page 286 to about 300, yeah. So it's that first bit. So let me just open up the topics. So first of all, the same amount of our preferred option on Wainaki, dunes and wild, oh my goodie, I need a drink. Wildlife connection, drink of water, I mean, a drink of water. Planting on Titirangi, Indigenous planting along the Waiapu. And then there's also the option or approves the spend do more option presented, which is then the more option, approves the existing budget for livable communities of for the Natural Heritage Fund, or approves the addition of 60k, which will take it up to 100. So there are two options there to choose out. And then just those noting the community facility strategy implementation, agreement with Gisborne Museum and Art Trust, street planting, and Itu Elgin's Port Gisborne Tairāwhiti. So I'm opening up these discussions for now. Thank you, Diane, for joining us. So the first bits are just do the same as what we said in our documentation. So everyone happy with that? So then the two options is 2, which talks about the Natural Heritage Fund, which is either 40k per annum or 60k, which takes it up to 100k a year. Councillor Seymour.
I'd just like to speak to a couple of things in this area. A number of submitters suggested that we were not doing anything like as much as we should be doing in the biodiversity space, and others suggested we were rather focusing on one or two areas at the exclusion of the rest of the district. I would suggest that we do increase the Indigenous, beg your pardon, the Wainaki, I beg your pardon, the 60k to natural heritage. I would like to see us, that's 2B on page 287, that should be increased to 200k, which is 160k. A huge amount can be achieved by a wider group of private landowners, because that's what that's about, making application to that fund. And we already have seen over the last 5 or 6 years that we've had a small amount of money in that fund. And I would promote that it comes from the Wainaki Transformation Project. I mean, that is a gross amount of money. In the budget, it's $2.687 million for this coming year. It won't even miss 160,000. So we could take 160,000 from the Wainaki Transformation Project and put it into the Natural Heritage Fund. It would be good if we had some funding for June planting, which most other regional councils do and do quite effectively. That's not a huge amount of money, where you encourage landowners with property adjacent or communities adjacent to our dunes. We did do it about 3 or 4 years ago, but then got poor and didn't buy any plants again. So it's those two particular areas. I do think we need to be doing more in our biodiversity and biosecurity space, but those two will pick up some of that. We need to be doing more in pest control, but it could be managed better out of the projects that we've got. And I can't see that we can put more money into it at the moment. But I'd like to have a conversation about how we use the money that is in pest control, because particularly pastoral farming pays a substantial amount of money towards pest control, and they're not objecting to it, but it would just be good to see that it was a benefit across the wider district. Thank you. So I will be promoting those 2 points. Respond.
Thank you for that, Councillor Seymour. So, through your worship, just in terms of the reduction in Wainaki, because there were 2 submitters that did propose that, what we outlined for you in option 1 on 295 was that we haven't recommended that as an option, given the negative implications that that would have in the funding commitments we've made to external grant holders. So the issue that we have is that by reducing that amount, we put at risk the almost $5 million of external grants that we have received, because we have outlined the commitment based on years 1, 2 and 3 that were projected in our long-term plan. So for the sake of 160, we may be putting at risk $5 million.
Well, supplementary to Madam Chair, how can we make commitments on something that we haven't reached agreement on? So a commitment has been made in advance of this LTP to someone outside of the organisation, and yet we have an obligation to our ratepayers to get the best value for their money.
For your worship, so we projected these and provided the information to you earlier in the year, so we were basing it on that information. So, I mean, ultimately it's the risk that you choose in terms of we've laid it out, $5 million on the table. We've put years 1, 2 and 3. It's our contribution to that. So our recommendation was not to reduce the quantum. We can look at it when we move out to year 4, once we get a better sense on the costs as we go through. But for years 1, 2 and 3, they get, they're pretty much locked into those numbers that we've put forward to them. So that's a risk.
Thank you for that. I'm sure the Chief Executive appreciate that entirely, and we wouldn't want to put $5 million at risk. But some of us have consistently said that is an excessive amount of ratepayers' money that's going into one project. We are absolutely ignoring the Okatu, and I've mentioned that to Ms Sutherland, the Okatu headland where weeds are spreading, and yet private funding actually cleared weeds off the Okatu Makarori headland. So we are not treating all of our reserves equally at the moment. And several people, quite knowledgeable people, came in here and submitted against the work that, suggesting we do better in our biodiversity and biosecurity space. So I'd like to see that fund move to 200,000. So if the chief executive or the finance controller can tell us later where she can find that money from, but clearly we don't want to increase the rates too much more.
Thank you for that.
But it is work that needs to be done in our region.
Councillor Faulkner is next, and then Councillor Gregory.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just following on from Councillor Seymour, I think we are running a very high risk right now of dropping the ball as a region around pest animal control. We rely very heavily as a region on pastoral farming income, and the risk of I think I'm stealing somebody else's thunder here. I think it was Councillor Warsnop said a couple of meetings ago that we are now running possum club med in this region. I don't know when the last time was that, in fact, I don't know any farmers that have recently seen a pest destruction team on farm. Now we're charging for this, but there's been no delivery of the service. It keeps coming up time and time again. We've got rural ratepayers paying for things they're just not seeing. So we've got to be having these conversations. We're charging dog registrations for effectively no service. We're now charging pest destruction rates for no service. We can't keep doing this.
Councillor Gregory, do you want to, Dion, do you want to?
Kia ora, through you, Madam Chair. So in regards to the biosecurity team and the animal control, plant pest and animal pest control work, we did have some vacancies earlier in this financial year. We are at a full team now and a full complement of staff, and we understand that there is work happening with private landowners. There is always the ability to do more, which is part of the paper that is put in front of you. But we do recognise it's an area of work where more staff would be of assistance, and certainly more funding as well.
Supplementary, no one's asking for more staff, more funding. We're actually asking for the funding for which landowners are rated be used for the task that it's been rated for. And surely, even if you have vacant, this is what bugged me always about council rates. We rate for the optimum, and clearly council officers can do little apart from that. But we hear about vacancies in resource consents, vacancies in monitoring consents, vacancies in biosecurity. All of that money has been taken from the ratepayers last year to enable council to budget to do that work. So it's sunk in a hole somewhere in here, potentially being used for something other than what it was rated for, or else it's a reserve. So why can't we then go out and employ on contract a couple of guys to do a bit more pest control? If it was private money or one's own money, that's exactly what would be done.
Pauline, thank you.
For your worship, there's a couple of things that's in there. We rate for what we're going to do or the expenditure we have. So for argument's sake, if people wanted to have their grass berms mowed, we would have to have additional ratepayers costs. So in terms of the pests and plants, for what we do, that is what we rate for. We don't rate for more that we could do with regards to the service. In terms of vacancies, as we've mentioned before, rather than rating for it twice and it's identified that it wasn't at that particular point in time filled, we transfer it to a special funds reserve, and then we moderate so the impacts of rates in the following year, if they are needed for that service, is reduced. So we do adjust for things that that have been rated for, and they're going to be continued to need to be rated for in the future.
It's not very obvious that it's been adjusted when you look at the quantum of rate that's going up, especially on council properties or any property.
Microphone, please.
Microphone.
I want to make the point that it's not obvious from the volume in the back of our doc, and I just want to make the point that of course we've got to rate for it in the beginning, but ideally we should try to use it, and there isn't a lot of evidence that the reserves are benefiting this coming year. But that's no different to any other year.
Thank you. Councillor Gregory.
Thank you. I just would like to support Councillor Seymour with an increase on that Natural Heritage Fund, because we've seen evidence that that works, working with the landowner in charge. But also, I've got listening to a couple of submitters with regards to the deer at Wainaki. Is there, they're shooting goats. Well, there's absolutely no point if you're going to let the deer come in and eat the things. Is there a plan to properly get rid of those browsing animals?
So the work at Wainaki does include the ground-based animal and plant pest work. We're starting with goats and possums, and deer work is part of that work program.
Is it complete eradication of deer or just reducing the numbers? Because that's the crunch.
It is a management approach. I wouldn't be able to ascertain whether it would be complete eradication at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour, can we give someone else the opportunity to speak? Councillor Robinson.
I also, too, having listened to the submitters, support increasing the Natural Heritage Fund, and Madam CEO has confirmed that there's other funding at risk if we were to take from that pot. I do note on page 289, paragraph 5
page 200
and 89 that an increase to debt fund, for example, that point there referred to, 1.2 million, would it be a 0.2 increase? So by my maths, if we were to increase the Natural Heritage Fund by, say, 120,000, which is nearer to the amount Councillor Seymour spoke about, that would be a 0.02% increase in rates, which surely no one's going to gag on that. So let's, because it was really clear, I thought, if everyone was listening when those submitters were making their submissions, the bang for buck by increasing the Natural Heritage Fund was many-fold and was a wise investment. And I really strongly support increasing it. And if we have to debt fund that, I would do that happily.
Thank you for that. Yes, councillor sitting next to me.
Thank you, through your worship. Just to keep in mind that while there was support for increasing the Natural Heritage Fund and we provided you an option, the uptake of that is quite low. So even though there's a $40,000 fund available currently, I think we only get to about 33,000 of that. So I would suggest if you go down that pathway and it passes in terms of the resolution to increase, should be looking at the eligibility rules around the Heritage Fund as to why it's not being picked up like it could be.
So supplementary, absolutely. If we're not marketing the pot well, we need to do better marketing.
Councillor Seymour, how am I going to control you today? Bill Burdett.
Thank you. Should be on page 289.
Microphone.
Item 10.
Otherwise Josh can't hear us.
I see Kerry's just arrived, so it's appropriate I need him to answer some questions. Treaty partner, Runanganui o Ngāti Porou, Trump Nui, supports the spend more, do more option, specifically referring to more required for the Waipu catchment plan than 320,000 K currently provided, and suggested that the council was not adequately implementing its regional pest management plan or well enough resource to work with iwi to do better manage biodiversity. Firstly, my question, well, I don't know whether it's to Kerry or the CEO, is that all part of the JMA budget?
So through your worship, if I just comment on the Waipu catchment plan, there's a lot of work that's happening in that space. In fact, we're waiting for whether or not we're going to be successful in our grant funding. As you'll be aware of, there's a massive grant application in front of the powers that be at this moment. So that would up the financial contribution. What their concern is around the boots on the ground and the expertise. And there is only, as you know, like one Kerry at the moment that has been supporting them. So that's something that we're looking at increasing our capacity in to be able to support that part. I can't comment on the regional pest management plan though, maybe that's
Kerry, oh, you're standing up. Kerry, do you want to respond? Thank you.
We have the updated pest management plan coming through next week meeting. So that's for this year, which is almost over, and next year. We've had our staff numbers biosecurity back to a level we can deal with our requirements throughout the district. So that occurred midway through last year. So we're back to a full complement of people, and we are on a very good catch up of where we should be on that. So I think we're in a far better space than we were not so long ago, and we're catching up quite nicely on that with the pest management.
Thank you for that. Supplementary. Don't look down into the floor, Dave. The perennial question of those dollars. What on earth's gonna, it's 7 years now.
Well, no LTP discussion will be complete without discussing the dollars.
You know, I think, this is me personally, and as I said, supplementary, surely the dollars should be in the river before we put any natives and continue the planting up to the confluence. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong. But where we're at with the dollars is we have provided them as part of a council contribution towards a wider funding bid through MPI as part of the joint management group up there. So they would be the council contribution, and we're asking MPI to assist us with putting them at strategic sites in the river. So we're dependent on that funding to do that. The two initial attempts we had at that were unsuccessful. But hopefully this next one, as CEO mentioned, is still being considered. We may get some traction on that, but they would be able to install them at no further cost to the council. The contribution the Ruatoria communities put into that is our contribution to getting that progressed. So transporting them, getting them in place is a cost we're asking to have paid.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Any questions? Councillor Dowsing and then Councillor Worsnop. Microphone, Bill.
Thank you. I support the increases discussed here around spend more, do more, as well as the Natural Heritage Fund, and as suggested by Councillor Seymour, I'd support it being increased above what's in the document. For me, this is where we see the nice to haves versus what we really should be focused on. And when I consider the energy, hours spent, and quantum of cost that sits along the community facilities strategy, and the hundreds of staff hours that have gone into just the original development of that, the spend on consultants to deliver a delivery strategy. I'm not saying it's a bad piece of work by any means, and it's something we need, but when you put that into the context of shall we approve 60K more for natural heritage versus should we spend several $100 million on community facilities, I don't think we've got our focus heavy enough into what actual biodiversity, what our requirements will be around pest management and becoming pest free. And so I'm cautious that this budget hasn't captured the desire to make big strides into improvement in biodiversity, and to sort of put Councillor Seymour's point home before, a managed strategy around deer control doesn't even say that it's a managed reduction in numbers. It's just a managed strategy. You might be managing to leave them there. So for me, this is, yes, spend more, do more, but I'd like to see a significant piece of work in a biodiversity strategy that is of the equivalent scale of what we've done in community facilities. We need to be We need to turn our focus to this, not to potential walkways on riverbanks. As I say, I'd rather improve the riverbank. That's just my view on this particular piece.
Thank you for that. Someone else had their hand up, Councillor Worsnop.
On page 290, I just really want to highlight that catchments and biodiversities, the activity covers biosecurity, biodiversity and land management. And that's not the balance that we see reflected in where the budget's going. Basically, land management is a bit of a poor cousin in this budget. And, we're an enormous region, absolutely huge. We've got something like 300,000+ hectares of existing bush in this region, the vast majority of which, as we heard from the Department of Conservation guy, has no protection at all. DOC do their very best with the very limited budget that they've got. There's also $360,000 of private land that is being protected by landowners with the best resources that they've got. That's not to mention the 160,000 that's in forestry. With this responsibility comes the expectation that we will partner with them to deliver biodiversity outcomes. Not that we'll just have our own project and some little ones on the side. The fact that we're trying to essentially spend the bulk of our money in our own patch, I think is a bit of an indictment on us, frankly. I hear that we're sort of locked in for up to year 3. That comes as a bit of a shock to me. I had not anticipated that. However, I do think we should be looking very seriously at from year 4 onwards, whether the advice of some very knowledgeable people who sat here and talked to us, one of which has actually worked inside this organisation previously, they understand how much bang we can get for our buck region-wide if we just work smarter instead of being quite so introverted in our thinking. I don't dispute for a second that there will be awesome outcomes from this project. It's going to be comparable with probably Waikiri in 50 years' time. The problem is, even if we do nothing except control the pine trees, in 50 years' time, that will be the same outcome. You're not going to know that we sped it up by 20 years. Comparatively speaking, at the moment, we've got bush that is degrading and getting worse and worse and not regenerating at all. The reason we've not got huge uptake on the Natural Heritage Fund as it stands is because almost every project you would try to do on a farm would be $20,000 plus. So there's almost no chance of you getting any money because the sheer amounts required to do the kind of work that needs to happen is huge. And we talk about putting at risk 50% of that budget. Almost every landowner grant scheme in the country that I know of is in 50-50 split. So anything we do is going to be matched by either landowners or the government anyway. So whether it's in this project or something else, we don't necessarily risk being able to partner. The partnership opportunities in biodiversity are enormous. We just need to do it smarter.
Thank you for that, Pauline. Just wanted to respond to something that you said early on.
There was a question that there was a knowledgeable person from the staff that gave the previous, doesn't work in here. No, I was getting the modelling from that, and at that time it was very much in its infancy. The knowledge that we actually had moved significantly on from that time when they were collating that information, and the difference from when they were first considering it to the end was chalk and cheese. And so what we've got now is fairly robust modelling. He also was not taking into account a lot of the other things that has been within the new plan.
The DOC submission obviously didn't come from within this organisation, and his view was that you'd pest control something like 80,000 hectares with the same amount of money. So I think the theme broadly is that you can get a lot more for your money if you try to, which is the point I'm trying to make. That it needs to come back to us, I think, even if it takes 3 years. We need to, it's beholden on us as people around the governance table to understand fully what we're getting for the money that we're spending that isn't ours. that's a responsibility that we have. Just because it's a great project and it feels good doesn't absolve us of governance responsibility. But just lastly, the netball centre, can we please resolve for them some certainty around whether or not they can go ahead and do their resurfacing?
Okay, did you want to respond?
Through you, Madam Chair. So firstly, just in regards to Waineke, you're quite right in the fact that we will be reviewing where we're at in 3 years' time. I think it's really important to take into account that one of the key submitters that you're referring to did not think that we should reinvest money elsewhere. He thought Waineke was an amazing outcome. And there is something from a science basis which gives you more biodiversity outputs than which is establishing a new forest at that scale than investing into small pockets throughout and across the district. So that's from a biodiversity perspective, but also this major project has treaty partnership outcomes that we're looking at, has sustainable employment and career growth pathway opportunities as one of the outcomes. And the way that this project is set up, there is no fat within the project. The GDC contribution is working towards outcomes that can't be achieved with external funding. So this is the gap that is required to be funded by us to enable that $5 million of funding, which is more than we are contributing so we're contributing roughly a 30% input. The forestry return is a 30% input, and then the grant funding is a 30% input. But you're right, in 3 years' time, we will have delivered some of our science work streams, which will enable us to have greater certainty for a 200 to 300 hectare reversion project, whether we can then draw back some of that investment and enable natural reversion to occur, or to what level we need to continue to support outcomes that will enable grant funding to fast track the process. So I do understand what you're saying. I think it is a really smart model, and we've heard that from other submitters that it is a smart approach. And next 3 years is going to be really telling about how we deliver along those work streams. If I could just then also talk to the netball court early win project. So that won't be funded through council funds, but we have provided a letter of support that enables them to get funding through Trust Tairāwhiti, which is looking really promising.
Can I just ask one practical question?
Yes.
From what Ms Sutherland just said. Is the budget for Waineke is 17 million in this 10-year plan. So if we're all, or a number are seriously saying, can we look at it after year 3, since that's the excuse that's been given, is it possible at this point, and I suppose it's directed to Ms Foreman, to reduce the 1.6 and then 1.8 going forward? If we have to stick with the 3 years now, can we reduce that so we're sending a signal that we actually believe in another way of working?
Through worship, why we said there was 3 years, and it's always been the adoption of this project. We said straight away, we don't know what the full costs will be because it's an unknown and of the extent of it. But what we said was that after 2 years of replanting from the harvesting, how well it goes, we'll be able to get a reassessment of what the true costs are. In terms of this, you don't impact the rates or anything until the loan is the following year. And the other part of this is we are harvesting with JNL, and we have got forest that is being cut now. We have to have a plan of what is going to go with, in those places. And so you can't basically reinstate from years 4 until you actually come and see how well the project is going.
Thank you. 2 points in that. And Ms Sutherland's explanation a moment ago was 3-way, ourselves, the forestry, and the external funding. You're just capturing that then to say that our funding is the forestry funding. That's not, I think it's a misrepresentation, because at the end of the day, those who've been around this table longer know that that forest was planted to give a return to the ratepayers to reduce the rates, not to then, and we lost the argument at the time, we lost the argument that it would go into palm oil, but the forest was there to reduce the rates, and we've lost that completely, and what we're doing is adding to the rates in an inordinate amount, but that's fine, I hear what you say.
Thank you. Akuhata Brown, Mrs. Akuhata Brown,
Thank you.
Councillor Akuhata Brown.
Yeah, obviously, I too agree with this this real priority to consider more spend, and because when I look at our whole sheet of our visions, etc., biodiversity, it's absolutely behoves us as a region, because for the future, for us as a whole now, but yeah, the future of this region. So I totally endorse and support us working harder and faster and smarter in respect to this. So thank you, staff, for the reports in hand. But yeah, it's absolutely prudent that we consider our region's future, because there's so much that can come out of biodiversity, be it employment and a whole host of wins respect to climate change, and I guess all things to do with our place, our tairawhiti, being proud of our taiao, protecting it, etc. So thanks for that. My little small question and batting for the little people in respect to the community facilities, recreation and amenity, is in option 2, the playground. It notes that council does not have neighbourhood reserve land. I thought Blackpool Street, that was ours, that reserve in that space. Is that not ours?
That is ours. Oh, sorry, through you, Madam Chair. That is ours. And we do have play equipment on it, more for the older children. But the area that Etu Algan is referring to is more around the airport area. So we've done quite a bit of work in that space and looked at mesh block and the demographics of the community and the age group of children previously. They will be a lot older now than when we first did that work. It is a real difficulty, a real challenge to find open space that is that applies itself well for that neighbourhood park function. We did look at Rugby Park. We looked at open space near the airport. We looked at NZ Rail land on Burrell Street. Unfortunately, it was under major power lines and by the railway line, but we found ways to potentially mitigate that. We also looked at shared assets at either Cobham or Algan School. Cobham School was better located, particularly if it had, safe crossing, which is certainly available during school hours, or before school and after school. So there has been a lot of work done in that space. I think there's some other opportunities that we can explore in partnership with Sport Gisborne Tairawhiti as well with Etu Algan about activating some of those open spaces without necessarily needing to own them, although I understand that that's obviously not quite the outcome that Etu Algan is thinking of at this point.
Thanks, yeah, and I guess I want to endorse that. Yeah, we do as much in all those smaller spaces like our Kaitis and our Algans, they feel part of the whole. So thanks for the work that's going on in that space. Kia ora.
Okay, any more questions in regards to this last section? Not? Hallelujah, it is lunchtime. 10 to 1. Thank you so much, Bian, Kiri, Paul. So we will come back at 1:30. Is that good for everyone? 1:30. Josh is there, his camera is just turned off.
My camera is on, it's just that
Okay,
you
so
can't
we've
see me because of the PowerPoint
blocked
presentation.
you.
Yeah.
This was what Pauline sent out in the email to you, Pat. So what Pauline will be talking about now is the presentation with, if we include X, this happens to rates. If we delete that one, this happens to rates. Because like I said in the beginning, we are here to compromise today because we cannot do everything except if we put up the rates way more than what we want to. So I want everyone to be mindful, listen. If you can, keep your questions to the end, and then Pauline will open it up for questions, and it will be an open discussion, and you can ask whatever you want to ask. Just give Pauline the opportunity to go through this presentation, and then those big sheets that Heather are handing out will be the ones that are the last 2 slides. Thank you, Pauline.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is going to be in 2 parts. This part is, the first part of the presentation is going to be static, meaning it's going to be on the slides and it's not being able to be changed. I will have to move over to the other area where I can get a sort of the model to be able to say, okay, if you do this, what does it do? What does this do? So in the first part of that, what you've got in front of you is, and Josh, I'm sorry you haven't got it in front of you, but well, I'll go to the thing so you can see.
No, I do. Heather sent it through to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's this slide, but we've also got a bit of it written in front of us. Now, what this is, these were the main options that was considered within the paper. And in terms of it, there was some of the preferred has been identified as yes, but that's just for you to see what are the impacts if we do the yes. And what it comes through, the ones that are no, there will be no impacts, but the graphs over to the right say, yeah, if all of those yeses, this is what it adds up to be. So just as you say, for argument's sake, is the Tarahuru walking and cycling, which is in the LTP at the moment of about 7.3 million, but it is all external funding. So in this option is considering we pay the local share with it. The second one was the Uawa, and in this particular case it's 270 spread over 2 years for the funding.
And that's all debt funded. The first and the second option.
The first one has got some, I'll go through it, but there are some operational costs, but it's mostly debt. Yep. The second one is operational because it's a grant, we don't own the asset. And then similarly, we go through all the other ones, what they are and what pages they were, and what were the impacts if we do that. And as Worship had mentioned, if we do all of those yeses that we've actually got in that particular scenario, we're over the 6.5% threshold for the financial strategy in year 1. Debt itself, and those particularly, we can say we can get closer at 2026 to our threshold that we have chosen, which was 130%. So that shows we are under it and we can do it, but that's the kind of the threshold. So it will be interactive as we go through the process, but I'll take you through the individual projects one by one and saying all the others are no, but this is yes. So you can see the individual impact, and then you can choose, okay, what about this option with this option, and what is the cumulative impact?
We have barely started and the hands are up. Larry, go first and then Pat. Thank you.
Okay, the graph says the LTP, draft LTP, 5.27%. And yet we've got 2.2% for the city ratepayers on average. So it doesn't tell me much, I'm afraid.
Well, why don't you listen to the presentation and then we see if what Pauline shares with us.
Isn't the draft LTP excluding growth what?
So I'll just go back to the original financial strategy. In the financial strategy, we state what is the total amount of rates that we need to collect from the previous year. So this is not looking at individual ratepayers. This is looking at what council needs to have to do their work. So the financial strategy at a higher level,
Yeah.
but we know that the impacts on individual rates will be depending on the services that you receive or whatever the cost of those activities are going up. So this is the financial strategy. This is the big level. So
It's not the proportionate, I understand that, but it's, yeah, okay. No.
Pat, did you have a question?
Yes, I just did want to make an observation. So in management coming to producing this, you've not taken the initiative suggesting that we took money off everything, because this all looks like add-ons to me. You've not said it, you haven't used your management role to provide some confidence.
No, so it's going right back to when we presented you with all the options and the different scenarios around what 10% or 12% looks like and what 6.5% looks like, and anything below that we're cutting into levels of service. So no, we did not. And if you want us to go there, then that's a conversation around what levels of service you want us to cut.
Okay, any more questions before Pauline? Go, Kerry.
Just, why do we have air quality all at once as a yes? Did we say that? Or was I asleep?
It's interactive. So let's listen to the presentation and then Pauline will get
you
there.
can choose. If the option, it's an example. So if you can choose to say, no, it's not all at once, we want it one per year. So
Okay, no more questions.
So it's,
Thank
it
you.
allows you to give you a little bit of
Far out.
flexibility and the different things with it. So in terms of this, it's just to give you what's the indication of the rates increases and what are the debt movements associated with some of those recommendations. It's also got some of the known costs that have occurred from the draft, which was identified at December, that have changed. So for argument's sake, the DHB is no longer part of our costs for elections, and therefore that means we've got higher costs associated with that. But the option there here is only those within the report. So if you go something completely outside of that, I can't be that interactive. It will take a little bit more time. So this is the options within that, considering that and how we go through. But in the first part of this presentation, because I then have to move over to there to do the interactive, and you can give me what you want, I am doing the static version of the presentation. So as I said to you before, that's your, this is your menu, if you like, for your options, choosing how we do it, and just you can keep on referring to that, to whatever that is when we do the other changes, but that's basically it. Gives you the reference to where it is in the report. And this is all those yeses that are on there. This is the impacts that it would have. You've got the blue, which is the draft LTP. You've got the green, what it would go to, and the red is obviously our financial strategy rates increase limits, which is 6.5 for the first 3 years and then 5% thereafter.
Yes, Pat, please use your microphone or Josh can't hear you.
One further question. If I look at pages, what's referred to 21 to 76, I mean, we all move ahead. You're saying yes to 5 new FTEs and no to 3. And yet I think what we heard around the table was yes to 3 and no to 5. And how can, so is that's what's shown? You've shown the 5 FTEs in a graph or otherwise?
No, so remember I had to prepare this last night and the discussions.
I thought you prepared it at lunchtime.
No.
Yesterday afternoon.
No, I'm not that, no, I cannot that fast. So it's prepared based on those sort of things within the report. And so bear in mind, this can be changed when we get to interactive stages. This was indicative if we chose those things. You can choose to say no to the whole lot, or you can say yes. What does it do to that?
I thought that makes sense.
Okay, Pauline.
And again, when you do that, whatever the changes, what are the impacts to the debt? And what is it, where the green, which is what does it move to? And the red line is 130%. That's our threshold of revenue. That other mid-line and the coloured line is actually what is the actual revenue to debt as it goes through. It gets lower as we go down to the outer years of the long-term plan as we're paying back debt quicker. Right. So now this is going to be a little bit difficult. I hope you can see it as such. But this is, if you can see it in graphical form anyway. In terms of it, this is the walking and cycling. So the walking and cycling option is basically minimal increases in rates. If you look at it, it goes slightly over the 6.52 in the second year. And this is just this one in itself. This is just this impact of it. This is the one where the debt moves a little bit more because this is the biggest debt for all the options that we've shown of 2.5 in it. In the next option, we talk about Uawa. We can see that because it's operational costs and it's spread over the 2 years, it can be paid in 13 months, but it is spread over 2 years for the assumptions in this. It goes up from a 5.3% to a 5.7%, and then it drops down in 24 because it's only for 2 years and it comes off. There's no impacts to debt.
Microphone, please.
Microphone.
A 0.5% increase in that figure for $270,000. So those
one's debt, one's loans, which has less of an impact than actually operational costs. Operational costs is a direct impact on rates.
That's the Uawa would be.
We don't own it, so it's a grant. So in this one, it is saying we're doing also 100K per annum operational, but our share would be the fire rate, which is 32%. You can see it is a slight impact in rates, but not much. And this one is more biodiversity. The consultation says do more in years 4 to 10. And that's the actual impacts that goes up. And if we say we want to do it from year 1, which is what we're starting to see that some of the submissions say we need to do more sooner, we see the impacts of year 1 goes up to 5.7, 5% thereafter. This one, the Camera Trust, it's a minimal increase, but you can just see it's a slight movement from 5.3 to minimum.
Over 5.5%. I'm assuming that's the average rates increase. I thought our average rates increase was 6.5%.
No, that's our threshold.
So cap.
We can't go above that. That's our strategy says we can't, and it's not average, it's what we've collected from the previous year. It's our total rates increases as council needs to collect from the previous year, not an average.
So that's a buffer. We cannot go high. We decided 6.5 is the absolute highest for the first 3 years, but we have decreased it to 5.3.
In this particular option, it's the more regular staff of 5 FTE, and it goes up to the first year is 6.2%. And because you go up in the first year, it will have that higher threshold on the way along. And if you take 3 FTEs, it goes up to, and I can't read it, it's 5.8, 5.8, or was it?
8.5,
yeah, fair enough, closer to that. The next one is the air quality, 1 per year is one of the options, and that is a slight increase in rates, etc. And if we do it all at once, we have a greater impact. And why I've got debt is because we've got them all at once. That's a debt straight off coming up from there. Moved slightly, not much. You can't see bars moving, but it has moved a little bit. So it's not significant, but it will have a little bit of impact on debt. Townships, you can see do more for that one alone is basically within your overall thresholds for your rates, revenue increases. And this one was the 100K that this particular one is talking about is not additional funds, it's just 100. So it's an extra 60K in that particular example.
Pauline, can you go back to townships? Didn't we say that's it, $3.1 million more?
In terms of debt.
So it will increase, so what you're saying, it's not going to really increase our rates, it will increase our
debt over
Okay.
the 10 years.
Good, thank you.
So now I have to go over it in the other things, and that's where you can have the discussion about what do you want to choose to get it set up, or unless you've got particular.
Oh, just a quick question. Is there, because obviously with the more staff regulatory 5 FTA goes up the first year, is there a cumulative like modelling? Because obviously that'll carry on. And so in say 10 years, our total rates intake would have been out for an extra say 8 mil for that? Or 6 mil?
You would have 3 mil. We would be additional 3 mil over the 10 years. So
isn't it 570 per year?
Yeah, so 10 years you collect that much more than what you had before. You just got to, yeah.
And just for clarity, each one of those is only the individual percentage that the item goes up, not the cumulative. If we agree to 5, it's 15, 5%.
That's true.
So it's, it's misleading. It's not saying that's, I mean, it's one piece of information in the picture, but it's not the picture.
No, the overall impacts, whatever that you do, and if it goes throughout the 10 years, then you've got a higher level of rates throughout that period. Yeah. So I'll go over to that other.
We've gone up to 7.06. Is that cumulative of all of us saying yes to all of those things?
Yes.
No.
So where it says in that little table, it goes yes for the first 3,
Yeah.
and it goes no, yes, yes, yes,
Yeah.
no, no, yes, yes, yes. That is what it's a cumulative of all of those yeses.
Yeah, so that 7% is cumulative of all of those.
Yes,
yeses.
yes.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a comment on the forecast rates increases in our financial strategy, and it's something to think on here. Is that, for example, if we collect 60 million in rates and we wanted to increase just roading by $6 million, it would be, right? So let's say we determined that there was the need to increase roading by $6 million per year because that was what the demand included. Then you would see a 10% increase on these rates just to achieve that, right? It doesn't give you any perspective as to who is paying those rates or why they're being paid. So when we look at this rates increase, we know that there are several areas where there's not very big increases at all. And it's only looking like it's breaking a red line because it's our mandatory red line that we've put in place, red line that we've put in place to make sure we have some good feels. But it doesn't actually mean anything to those who are paying. It's not in reference to those who are paying. It's just in reference to the total quantum we're collecting. And so forecast debt is important. The increases are important, but in relation to who we're collecting them from, and then it's about what we're achieving with it more so than if we're breaching a cap.
Can I just add to that? That's a really good point, I think, because there's already swags of people who are more than the 6.5 across the various sectors. So for them, that number means nothing. So that's exactly right. It's just a mental thing that we've committed to on average. Individuals are well at either side of that.
Larry.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying too, because at the end of the day, the 5.27 doesn't mean anything until it's apportioned to residential 2.2 and whatever. So it'd be nice to be able to apportion the increase, and then we can see the complete picture. I mean, I don't know if that's easy, but you know, when we're looking at this, it's going to be really hard to approve because you don't know what who the beneficiaries of the increase is going to be. You know, whether it's going to be bigger in the rural area than the city or what, you know. So it's really just pie in the sky stuff, really, isn't it? I mean,
it's not pie in the sky stuff, it's high level stuff where we're not here discussing every individual sector. At this stage, we're talking about the rates take, which is 5.3%. So I hear what you're saying, but we can't expect staff to drill down into every discussion we have all the information in regards to every sector we want to cover. Then we change our mind and now they need detailed information again. So I do think we need to be realistic with what we are asking here today.
So is it possible with debt? So what pool, if it comes out of the general rate, then that's easier to say, look, it's going to lift across the board by
Yes.
da 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 da.
And Pauline
Right?
will give us that information if we give her the opportunity to finish.
Cool.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask now is that we listen to Pauline. Please do not have side discussions. Aside from the fact that it drives me nuts, no one else can hear what's going on. So please just focus, let one person speak, and then we'll have more than enough opportunity to ask questions. We have more than enough time. So relax, give Pauline the time to talk to us, and then we will allow more than enough time for questions.
So this is where I can change it, and I can have a look, have a little bit of look. I'll probably go on to I've got a presentation that comes through. If you see it better there, I can switch views, okay? So just let me know if the other one's too hard to look at. So in the first one is the tauruhiru. So it's whether you wish to include that. It's so as you can, as we go through. Is that yes?
So, okay, is that a yes? People? Is there any nuance or is it just the whole option or nothing?
That's all that was presented to you.
What's that, Pauline? I didn't hear your comment.
So the presented in the papers was the option to do more for local share or not. So as I said to you before, with this part of this presentation, if you start to come up with another option, you're not going to be able to see the modelling of it.
So what you're saying now is if we say yes to this now,
Yes.
that goes into your modelling. Then we move on to the next one and we make a decision. Once we've done them all, we can then see where we've landed and go back then and address issues again. So what we're doing now is going down this list, seeing where we land. So it's like a half voting. I now need your opinion. Once Pauline has filled it in, it will show us with what we've decided where we've landed. Then it's an iterative process where we then work through until we land in a place where we are semi-comfortable with. Kapish? What's the issue? What is worrying you with the process? Because I just want to make sure everyone is comfortable with what we're doing. And just use microphones because otherwise Josh can't hear us.
For me, if it's the full quantum, then it's maybe no. But if it's something in the middle, then it's yes. So
that is part of the iterative. Once
so
we
I don't know
gone,
what to say first.
Okay, so just go with the flow for now. We will do lots of iterative where we then can say we don't want to put in the full amount. What if we only put in the smaller amount? I won't. Larry.
So as we go through each one, can we go back to the original graph that showed the implication of each one rather than having the combination of the lot on the side? Because it's, you know, what we're voting on is the impact that it has on that one issue. But you know, the graph on the right does not signify that. That's the combination of the lot. You had the graphs before.
Would it be better, Madam Chair, if we just had a show of hands on each one and we don't have to have a debate?
Thank you for that, Pat. Okay, councillors. So I just want to say something to you. We are very lucky. I watched Hastings District Council online last night, something came up. You know, when they vote, they have to stand up. So they say, all vote yes. And then the ones that vote yes, stand up. And then all that vote no, stand up. And then abstain, stand up. So don't let me do that. Okay, we are going to the Taruhiru River Walkway and cycling. This is a loose voting. Who vote yes to include it? Hands up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Josh, how did you vote? You will need to text me or be on the phone with me.
I'll message you now.
Okay, just vote. Just say out loud. Do you vote yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's 8. So that is in for now. Walking and cycling Uawa. Who votes for that? Everyone. Walking and cycling the 100K per annum to connect everything up. That's everyone. Josh, I assume that's you as well. More biodiversity consultation, 4 to 10 years. What's that about?
I'll just confirm that. Consultation issue, always said that there was an issue with rates affordability, well, rates increases from year 1 and 2, 3. So in order to do the consultation issue said, we can do more biodiversity, but from years 4 to 10. That was the consultation issue. So there are 2 options there, based on some of their feedbacks, is should we do what the consultation issue says, not to year 4, or should we bring that forward and do it from year 1? So you are choosing on that particular one, it is, you can see where there's A's and B's, it's either or, not and.
And you can see on your page numbers there, if you want to quickly flick to page 287.
But just so I'm clear, is that the other option and then there's another option?
B, 3B, where you've got A's and B's, there is other options. So yes, you can do more biodiversity for the same amount from years 1, as opposed to only from years 4 to 10, which is said in the consultation. Hold on. You're talking 150, 154, 158 for the B option, and then that comes in at 161 from years 2025, year 4.
So Pauline, just to clarify for myself, if we're on page 287 and we look at number 1, it's those 4 options, then it says all. Is that the all which you are now talking about? 1B on page 287. So page 287 in the recommendations, it says spend the same. So that's what we said for biodiversity, dunes, planting and titirangi. And then that or, is that what you're talking about now, adding?
It's B, 1B.
What's that, Pauline?
1B is actually 3A.
So I am correct. Well, it's not that natural heritage. I'm talking about this. 1B, approve the spend, do more. So 1B on page 287 is that line that Pauline has now got in green. Is that correct? Nadine, you don't agree with that?
287, are we talking? Yeah. It's got approve, spend more, do more? As in the consultation document?
There's only one option.
There's 1A, which is the default. Yeah. So therefore 1B is do more, like in the consultation document.
No, it's biodiversity. No, there.
It's an extra $450,000 towards biodiversity over years 1 to 3 of the plan. Our current preferred option is to start biodiversity projects at year 4 to year 10 at about 160K per year.
Yes, that is it.
This 3B.
No, that's all years. The actual consultation was years 4 to year 10.
That's spend more.
Yeah, this is spend more, but the consultation was years 4 to 10.
Where's that option described though?
It's not. Because when it came down, so just for clarification, why 3B was added, because the consultation issue, which was costed out within to the community, was assumed to be from years 4 to 10. So an added another option associated with review, do you want it to actually occur from year 1?
Yes, Isaac.
Just to clarify, so we could say no to both of those. And that would be the preferred option.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so let's go 3A is which so the recommendation on page 287 gives us the option to say in 1A, yes to this stuff, which were our options, 1A, B, C, and D. Then there is the option to increase that, which is then 1B, I assume. So what we are looking at now is those two more. So do you want more biodiversity for year 4 to 10? Or do you want more? So are people happy? Oh, let me put it this way. Are people happy with the biodiversity option that is set? And remember, we will come back to this again. This is not your final vote. 1A, which is saying, let's do our preferred option. Are you agreeing with that? Because if you're agreeing with that, in effect, you are disagreeing with doing more. Is that correct? Yeah. So are people agreeing with 1A on page 287, where it says approves the preferred consultation option, spend the same amount on the options presented, which is in regards to Wainaki, dune and whiteoak planting on Titirangi, and the Waiapu? Sandra.
So my question comes back to the discussion we had around weed and animal pests and the control thereof. Does it sit within this conversation? Yes, it does. So I sense an agreement that we need to spend more and do more in that space, although I think it came down to a staffing or human resource restraint up until now. Where in this do we get to say that?
Diane, thank you.
So the spend more, do more option would enable more resourcing across the board. The examples that we've provided to you in the recommendation are what was in the consultation document, just to give you that reference point. So there would be more projects that would be achievable, but there'd also be more resourcing to support enabling private landowners to achieve more.
So supplementary to that, it's just a question of, it's not about pouring more money into those 4 projects. It's actually about what else we do. And I think that's really important to remember.
Tony.
Darren clarified it. So the reference to consultation on the sheet copy and on the screen is not we're going to spend $150,000 a year on consultation on biodiversity.
No. Thank you.
All right. Well, if it's going to be spent on actual animal killings and stuff like that, I'm all for it.
Just thank you for clarifying that for us, Tony. Okay, so people, let's move on then. So more biodiversity is option 3A, and then option 3B is more biodiversity all years. Pauline clarified the quantum for us. So can I get a rough indication who say more biodiversity for year 4 to 10? And is anyone leaning towards more biodiversity for all of those years, or are people leaning towards the option that we currently have, which is do you spend the same amount? Yes, yes, thank you, Kerry. Pat. Yes, so what I'm asking is, there are 3 options. The option is you spend the same, stick to the same. The next one is start biodiversity from year 4 to 10. The third option is more biodiversity from year 1. And what I'm saying to you, you can change your mind. This is not your final vote. This is to give us a vague indication of where we are landing. I am picking up that people are happy with spend the same, 1A. Is that what I'm reading in this room for now? Yeah. Debbie, and then Terry. Oh, no, you voted, just voted. Oh, voting. Cool. Okay, so for now, Pauline, we exclude 3A and 3B for now. Okay, Tony.
My question is though, I mean, those options have been put up there, but have we had a discussion of actually what that money would be applied to? I mean, it's really difficult to make a decision.
Is that what Diane spoke to about earlier, roughly?
So, yeah, through your worship, in our consultation document, we worked up the numbers in terms of spend more, do more. We outlined that we would do things like mountain to sea revegetation projects, increase support to Wawanui community restoration projects, restoration of Taruhiru Riverbank in partnership with community, enhanced support with the community with farm environment plans. So that was the spend more, do more option that we outlined in our consultation document.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying earlier when I was saying that I'd prefer to spend money on biodiversity than on the walkway. We've currently got the quantum of around 350k per year to cycle and walkways throughout the 10-year plan. So around 3.5 million in total. If we've got the yeses that we had earlier, this here is asking us to take some of that budget, and if we say no to it, then we miss out on all of those wonderful things that they just said, like all the improvements of the rivers. And so the process for me was to say no to Taruhiru River and walkway because I wanted budget for this, and then increase the budget for the general walking and cycling. And if they can get the Taruhiru out of it, then good on them. But if they can't, carry on with other walking and cycling. But yeah, I'm in support of 3B at the expense of something else.
Well, and there will be 14 opinions like that, though. You know what I'm trying to say is that everyone is trying to.
This doesn't allow us flexibility because the statute will change. Doesn't allow us any This doesn't allow us any flexibility around the budget assigned to each item. And so I'm airing my opinion because I think we can afford to increase biodiversity, and I'm advocating for that. And I'm saying why I advocate it, because we've got some budget in cycling and walking, and I'm hoping that other people will see it the same way. So I welcome all of those other 14 opinions to sway me, but that's the way I can advocate for the projects I want in the format that is being provided today.
Pat.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I'd have to agree because some people voted no for the Wainaki, well, for some of it to begin with, but they would like to see more money spent. The way we're doing it now is only giving us the option to add to it, which isn't giving us the opportunity to debate it. So, I mean, if we go through this all afternoon at this rate, I mean, we can see what that does, but I don't think moving each one based on 7 people is really going to advance the cause. We're going to go back to doing it all at the beginning. So why don't we just start out at 2:10 and run till 5 o'clock, maybe, voting on each one and actually having our say on each item.
So voting on each item at this stage will then, so if we go back to the papers we have and we go and debate everything and we vote on that, if we then land at the end at something which we might not look what we thought it looked like, what Pauline is trying to show us here is what type of input what type of outcome the decisions we make. It's maybe not a perfect process, but I can see where Pauline is trying to get us to, and we will debate stuff. Like I said, we're going back to each paper. I'm open to people wanting to do it different and better, but I also take my guidance from our Chief Financial Officer. So like we all should. So I'm more than happy to do whatever the room feel they need in order for them to make a good decision. That's why we are here. We are not here to move into anything that people are not comfortable with. So if you can come up with something that you think work better, I can go back to each paper and we can start debating and weighing up options and say, like Shannon said earlier, if I give a little bit less to that, I can see some money there. Obviously, he needs to convince people to either do it with him or be outvoted, which we will do with each item. I'm just trying to follow a process that works well. So if you want to go to each paper now, by all means. Well, the thing is, we will be relitigating recommendations.
Pauline is giving us a lead, as long as if there's a real issue, we can discuss it.
Good. Well, I just want to make it so that people feel comfortable with decision making. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just here to try and facilitate a good discussion. Isaac.
Just so I understand, so what we've got in the printout Pauline's provided to us is the maximum option for each thing. So if we say yes to everything at its maximum, that's what we get into. So we're still under our debt threshold and we're slightly breaching our self-made covenant or self-made rates increase in the first 2 years. Is that, am I right?
You are, but you're breaching your financial strategy. Yes.
Okay, so let's go to our papers and start from the back and start talking about each of these and see where we land with each of our papers. So there are 6 categories which we will discuss, which these options will come into, and we will then see where we land. So our last paper was, so I'm just going from the back to the front because the right at the beginning is the paper that we'll adopt to set the plan. So I'm going to unofficially vote on it. This is what we unofficially vote because I don't want people to vote and then we get to the end and people are like, oopsie, I now want to swap this with this. So I will unofficially vote. Okay, we're on page 287. We'll discuss each recommendation, debate it and decide. So I'm not going to read everything. Everyone can see for themselves. So take a good look. This is what we've just spoken about, is the 4 options, 1A. Then there's an or, do more. Then there are 2A, the Natural Heritage Fund are number 2. And then the last are just noting what we will do. So let's start with number 1, which would be either spend the same amount which we consulted on, or then do more option. No, you just definitely don't go for it. People put their hands up and we debate it. Kerry.
I want the do more option, but I want to do it with the existing budget. I suggest we take 1.2 out of the 6.5 from years 4 onwards. The most feedback that we've had probably consistently on what people actually wanted when they put words on the paper was actually for the taruhiru. There was a lot of support for that. And I don't think 1.2 million will kill Waingaki. It might just add a few years on the tail end of it in terms of the time that it takes. And I think in terms of the volume of funds that we have towards biodiversity, that is actually a pretty massive sum. And the things that we've got in our do more option shouldn't be our do more option. Those things are actually really critical and should have been higher up the priority list because they're core functions of what we do as an organisation. So that's my take on that. I do support doing more. I don't support a bigger budget for it.
Meredith and then Sandra. So I'm going to ask everyone now that we move into debating, please be mindful. I will give everyone the opportunity, but you will have 1 time to speak because we have quite a bit to get through. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess overarching our region is biodiversity, and I see cycleways being part of that answer to that. In respect to people, outdoors, biking, less pollution, it mitigates a number of things. So when we talk about do more and the do more option, what other things are supporting biodiversity in our strategic plans? What other funded or proposed funded extras are actually the do more of biodiversity? Because to me, cycleways, walkways are aiding that. They're the support framework for a biodiverse community, because we're using our outdoors, our kind of biodiverse world. So I just want to know, is that part of the concept design things, that cycleways and walkways are the do more option of a biodiverse framework, or not at all? Just don't fit in that framework? Okay. So yeah, so because I'm trying to understand, when we say do more to improve our biodiversity, are there things that we aren't looking at that will do more already, or that are in plan or wanted or hoped for? So do we think like that? Because I'm like Kerry, I just want to do more, but obviously I don't want to spend more. So it's how do we navigate that space in our region? So I'm not sure whether I've asked that clear enough.
So, through your worship, are you looking at what might say, for example, when you refer to cycleways and walkways, indirectly contribute to the enhancement of our environment, for an example? Is that what you're kind of getting at? Yep. So yeah, they're all connected. Everything's kind of related in terms of trying to move from vehicles onto connected cycleways, your safety outcomes, your other benefits. Similarly with the biodiversity, but for this conversation is really around what we're going to increase in that line item or that hub and that activity.
Thank you. Yeah, that's clarified it for me. I just want us to look at how are we improving biodiversity through all aspects of our hopes and dreams for this region. But thanks for that.
Thank you. Who was next? Sandra and then Shannon.
I fully endorse what Kerry said earlier, but from the standpoint that, farm environment planning, all of those sort of things all still come at a cost to ratepayers who are paying rates over and above their planning. So absolutely we need to do more but spend the same. I think we need to shift what we're spending on in this space. So I don't know I don't know, for me none of these things quite say that, but that's what we need to be doing here. We've got functions that we have to carry out, and at the moment we're not carrying out some of them.
Thank you for that. I'm concerned that we are using terms like do more with less in an area which we are already quite stressed. I'm not sure how realistic it is to say do more with the same amount of money. I know you're saying move some money from somewhere else. I'm not sure if that's possible, but I'm just me thinking aloud. Shannon.
Thank you. And can I clarify, would you like us to...
Speak up a bit?
Sorry, yeah. Would you like us to stand today? It is a council meeting.
No, because no, not. Thank you for asking now. 2:15.
Had a very workshop feel this morning.
It is a workshop. To me, this is more a workshop feel than a council meeting.
So for me, I support 1B and 2B. So the spend more, do more options. And I absolutely acknowledge Councillor Warsnock's desire to look to Wainaki to try to reschedule the project and send some costs into later years to ease the burden in the early years, understanding that there is risks to project budgets and within that, but regardless of whether it can be achieved or not, I support more effort in this area, and it's really just offering, offering advice to staff that if they can reschedule some elements of Wainaki, then do so to ease burden, but otherwise I'm still in support.
Thank you for that. Councillor Robinson.
Tautoko of what's been said so far, of the additional 1.2 million proposed under 1B, I would like to see the component of that portion to increase in the Natural Heritage Fund up to 200k. That's how I'd like to see the pie redivvied.
So did you just say you support 1B and 2B? I couldn't properly hear what you said. Say.
I support 1B and 2B,
okay.
But given 2B's, I believe, should be increased to 200,000 per annum. And I do believe there's some support around this room for that proposal from Mayor Seymour. Then I don't know where that extra money is going to come from, but it could come out of the 1.2 mil easily enough. Thank you. It's only a 10% or 12% increase.
Thank you for that. Larry.
Just ask a question. We heard earlier that 40,000 for the Natural Heritage Fund hasn't been taken up for whatever reason. So we're going to increase it to 200,000. Is this? Are we?
Pluck it out of the air.
Are we? Is this about not being promoted properly, or is it just not being uptaken because it's people doing other things that they think are more important, and it's hard to attract?
Yes, and through your worship, so that's correct. As I pointed out, in the last 3 years, I think we had 23,000, 25,000 and 33,000 in terms of that 40k. So our recommendation was to increase it to 100k. I'm not sure what evidence there is to back up an additional 100k on top of that, given also we know the MFE, there's many pots of money going around at the moment with Kaimahi for Nature that can be best funded outside of council as well.
Thanks. Okay. Bill. Microphone, please.
I did ask, are we going to relitigate this whole thing? Because when we started, we had agreement on one all the way through. Now we're going back and saying no.
But
is that?
To be fair though, Bill, I did say in the beginning, this is a loose discussion which we'll have and we will vote. So what I'm asking is that everyone share their opinion now. You know, we've listened to quite a bit of talking today. So any other, Pat?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak again. And I do think, I heard what the council officers have told us. Someone else has suggested the same thing. Most people think the sum of ratepayer money going into Wainaki is an inordinate sum of money. And I heard what the Chief Executive said, that it puts a lot of money at risk. I mean, I would be concerned at where we're going to find 1.2 million to go into, if that's got to be new money. But I would really like to think that we are doing more in that area of weed and pest control. Our roadsides have got numerous weeds. NZTA are bad enough, but ours are pretty bad. We're not doing much in weed control, and we've got an obligation to. We get onto farmers, although I haven't seen anyone out there lately, but generally we get onto farmers if they grow weeds out of our weed strategy, and they're expected to do something about it. We don't have resources to put into doing our own weed control, and we should. I'd like to think that, having heard from council today, council officers are in a better position to potentially, because, you know, much and all as I might argue with what council officers say, I understand that they do bring their knowledge to the table, and I guess we have to respect the Wainaki story. Can you reallocate the funds around the rest of that so that we do get some better weed and pest control and a contribution to farm plans and the other biodiversity initiatives that we have to have? I mean, we shouldn't be too concerned because not everyone has to have a farm plan just yet. So it's only those with a couple of criteria. So what potential is there to reallocate some of that money? Titirangi said bucket loads of money. And again, I'll say at the exclusion of the Makarori headland, which got money from a private source. You know, so is there any opportunity to reallocate some of that money, even if it's not Wainaki, is my question.
Dion.
Through you, Madam Chair. So, sorry, just to ask the question again, is it within the do the same, you're asking, could we reallocate some of that budget to other areas? Is that right?
1A,
Just kidding.
and then it's got a little A, B, C and D, and that's what we're debating.
Yep.
Some of us would like, a number of us clearly would like to see more work done in the biodiversity space, but some of us don't really want to add $1.2 million to the rate increase. So what we're saying is there any opportunity, what I'm saying, any movement amongst those 4 items that have already got a substantial contribution of ratepayers funding beside them? Because if you're going to tell me no, has to be spent on absolutely that, then some of us will want to go for additional spend.
So there is very little in that budget. So they are already very tight budgets. So for example, June restoration is 10K in the first year. So we are already intending on leveraging of other opportunities. Titirangi is again a very small amount. Fortunate that in co-management, Ngāti Onioni are undertaking the work with funding that they have received currently. And Waipo is within an already existing budget.
Yeah, Titirangi's 40,000 in year 1. Although, can I just say, when you look at this, if you look at this document, since we're continuing, it's got Titirangi to Tumotu, it's 40,000.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 34 of the document with the financials in it.
Yeah.
34 and 35, and Titirangi is mentioned twice. One might assume Titirangi to Tumotu, 40K in year 1 might be the seaside, and then on the next page, I think I saw Titirangi restoration, it's got 50K, 145 over the 10 years.
So through you, Madam Chair, the Titirangi to Tuamotu is the planning work through integrated catchments to support Ngāti Onioni to understand the impacts of land stability issues through there. Also supporting some assistance for Tuamotu, but largely that is Ngāti Onioni funded through other funding.
So what you're really telling us, thank you, through you, Madam Chair, is that there's not much movement, not much opportunity to move any of the money out of 1A and all they're called A, B, C and D. And if we want to see more work done to protect biodiversity, which is what a number of submitters told us, that has got to be new money out of potentially 1B column. Is that what we're hearing?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, any other chats on that? So few people have spoken, want more done. Staff are saying there's not a lot of wriggle room at this stage in year 1 to 3 to remove or shift in between budgets. Andy.
Yeah, I'm in favour of the same, but like some people like to see more done for the same. But just on the Natural Heritage Fund, I'm not sure where we're going to land with it being advised at 200K. Definitely not in support of that. As indicated, it has been underutilised quite a bit. And we do need to really realise that that is ratepayer funding going to private land owners. So I think that is an important consideration. It's great to see that they're willing to do these things with their property, but do we want to increase rates to enable private landowners to do their biodiversity sort of desires, if you like? So I definitely wouldn't be in favour of going up to 200.
Who's it? Just in response to Andy's question, do we want to enable private landowners to do that? I thought we clearly heard that actually there was a desire by private landowners. There was a hell of a lot of estate in private ownership. 140,000 hectares already in QE2. There were a lot of other hats that could be worn to be teamed up with this money, and there was a great bang for buck in that sphere. So I think that's the answer to your. Sorry, that's the answer to your question, Andy.
Okay. I turn my back for 1 minute to go to the bathroom. Anyway, so where are we at? Cool. Okay, so people, anyone want more questions to ask or have a different opinion? Now's your time, because what I'm going to do is just remember, if I now put this and we vote on it, it is binding. If we roughly vote on it and we take notes, Pauline can put it into the modeling. Pauline, that's what you aimed for. And then show us at the end what we unofficially voted for. Because
You did say when the state committee, we will not be voting on any of these issues. And I suggest you stick to that. You just said we can provisionally make a decision.
so I'm going to unofficially vote now. So there will be unofficial votes, and then we can just quickly run through it right at the end because we know where we're sitting at. So at this stage, and this is not official, it seems to me that people are leaning towards 1B and 2B. Is that correct? No. So tell me what you're leaning towards. 1A. So we're leaning towards 1A. Okay, so I'm going to ask who votes for 1A, B, C, D. Okay. Okay, so 1A is passed unofficially. B, dune and wildlife protection do the same. Oh, I see what you're saying. 1A had 4 different sections under it. So at this stage, what we're saying is 1A is a go. Then we go to 2A or 2B. Who votes for 2A? Who votes for 2B? So people are voting to increase the Heritage Fund to up to 100K. Is that correct? What's that? Yeah. Yeah. So the 40 to do it to, or 40 or to add a 60 to take it up to 100. So my feeling is, okay, who wants to vote for the lower sum? Who wants to go for the 100K? I said, who wants to go for the lower sum? No one. Who wants to go for the higher sum, which is the 100K? Yeah. Yeah. So at this stage, 2B and 3. Anyone wants to speak to 3A, B, C, D? No. So, okay, you've got that 1A and 2B. Is that correct, Coral? Unofficially. So I'm writing big notes here for later. Okay, move back into your reports. We move to page 246. We are now talking about housing. So the options are 1, approve a $50,000 housing community budget to progress a review of the management of council and council-controlled trading organisations. Who supports number 1? Hands up. Yep. Yep, Shannon.
Thank you. I think that this should potentially be, whilst it hasn't been discussed with our CCTO, it should potentially be progressed as a joint venture strategy. So potentially funded by 2 parties at 25K each.
Anyone else wants to talk about that? Larry and Meredith.
I just thought this was kind of be a business as usual conversation. I mean, we've been going through this and talking about a possible takeover of our community housing and who GHL manage. So I just think this is BAU. I don't know why we're putting an extra budget towards it that doesn't make sense to me. So that's why I didn't even and the conversation hasn't even been around this topic. I mean, housing is a really important thing, but this should be a conversation that we're having all the time with our GHL, not adding another 50 grand to it. So it's my take.
Any other discussions on one?
I just have to concur with what Larry said. It is a bit weird.
Okay. So that's
Sorry, I
a-
just wanted to ask here why it
Sorry,
was
Merida.
considered, sorry, just following on from the other speaks to it, because it is, we have a surmountable knowledge around this issue. Where did this come into the mix? Sorry, I'll just, with regard to that 50,000.
The housing, the 50K. for
Yeah,
housing.
so if you refer to page 271 of your report, it
271.
outlines the recommendations as to what it's going to cover. And while we acknowledge that there's some a view that it should be business as usual, currently we've got a massive TRMP work program, a freshwater program. This is on top of everything else that would have to be done. So it may not be as progressed as fast as we need to if it's embedded into BAU, and that's just the reality around the resourcing levels at the moment.
I'm very supportive of this because in the end of the day, how many people came to us and you didn't even talk about housing in your 10-year plan? We know it's a big pressing issue, which will just get worse in the next few years. The wording here with this included in the CCTO, but to me, if staff feel there is will be like a workforce inside council to see how we align better with others to get housing going, I'm quite supportive of that.
I guess, I am too. I mean, I think all of us would agree housing is a huge issue. And thank you for aligning it up with that page I just see there. So I guess like Larry, the business as usual, but we just know, and all of us, I mean, I can't speak for you obviously, but housing is a huge issue, but I wasn't clear, but I can see the written commentary recommendation wise. So this 50K is going to help with a review in respect to housing, community housing budget. So if it's going to be helpful in the context, but I mean, it just stalled. Didn't feel really confident with what it was about, but support anything to do with housing, of course.
Andy, Pat, Sandra.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I sort of saw it as BAU at the start, but then I sort of realised that the need is now. And if we can't fund it now, it won't get done when the need is there, which is now.
Thank you for that. Pat?
I mean, if you read most of that first paragraph, it does seem to be that it's been popped in there to be useful, because in actual fact, it's all the same things we've been talking about for jolly years. It is BAU, and it goes on to say council's considering how it manages its own housing and land portfolios. Well, we've been talking about that for several years, so I don't think we should be having to find another 50,000 out of the ratepayer's pocket for something that we should be doing internally. And I support the point that at best it should be 25,000 each way, and it looks to me like it's a way to get it into the TRMP. So, that's already got a big chunk of money beside it. So I don't support it getting new money.
Your Worship, just eases the conversation. It is no impacts to rates.
We couldn't hear that.
If it eases the conversation, there's no impacts to rates because this activity is not rate funded.
So who's paying for it?
So over the time, it will either come from unfunding some of the depreciation. There's a significant amount of depreciation versus the renewals in the housing one that can actually be able to smooth those impacts.
Sandra.
50,000 always comes.
Shh, one person at a time, please.
I'm afraid I'm not sure if that did ease the conversation with all due respect, because that just makes it even more muddy in my view, because at the end of the day, you've got to find 50,000 somewhere if you're going to put it in the budget. So if you can't spend $50,000 on our core infrastructure, if we can't find it to do something that provides a service that our ratepayers know that they're paying for, then we can't just add it to the budget out of depreciation somewhere else.
So, through your worship, what Pauline's referring to is that within our housing budget, so we can apply it given the purpose of what this review would give us. So you couldn't apply the depreciation from the housing activity to another area. It would have to go into a similar area. So that's effectively what she was saying.
To me, just echoes the fact as our senior councillors have said, it's BAU then.
However, through your worship, the issue has been the capacity to be able to do the work. So while it's been talked about in terms of the review with GHL and working collaboratively, and we heard loud and clear what is council doing around housing and the infrastructure. In order for us to progress this at pace, we're saying that we would need some resourcing to get this done. We can't just add it on top of what we're currently delivering with all the other plans and priorities that you've got for us.
Bill and then Terry. Microphone, otherwise Josh can't hear us.
Housing in this district, for the whole district, is one of the many social issues we have. I think council has an obligation to spend some money and you put some resource towards it.
Thank you, Terry.
Just regardless of the 50K or not, did the chief executive not say earlier that regardless it would be pushed out to even do the mahi?
For your worship, it would take us longer to do. And I mean, it's not that we can't, it just means something else needs to drop off our priority list. We cannot keep adding and adding and adding and not taking things off if we want to deliver things sooner.
So if that money was in there, sorry, subsequent, if the money was there, it would be sooner. Thank you.
Shannon and then Kerry, thank you.
Thank you. I'd debate that this is most certainly not business as usual. We currently have a large portfolio of houses which we haven't added to for a long time. We have a large portfolio of houses which we don't manage ourselves. And this is not talking about alterations to that existing portfolio. This is talking about growth in housing. This is talking about development of a strategy around housing. It's not business as usual. This is new business in housing. So whilst we have a mechanism to fund it, as the chief executive mentioned, it is not business as usual. Business as usual is a continuation of what we've already got. And if you want that, then don't support it. If you want more housing, then support it. It's as simple as that. As I suggested, we can potentially split the cost. We can certainly split some of the burden if we don't have the resourcing here to do it. So,
or even leverage the same amount from a partner.
Exactly. But let's go forward with it regardless, because we can do it and have to do it.
Yep, I agree. Kerry.
Yeah, so it took me a little while just to kind of gather my thoughts on this. Because while I agree, we have a lot of information on housing, they have a lot of information on housing. What we've lacked is a strategic approach to that. And I'm gathering that this budget is not going to be used to get people in our own systems that are already invested in all these other things. It's going to get someone with fresh eyes potentially to come back and report to us and say, hey, look, strategically, these are your options.
Yep.
My question then is, do we have the capacity to act on them at speed? Because it is a bit pointless having a really awesome document that says, hey, look, these are your opportunities, if it then takes us 5 years to action them.
Thank you. Okay, so anyone, oh, sorry, Nadine.
Yeah, through your worship, a really good question, and it would really depend on what the recommendations from that report were and how we would prioritise those in order to deliver. Because if they were massive, really massive changes, it may even require an amendment to our TP. We just don't know at this stage.
Okay, so anyone else want to talk about number one? Then I'm going to ask again. No one wants to talk? Who supports number one? So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that is supported. 1. We move to number 2, which talks about the strategies and policies which we've discussed before. So those are strategic intent of the infrastructure strategy, the development contributions, with no policy direction amendments. Updates to the strategy policy will be made to reflect the final budgets, obviously, of what we're talking about here. Proposed climate change planning timeframes and budget. Proposed budgets and activities for science, water security work stream, proposed budget for fresh water, and the TRMP. So I'm opening up that now. Isaac.
Oh, so I guess my question, so in point 4, we note that the next review of the development contributions policy will investigate points. I just didn't know how that tied in with that the development contributions policy will have no policy direction amendments.
When we will review next.
Joe?
Sorry, what was the last part of the question?
Oh,
How
so
did
in
it tie in
point
with?
4, we talk about how we're going to review it in the future,
Yeah.
I assume. And then in point 2, we're saying that for now, we're having no policy direction amendments.
So you're sticking to the direction that you agreed in the December meeting?
What-
But
oh,
we,
yeah.
but we will review it as we discussed
So
earlier
if we
on.
didn't agree with that direction, how would we communicate that?
That would be interesting because you'd probably, if you wanted to change your policy direction drastically, we'd need to go through another consultation process.
Sandra?
Thank you. So just picking up on a point our CEO made earlier, if when central government comes out with its direction on around freshwater in particular, does that require us then to make amendments to our long-term plan depending on those directives, given that we may or may not, we've heard from iwi very clearly that they do not want outside of region interference in our freshwater planning here. How do we manage that going forward around budgets and the like?
So would that be, for your worship, probably more impact on the long-term plan for Three Waters than it would on freshwater? So freshwater planning is pretty much spelled out, and we're working to a 2024 timeframe to deliver those plans. But for, if we were to move, say Three Waters were to go into let's say they have 5 water entities, then there might be a requirement on all councils across New Zealand to undertake some form of consultation, but I wouldn't see it impacting on freshwater per se in terms of consultation.
Okay.
So you don't see any impact around actual water security as a region and planning for that? So we can go ahead and plan for water security within the region, i.e. the MAR scheme and those sort of things, without feeling that it's going to be directed by central, even though we do all the work. I'm just conscious of the amount of work that went into our existing freshwater plan, which is now.
It might do. I mean, it's hard to tell at this stage. What I do know is that our staff have been keeping a close eye and engaging with MFE along the way to see if we can, because we're undertaking a massive review and there is budget to do that. We're ahead of some of the other councils, and the minister was looking for a pilot or 2 to try out the new kind of spatial planning approach. So we're trying to keep in sync with that so we can be used as another pilot potentially. I don't know, Joe might have some other comments there.
But no, just that I agree with what you're saying. And I think things like the water security program will be really useful for any additional spatial planning we have to do under the Strategic Planning Act, I think it's called. Yeah.
Okay, all good. Kerry?
I was just wanting to touch on point 2, water security work stream. I know we've pulled this out to really highlight it. It doesn't have a budget attached to it.
What page?
Specifically, 246. It's just the recommendations.
Okay.
Yep. Obviously, this is because it was previously budgeted within other line items, right? I guess what I would really support is the same kind of urgency on water security as we're signalling under housing, where we say, look, we really want to bring this to the fore and get a strategy in place ASAP. It fits with heaps of other things that we've said are strategic, urgent priorities. If that means that it needs more budget, I will 100% support that, because all of our industry and a huge number of our ratepayers are waiting for us to signal essentially, you know, what water security in this region means.
I support that. Thank you for that. Anyone else wants to talk about number 2? Otherwise, I'm going to assume that people are happy with number 2. Okay. Then I'm going to take you to 3, which is our significance and engagement policy and our Tairawhiti Piritahi policy. All happy with that?
For me, I was just wanting to clarify my statements earlier, where how we do engage significantly all all those who live in region. I know Joe understands where I'm coming from with respect to who haven't we listened or heard from, respect to our policies, how we do that better, what strategies do we have in play to ensure that we are, engaging everybody. So that was really my only thoughts to that respect.
Thank you for that. And then we have got those notes at number 4, which is for noting, but I just want everyone to take a good look. Wow, thank you. So this, we've got the 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now I take you back to the page, Mr. Wilson. We are now in your happy page 132. So I've already made big ticks earlier, so it looks like number 1 people agreed with. So number 1 ABC was what we said we would do in our consultation document and sticking to that. Okay. People happy with number 1? So now we move on to the Taruheru Cycleway. So, and the Uawa Cycleway, and then the 100-year to pull everything together. So we've had a few discussions earlier. So I'm going to open the floor, or should I just test the water? Yep, just use microphone so Josh can hear us.
My question was just, was the group who have sort of come to us with this, were they actually asking for 270,000? Because that's not what I took from, I thought that was the total sum, and Hauiti were prepared to.
No, it was 500 and something is the total sum. This is stage 2.
But that's my point. Is it the full local share?
Yeah.
Through your worship, it's the local share for the project.
Stage
Total
2.
project cost is $600,000 for the works that are needed on the local road network. It doesn't include the clip-on bridge, which is also needed across the Uawa River.
What's the proportion that they were saying Hauiti were prepared to contribute?
The land bit where they're going through the incorporation towards the wall. Yep. Okay, hands up who supports the local share for the Taruheru walking and cycling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Josh is 10. Okay. We'll discuss it more. This is not a final vote, people. Don't get too nervous. I can pick up nervousness from a kilometre away. We talk about Uawa. Uawa, hands up who supports Uawa. It was unanimous earlier, so I assume that's the same. And then the $100,000 to work with our cycling groups to bring all our cycleways together to form a safe network. I assume that is everyone as well. Okay. So Pauline, you're still with us? Thank you. So then there's just the notes. Follow national direction about levels of service. Advocate Taumatu Arawai. So the Taumatu Arawai is coming to visit us. I will let you know. 24th of June, I think it is. Council's iwi partners support the city wastewater wetlands starting in 2025. Await the national direction on climate change adaptation. And no, I'm just making sure people don't say I did not know about that. That is why I'm reading it with my loud voice. Tony.
Sorry, Madam Chair, before you asked, did anyone have a problem with number 1? I thought you were going to run through them 1 ABC. I spoke about my view on the wastewater wetlands was to bring it forward to 2029, which did have some support. Of course, you've just read out that our iwi partners would prefer it 2025. We didn't have much of a debate about that date at all, and I'd just like,
So it's now then. Now's the time if you want to
does anyone have another
about
view? Because I don't think actually anyone at the time said anything.
I'm in agreement that we need to have more of a conversation about it. I acknowledge the fact that we don't have budget for it and we don't have a commercial lead, but I do think we can do more in terms of the opportunity. It needs a commercial lead, and I don't. Can we budget enough to package that as a commercially viable opportunity, that's highly likely within, well in advance of 10 years of getting, given the water constraints we have, of being picked up on. If there's no budget for something like that, then it just sits completely raw. So while I don't suggest that we are building it at 2025, because I don't think we can afford that, I think we've been told by a lot of submitters that we need to be more creative and we need to think, you know, outside the box. Well, it's cliche. Outside the wetland, maybe. Is there, I don't think having nothing for this space, or I know we haven't got nothing, but I do think there needs to be more to get that progress earlier than what we're currently planning.
Chairman of the wastewater.
Thank you. I absolutely agree and support the comments made around this. I think it needs to be brought forward. The forward thinking needs to be happening way sooner than waiting until the UV plant is upgraded and then going looking. I think some of that due diligence and discussion needs to be happening, in particular around the committee we're involved with.
David Wilson, thank you. And then Meredith and then Pat.
Through your worship, there is funding set aside in the long-term plan. So council has $75,000 which we're using for seed funding to investigate alternative use and disposal options, which we have got into this LTP as well. So you do have money set aside to investigate the options, and we are looking at how we're partnering with others to try and leverage their spend to help look and find a viable alternative, which we haven't been able to date.
Okay. Meredith, then Pat.
Just note E, I just await national direction on climate change adaptation. We're not, that doesn't mean we're just sitting waiting for their direction as such. We've got some work happening in the space now. Is that correct? It just says await national direction. I'd rather we didn't wait for these.
She says we're not just waiting here for, it says here before, await national direction on climate change adoption for that act, because we need the act before we can align ourselves to the act. So there's definitely nothing happening. Pat, and then
or the years are quite confusing for people who might only be reading bits of it, because in that recommendation under the note it actually says iwi partners support it starting in 2025. On page 144, council officers say that there's no funding for it to start short of 2029. So we need to be really clear that we're not sending out a mixed message. And to start, wetland would be built sooner, but council will have to increase the amount of debt it takes on to fund the project and would require a rate increase of 1.5 per year. That's not in the resolution that we're looking at on page 132, but it is in the council papers that support the recommendations on page 132. So we need to be really clear about what it is, what the dates are, and so that we don't create an expectation for some people that is simply not achievable.
Okay, all good? Last comments around this paper, then we move on.
So my only concern is that we know the value of land, and we know how much land, we know the value of land's only going up, sorry, for the wetlands. And we know that prices keep increasing. We know this thing needs a minimum of 50 hectares, more likely 100. The longer we push it out, the more expensive the project is going to become. And looking at this graph with our obligations 9 years down the track, 10 years down the track, there certainly seems to be enough capacity to bring it further forward in the long-term plan. Just seems to be too far between looks at it and, as Terry said, you know, don't finish the UV and then go, what next? We should be not consecutively planning, but concurrently planning.
Thank you for that. Shannon.
Thank you. I think that the wetland project and our concerns that we're raising here sit very similar to the housing development strategy, and it's that when they are developed, they don't need
Operationalization.
Yeah, operationalization. Yeah, they need commercialization. It's two very, very different skill sets and two very, very different processes. So whilst we're doing the groundwork for this through our AUD research, we are a long way off from understanding how the expense of a wetland would be met and the potential partners we would have at that stage. I think the timing in the plan is about right for when we could actually get to a point of being able to deliver anything. I honestly think we could say that we could bring it 5 years forward and do it next year, and we still wouldn't have any idea what we were actually trying to achieve with it. So the timing seems right to me. And when we get further down the line, I think we need to bring in commercial expertise, not local government expertise.
Thank you for that. Any more discussions on page 132? If not, I'm going to move us to our next paper. And we're not going to break for coffee, so please get up and grab your own coffee and stretch your legs. Oh, do you want a little break? Okay, all good. So while yes.
Did say that there would be another opportunity to discuss, because we just moved the 2.5 million for the Taruhiru.
So we'll see at
as
the
the
end
whole thing.
what we land on, and then we can,
Yeah.
it will be iterative. So let's see where we land now, and then we can come back with it. So
Right.
we will. So our next paper is page 105. So this is the bit that we spoke about for the townships, 1A or B, where Councillor Seymour and myself said maybe not add 3, but what if we add it all up to, instead of 5.1, make it 7? So that means you add 1.9 to that budget, which is significant, and I'm sure a lot more can be done. So I'm just floating that idea. So 1A then becomes, it's not really that, because that says 1B adds 1.9. So I'm just going to test the floor, how people feel about adding that 1.9 to round it out to 7 million then for the township plans. So if I can see hands up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So Coral, at this stage on page 105, we have unofficially moved 1A, and B just change where that adding 3 million, we say add 1.9, because that takes the total up to 7. So at this stage, we've roughly moved that. Does it make sense to you? We've changed stuff though for you. All good? Poor Pauline. Okay, then we go to us governance to governance, talking with our iwi partners. Camera Trust is an increase of $13,000. Hands up, please, who support the increase of the Camera Trust money. Not? Yep, you can ask questions.
Doing a lot of talking. I do feel bad about this.
You do a lot of talking, but that's okay.
We've kind of just taken the headline figure, and I know I did the maths on it when we heard the presentation, and proportionally
What are
we're
you
carrying.
talking about?
So when they came to us.
About the camera or the?
Yeah, the camera.
Okay.
So proportionally, the increase in cost is more coming our way than the others. I just wondered if we had a view on whether that was okay, or whether we wanted to share that burden going forward kind of equally, given that it will never go down, it will always go up. Or are we just happy with what it is?
Anyone else wants to? Shannon?
Like Councillor Worsnop, this headline figure doesn't actually capture the completeness of their submission. Completeness of their submission had a increasing amount over the duration of their 10-year strategy. I would be happy to support an increase, but an increase to 45,000 in the first year, and then our percentage increase to become a 50% funder by year 5, and onwards. So instead of
Have a partner after 5
yeah,
years.
so instead of being I think we're about 2/3 at the moment, around 66-70% of funding. So increase it to 45, it'll stay there for a couple of years.
So this is
until we
only
get
for 3 years, though, that we are giving this, or we're giving it over the 10-year plan. It is over the 10-year plan. Yeah, no, you're right.
Madam Chair, I won't vote, but I'll just remind people that Inspector Abraham made it clear that the police paid for all of the capital upgrade of the screens and, you know, do you want camera trust? It's not me personally. I mean, no skin off my nose, except it just won't be funded. And what people have worked hard and do spend half the night sitting on those cameras. It's an open invitation to any other councillors like to share that. So the police have paid for the upgrade to the computers and the screens on the wall when they moved. And there was a proportion paid for by Heart of Gisborne, as I said this morning. They no longer exist. So they may give an operational grant, but you all know what Trust Tairāwhiti's direction is these days. So the reality is, and you did have a schedule on page 202 of your document last week, that shows it actually does cost 66,000, pretty much is our budget for this year. So we have to find that other 21,000 anyway from the voluntary sector, or else maybe if there's no volunteers, they simply won't be monitored and they probably won't be upgraded either. So I think we need to think about that, which is a resource for not only the inner city businesses, but for the whole community. I won't vote on it when it comes voting.
Meredith. So I'm just quickly going to move that we extend the weekend meet longer than 6 hours. Do I have a seconder? Moved by Councillor Burdett. All in favour, contrary carried. So we're only allowed to meet for 6 hours, but if we move, we can meet for more. Lucky you.
6.5.
I was putting it in quick smart.
We're here for the night.
Bill.
One of the submitters raised some interesting, in my view, points respect to how we do crime prevention through design, and Camera Trusts, again, appreciate all the work that volunteers do in this sense, but I'm kind of going back to years where we, you know, had your neighbourhood kind of safety kind of collectively, we as citizens have a role to play, and of course keeping an eye out on businesses and each other in this space. And so I'm a little bit kind of you know, cognizant that there are those of us who feel that if we start to move towards more cameras, more kind of investment into surveillance, etc., that diminishes, I guess, community trust and belief in one another to do the right things as citizens. Now we know we have a dark side of the force that's fine time in their days to seek out to do vandalism and other things, but that's again a telling point of how society and communities feel respect to the whole framework of community togetherness. So there's a bit of me that's just saying, oh, are we really going to move down to this framework? Is this really where we're heading as a humanity? Resist it all. So I'm not feeling confidently that I could say I'd rather do a lot more work in education and in spaces where we can promote better civilization, respect to citizenships. Well, 3 in the morning, people are there active because they need good jobs that make them tired, go to sleep. So anywho, my thoughts on this aren't 100% certain that this is the way to go. Tiered crime prevention through design, we've got avenues to do that kind of work, but I understand this, so I'm a little bit caught, and I've heard others speak in the same sense, so it's just my thoughts, and I submitted to make those points too.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Robinson.
We had a submitter who referred to it as a crime detection setup, not a crime prevention. And having practiced law here and seen many videos of featuring my clients over the years, they're always after the fact. I never had a client say I didn't commit a crime in the CBD because I was going to get caught on camera. Generally, alcohol was the main factor in their decision making or lack thereof. And I think money spent on educating and, well, actually, I total what Meredith said, actually. About more civic community responsibility, collective responsibility, but also educating the bars. I mean, people roll out of these bars drunk as skunks, and by law, they shouldn't be served alcohol if they're intoxicated. So if there were not drunk people in the CBD at 3 in, there would be literally no crime being committed. So I too have sat here wrestling with it, and for that reason alone, I'm not going to vote in support of an increase for the funding, because I think this is a bigger social issue.
Bill.
Suppose the leaders of the wider community, the city is part of our responsibility. Those cameras, we agreed to it a long time ago. Our partners, the police, were very good. As Pat said, we had Heart of Gisborne. Now that's gone, that responsibility has gone across to Trust Tairāwhiti. Everyone should pay their share. Pat's already explained what the police have done by way of upgrading. So either we help fund our share and make sure Trust Tairāwhiti fund theirs.
Kerry.
Yeah, I entirely agree with Meredith and Tony in principle, but in the absence of being able to actually address those drivers, you do still have victims, and yeah, and not being able to address that after the fact just makes everybody miserable. So I completely agree that it's not a preventative measure, and it's a little bit probably ironic in the name, but I know if I had a business in town and I had someone smash my window, I'd really want to know who it was, and I'd want to know that somebody was doing something to hold them to account for that. So I don't support not increasing it, and I don't support council not supporting it. But I do acknowledge the fact that it's just a symptom of deeper societal issues that, you know, we shouldn't turn a blind eye to.
Okay, anyone else wants to talk? Isaac.
Oh, my question is, so point 4C, we have about the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association. I was just querying why that wasn't an option or discussion point. I don't know the background because it was pre my time, but from his presentation or submission, it kind of seemed like we'd promised him that money. Maybe I'm misinterpreting something there. But yeah, just so we can have a bit of staff background before we vote on that, because that wasn't as a voting point, and it is a considerable amount of money, and it was a submission. So
the $65,000. That
75, I think,
for the septic.
Through you, your worship. So in the previous long-term plan, the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association approached the council to offer to pay for a dump station for their members to be installed prior to a big event that happened, I think, about 18 months after the adoption of that plan. Council staff have worked with them on a site. We have a site identified. We had some issues around some land ownership and those things, and we're progressing on that. But there was never council money set aside to install that. We gave staff resources. We offered to unlock staff land. However, there was never any funding commitment made. So this is a change from the initial discussion that we'd had with them.
yeah, no, that's good. It's just you didn't have the chance to respond to his point when he presented. So
Camera Trust lady, use your
Because
microphone.
like the photo that was shown of those young girls on the street, the police don't prosecute them, they go and take them home. So it is a preventive tool to protect those young people from what might also happen if they're drinking on the street in the early hours of the morning.
Okay. Okay, hands up. Oh, okay, Andy.
Very quick statement, very unusual to hear from a solicitor saying that identifying oinks and holding them to account is preventative.
Thank you for that. Big discussion for $13,000. I am going to put it, who supports the Camera Trust increase from 32,500 to 45,000? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry. And Josh, did you say yes, Josh? Yep. So then we just go to 4A, B, C, and D, which is the Māori responsiveness. It's carried, yeah? 3? Yeah, yeah. Just making sure everyone has seen that. Okay. Councillors, we move back in our paper to page 90. So this is now the compliance and enforcement, where there's the option for 6 FTEs at 570. There's the option to a proposed budget to increase or retain the levels of service. That's 1A, B, and C. If people want to talk to that while I get a coffee, go Shannon.
Thank you. As discussed earlier, I was wondering if the staff had any response about potential income from alterations to fees and charges, and if there's a potential of offsetting this cost against fees and charges for our highest, for the highest cost compliance monitoring and enforcement activities.
Through your worship, so that would be done as part of the annual review of fees and charges. So we wouldn't be doing it in time for this first financial year. We would have to look at the out years.
Yeah, and okay, so we can, just not immediately. If we were to take that into consideration, what quantum, let's say we were ring fencing commercial activities which cause high cost compliance monitoring and enforcement activities, what quantum of income could be received if we were, say, making it 100% user pays?
So if we were looking at 100% user pays, Pauline and I would have to do some modelling on that. If you're just looking at commercial activities or industrial activities or forestry activities, because it depends on the number of consents, the number of visits, etc. So we'd have to do a lot more modelling to be able to answer that question.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is that we're talking about a reasonably significant amount for 6 FTE to do this of $570,000. If we were to put the burden of compliance monitoring and enforcement onto those activities which directly generate that requirement for commercial activity, is it likely that our income would be greater than $570,000 from those fees and charges?
It could be greater than the 20% that we've looked at, but you still have some compliance monitoring that cannot generate more money.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And of course, if we're asking for 100% user pays, then it will be more than, excuse me, Sandra, I'm talking to the person behind you and you said you cheer him. So yes, if we're talking about 100% user pays, then of course it's going to generate more than the 20% we currently receive. But what I want to know is the potential there for our highest cost commercial use cases to be paying for these staff members, or will it still need to be substantially rates subsidised?
Some of it will have to be rate subsidised because the Act says only actual and reasonable charges. So you can't get a particular consent to cover the charge for looking at a permitted activity that cannot be charged to anybody. You can only get the charge from that particular commercial activity in relation to the things that you do for that commercial activity. The other stuff, the other things that we do, they can't be charged for, it can't be recovered because there's no person to recover it from.
Okay.
Andy, then Kerry, Pat, Larry.
Yeah, thanks. On the recommendation, we've got 6 FTEs, but on the menu, Pauline's menu, we've got the option of 5 and 3. So was there this typo, is it? Okay, so 6 and 3. Right, thank you.
Okay, start this side.
Thank you. I found it quite good actually working our way through and then working our way back because there's some stuff that kind of gets to settle in your head. It's occurred to me since we first looked at this that the National Policy Statement, National Environmental Standard, whichever one it is, for fresh water requires an enormous amount of monitoring of waterways that no one necessarily is related to directly. It's just a statutory obligation that we have to measure up to, or we're in breach of the national policy statement, I think. And there's going to be more and more of that. My question is, does this amount consider that big increase in requirements, or is this a catch up? And this just gets us to fully monitoring everything we should be monitoring now.
Helen? Did you listen?
Sorry, I was just having a quick chat with Joe. It will cover some of that. I know it's confusing, but there are two types of monitoring. So there's compliance monitoring, which is the stuff that we're talking about now. And then there's environmental monitoring, which is essentially the council science program. And so some of the monitoring requirements will be undertaken by my team in terms of if there are permitted levels and people are taking above those levels, things like that, or just making sure people are taking the right amount. That's done by my team. But if there's something that we need to know in terms of, the scientific quality of a river, etc., then that's done by Joe's team.
The way I understand that, this portion of additional work actually won't alleviate the big body of work that will come in and be required of the science team, probably in the next LTP, by the time we've fully implemented the freshwater changes, biodiversity, all of that stuff, for example, which all requires monitoring. Is that right?
Yes, but we have quite a substantial budget in the long-term plan for the TRMP and freshwater program, which includes science as well as the planning. It's not just to be spent on policy work. We also need the science to input to that.
But that's budgeted as a capital program, isn't
No,
it?
it's operational.
It's operational. Okay, so it's in here.
It's debt funded, but it's operational. Okay. Just to confuse it.
Okay, back.
Thank you. I just want to make a point also that there's another community
Microphone, please, Pat.
Microphone.
There are a number of commercial activities that are site-specific and can be monitored. But if we think about how many times one or two science people in this organisation have gone back to the beach in Tolliga Bay, weekly, monthly, or whatever, you can't actually say exactly which organisation is going to fund that particular piece of work. So I guess there'll always be work outside of the specific and commercial stuff.
Yeah, that's right. And we do have more general state of the environment monitoring charges, and some of that gets recovered from consent holders in general because it assists us to manage the resource that they are benefiting from using, but not 100%.
Okay, Larry.
Yeah, my question is there work now, right now for 6 full-time employees, right now to catch up, I guess, and are those people available?
So earlier, a question was put to me as to FTEs in those spaces. So in the compliance monitoring team at the moment, there is 8 allocated FTEs, and I've only got 1 vacancy in that space. So all of those people are working to capacity, but they're still only monitoring those high priority consents. So if 6 people who were experienced walked in tomorrow, yes, I have jobs for them, but some of those jobs are more important than others, if that makes sense.
But is that school-based there? Is it there? I mean, are you getting, if you put an ad out now for 6 full-time employees with the skill requirements that you need, do you think you would have that filled straight away?
Not straight away. I think it would probably take me a couple of rounds to get 6 really good people. I probably find 2 or 3 in each round. It depends on who's looking at what time. Compliance roles are a lot easier to fill than planning roles.
Okay, yeah, then resource consent.
Yes.
Okay, any more discussion on number 1, which we talk about 6 or? So let me test 1A. Who support the 576 FTE? So would B be 3? Yeah, B is 3. Doesn't, but it would be. With half the cost, I assume. Okay, Pat, so 1A is the 6 FTE with 570. B is the 3 FTE and C is stay the same. So let's go with stay the same. Who wants it to stay the same? Who supports the 3 FTEs? So it looks like the majority of people sit with the 3 FTEs.
I just put it out there that I would support the 3 FTEs for now, with the review of the fees and charges policy, potentially seeing a further increase in the future.
Okay. You've got that, Pauline, you've got that, Coral.
I support that.
Thank you. Why? So it's 285 price tag. We're not voting, I'm just getting a good idea, and the majority of people, or nearly everyone, supports 1B. So now we talk about air quality. Who supports the current level as it is in townships at this stage? Okay, so we'll stick to the 2B. Now, anyone support an increase? I think it was everyone for 2B. Yep.
Is there the capacity at the moment within our current budgets for monitoring of, for example, if you have a big slash event and we are burning continuously at the likes of Tolaga, or is that just happening by default? Like, are we, what's led to, I suppose, the call for this? Is it, I interpret it to be specifically Tolaga.
Yep.
So it was what?
Smoking, burning of the wood piles.
Was it all season or was it like, no? Okay, all right, thank you.
And then number 3A is where we will address the makarori vehicles on the beaches on the 26th of May. Remember that date changed. It's not the 27th anymore. And submissions on water tanks, water security, and the TRMP are addressed in other deliberations. Thank you for that. So now we move to our last paper, which is on page 18. And once we have voted on this, Pauline, you will be able to give us a view on what. So approves, number 1 is the 10% charge, which we have spoken about 500 times. Approve the revenue and finance policy with no changes, including A, the wastewater rate for connected users, that's people in the city. B, the 3 waters rate, where 10% of the activity cost will be 10% general rates. This option aligns with the consistency of other infrastructure like flood control, and it reflects the wider benefits of the infrastructure network to the region as a whole. And then C is forestry differential to 12 for rating purposes, to include areas of exotic forestry and mixed use lands which are 20 hectares in size or larger. So, okay, 1A, who wastewater rate for people connected to the wastewater. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I see. They all, it's the with no changes. Okay. No, we can't because they part of. So, yeah. Okay. So number 1 approves the revenue and finance policy with no changes. Seriously, people, we've done this hundreds of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We move to number 2. Approves the financial strategy, including rates threshold 1 to 6, and that changed to 6.5, and for year 4 onwards, less than 5, debt threshold to be less than 130. We've discussed this several times before.
Just quick question, what happens if we go over 6.5 with all these yeses
Well, this
and
is
nos?
why we are not voting and waiting to get to the end. Pauline will then give us a summary and we go back and talk until we're at a place where we're comfortable and compliant. Okay? So what we are voting on now is stuff that we have worked on a long time, which staff has taken into account for the last year when they made their assumptions. So it's nothing new or stuff to be ask questions about. We've passed this, the 6.5 for the first 3 years and the 5% for the last year. So 2A. Pat, are you voting or not?
I'm just checking the paper because it's not what's printed.
I said 6.5. I changed it. 2A is just our rate threshold. 6.5 for the first 3 years. It's year 1 to 3. In that 2A, it should read rate threshold year 1 to 3, less than 6.5%, and year 4 onwards, less than 5%. Debt threshold to be less than 130% of revenue. Okay? Well, we're not voting on it. We know that's what we've went out to discuss on. So can I please ask that you actively vote, because for people just to stare, it's not helping. Please put your hand up. Okay, then we move to 3. Approve the draft rate remission policy, and the amendment we discussed earlier was removing the maximum remission will decrease by 30% over the previous year. So in effect, we are keeping the horticulture remission in, and while we review how we rate, it is still available, but with those caveats between 100 and 7,000, and you have to apply. It's not automatic. 3A.
Okay.
4.
Just for
Oh, you want to-
clarification, so that covers for the kiwi fruit part of things, that's just what I'm wondering. That covers the roading differential rate, so that can come off that, but we haven't allowed for a mechanism where the license portion can be remitted, and there's no mechanism for that? Is there no mechanism for that, or are we just voting that we're not allowing a mechanism for that?
This is about the rates applied from those particular properties. It's got nothing to do with there. So it's remitting for how much rates they have for the next year. So it's, and their rates have been driven by their capital value increase. So that is considered with what is the remission intending to do? What's the unintended consequences arising from this? And what is the maximum amount that you wish to provide for it? Knowing that if there is the horticulture remission, if there is unintended consequences and other things like a financial hardship or other things where there may be under economic development, they could be applying for that as well.
Have to apply for it, because wasn't it automatic previously?
For your worship, you're quite right, it was 600, but when we put 100 as a threshold, they have to apply for it. It has to be, we can't apply it automatically, so that is the reasons. We had to, the amount of remissions that they're under $100 created the need for an application.
Just advocate for, we're obviously going to go and look at this in the future, that's why it's temporary, that within that we consider criteria that aren't required to apply annually. You had some submitters, and there's actually loads of them in Gizzy, where their horticulture actually isn't viable economically, and it won't change 3 years from now. Their 1.2 hectares of mandarins is always only going to make a very tiny amount. So for the sake of us having to administer that, is that going to be, an administrative burden on us and them when you know that they're potentially going to require that year in, year out?
But they're not applying because the remission will be less than $100.
No, some of them it's not, because the value of their, like capital value of horticulture has gone so high, even though the income's no higher.
I think when they qualify, they qualify. and
But
then
they have to apply every year.
So that's something we can look at is where these are, whenever valuations happen. Yeah. Shannon.
Thank you. I think the logical landing point for that remission in the future will be that there's a remission available for the establishment years of a crop. So your first 3 years before your horticulture becomes productive, a remission will be available, and then declining over those years, and then it will be gone.
That's that economic development provision,
Yeah.
which is available.
Well,
at this
economic
stage,
development
page 40.
provision's very different. You've got to write a letter to council and have councillors discuss it. But in the establishment of a high value industry like kiwi fruit, which we obviously want to promote, the being able to have a remission for those first 3 establishment years is very different to what we currently have, which is a blanket remission. And that's where I think that will land in the future.
So I just want to ask a question of clarity, because what I'm reading what the economic development provision is the remission is for 3 years, aligning to when the business is expected to have build up revenue to support its operating cost. It is up to 100%. So what are you saying that's different from this one that
The application process is different.
Okay.
So for economic development, you write a letter to the chief executive. The chief executive then presents it to council, and council debate the quantum of the remission.
Have we ever done that?
No, but I'm going to apply.
We'll be like, "Nah." Okay, so number 4 is just the draft fees and charges, which we passed at our finance and performance meeting on. Okay, so we'll take 5 minutes to stretch our legs and we'll be back. Cool. 5 minutes, go to the bathroom and come back. Up, Josh. So Heather's going to do the live streaming. Okay.
So my question is actually something that possibly even our CEO could answer, and it's not something that I expect Pauline to have a breakdown of immediately. But it actually came back to page 15 in this in our guiding document around our finances. Regional leadership and support across the long-term plan is rising significantly by percentage across the 10 years. It's not something that we've had a chance to look at today, and I don't want to belabor the fact. I just wanted to know if that was something that it sort of jumped off the page at me, and I thought, is that something that we need to discuss or not, and what is it exactly?
So, through your worship, and sorry, the person that can respond in depth and detail to this is not in the room. So regional support and leadership also covers internal partnerships. So in there would be some IT, big, large capital projects in there as well.
IT.
We have provided the breakdown to you in the past in one of the workshops. You've had that information before, but just going off this, I can't give it to you right now. I need a little bit of time to go back and have a look in it, but it doesn't. It covers governance and democracy, as well as the support services are under that regional leadership and support.
I guess the question,
Iwi relationships as well. Yes.
So supplementary there, I guess the question is why the rise when you see steady or slightly dropping across other parts that we are debating today?
I'd have to come back to you on that one, Councillor.
Thank you. Pauline, all eyes are on you.
I can
Pauline.
answer that, for your worship. It is actually, what's in there is the freshwater plan and the TRMP. So that's why you see the steady increase.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's not
No, but it's under that grouping. So you see it, yeah, I think.
Okay, Pauline, lay it on us.
Okay, I'm just checking that I've got the options correct. The free walking projects, all yes. That there was no to the more biodiversity options. The camera trusts, yes. Yes to the free FTE and no to the air quality. Yes to more township, but it was capped at 1.9 million.
Not 3 yet.
Yep. And the natural heritage was yes. So I'm assuming that's how we, right, okay. So in terms of that.
Our rates went down.
Look at that.
Oh, no, I looked at blue. No,
So
they didn't.
the options that you had before that had the preferred option, well, when we did the first ones, it said yes to the 6 FTEs. We did the townships, we had it at the 3 million. And so basically that's your adjustments. And no to the biodiversities. So that's why your options, consider that, and your debt is still under the kind of the catch. You are closer, a little bit, you can see the movements that was there.
Can we just see the top graph again, please?
Sure.
If it's not difficult, why have we got that quite a big drop in 2026? And is there a possibility of spreading that? Because it just seems a bit odd why it drops down, and off the top of my head, I can't remember that. There's so massive infrastructure to it.
Yeah, it's where it's for the costs that
Well, I know it's where it falls, but what is it that's more?
I can't remember off the top of my head in these particular things, but one of the options where we're talking about smoothing them, where it occurs in there is a higher cost that we phase some of the depreciation of the pool, and so some of them are coming through, but there are the higher costs that come in from different parts. So I can easily get it back to you with what those additional things are. The difficulty you have when you're trying to do it retrospectively to catch up on rates that you have spent before is that there is pressure to never ever pay it back. So for argument's sake, you smooth these and say, okay, take that off from here, and we believe when we get to that area, we'll deficit fund it, we won't increase the rates. The process that we have, if this was lower, we would pre-fund some of these rates like we did for the wastewater treatment plant to smooth it out, but basically these costs are hitting us as they are here.
How long will it take for you to do a regional breakdown? Like the impact on city ratepayers is rural, and how long will it take you to do before we get a real, I mean, that's when the rubber hits the road, really, isn't it? When we really know what the impact is. At the moment, all we're seeing is a general rate increase over the board. But when will we be able to see it specifically to the
in terms
sectors?
of, it does take about 2 weeks. And the reasons for it, you can get a high level, but you then have to go through and do all the analysis associated with it. You have to make sure those movements real, what's occurring there, what are the other impacts that are outside of it. So you could get a high level within about a week, but 2 weeks is by the time we actually get to that degree of analysis.
Okay, Kerry.
Okay, so I can give you a bit of an idea, Larry. So townships is going to be debt funded, right? So that'll be under general rate. We'll pick up the tab for that, which means the higher your value, the more you'll pay. Walking and cycling will go into roading, which has a differential across all properties. So you're going to find more of the rural pick-up cost for that. And the FTEs will probably go into resource consents, am I right? Is that right? And which is based on land value. So you're going to see an exacerbation of the trend that we've got now, unless you put the walking and cycling into a targeted rate.
The 2.5 mil for, can you not do that 2.5 mil?
On the city.
Well, can we, because it's not really fair to have a differential of 12 for a forester, for example, that you're then going to probably spend on a cycleway. Well, probably a bad example. But my point is that it does exacerbate the trend. The trend is going to be worse. All of these costs are going to
go on value.
The same people that are already bearing the cost are going to bear all of these new things too. How do we must be able to do it even if we can't do it today, because no one in the city would object to $10 a year.
So is there any opportunity for us? So the 2.5 million that we want to attribute, because we do want to see that cycleway, and if we don't give that local share, it won't happen. Is there an opportunity for us to fund it in a way where it is allocated in the city pool?
There's two things. The Te Arohira contribution is minimum rates impacts. We saw that from right from the beginning. And that has to stay in roads because you're getting the far rate. That can't change.
Okay.
In terms, the same as with the walking and cycling 100, which is again minimum, it's about 32 Ks is the local share. That has to stay within the roading rate. If we're getting subsidised rate, it has to from requirements for professional and the doing the claims. The grant from Huawei can go to a general area. That's just where that targeted, where that rate is from the group. So that doesn't have to be assigned to a roading rate, which is, if you're talking about it, is where a reasonable cost, the biggest, next other bigger cost for the operational is for resource consents. And resource consents general rate mostly on general rate on capital value. So they're the two areas where most of the impacts are coming from.
Okay. Any more discussions? Shannon.
On the basis that we can't change rating policy and we're under our caps, I'm happy to start moving papers.
I just want to give everyone the opportunity so that they feel before we vote that they've had the opportunity to say what they wanted to say. Isaac.
You can vote for 1, A, B, and C
Isaac.
Can we just check if we make more than 5 diversity all years? Yes. If that puts us over 6.5 in 2022. Okay, so there you go, Shannon.
We're saying that a 6.5% rate increase for 2 years, a 6.5 on 6.5, that is quite high for a number of areas. We're hearing people having the odd high rate increase, but if we shift it up to that, that is quite high across the district as a whole without worrying about where it lands.
The way we're distributing it at the
Yeah.
moment, it's mostly going to land in one area.
Exactly. But it's bad enough. I mean, we shouldn't look at that because it comes under 6.5 and think that's good.
I think if we are going to say to people, yeah, look, you can have that and it's not going to cost you anything, of course everyone wants more.
The thing is by at least supporting biodiversity, it comes back to spending the money where it's raised. If you're going to support pest and weed control and all that sort of thing on private land.
We're also discussing what our community is asking for and whether it fits within our policy. And we've just included what our community has asked for and it fits within our policy.
Okay, any other comments or wanting to move stuff around, or this is your last chance because I think we've been very generous and fair today. And just to recap, this is not the first time we have seen quite a bit of the work we have seen today. We have started workshops more than a year ago to set us on a certain path. And so I do also want to acknowledge the staff that's taken us on that journey. It's a massive amount of work. And what we are talking here today is a year's worth of work, which will be reviewed in 3 years' time. So, and I want to say what Shannon said is we came up with our idea. Our community has come back to us with certain ideas or different ideas. We try to accommodate it and see how we can make it work. Because that is our job. In the end of the day, we work for our community. So I think if anyone else wants to say something?
Would we consider taking the taruhiru back a little bit, given that we're funding these other two, just because it is going to add to what are already really high rates for some rural people, you know?
So can I just ask of Pauline, so like with the pool, when we ask for $40 million and the government has given us 35, the project still can't go ahead. So with this, if the $2.5 million is our local share, which is usually 33% of the project, you need to show that you have given that. So I just want to check with Pauline if it's really going to make a difference. If you change that to say 2 million, is it just then going to trip up the project because there's not the local share? Taruhiru.
This one on the screen is Taruhiru.
David Wilson, thank you.
Through your worship, yes. So we've put in a proposal into the long-term plan for the RLTP to unlock funding from Waka Kotahi. So the 6.3 or whatever it is that we've put into the RLTP, we have to provide the local share in order for that project to go ahead. If we don't provide the local share, we lose the funding from the National Land Transport Fund. So we have to show our 38 cents in the dollar has to be provided for.
So what the answer is, in our RLTLP, we had to have a 33% share in order for Waka Kotahi to come on board. If we don't budget for that 33%, we lose any possible funding going forward. Okay. I'm going to start at the back again because we need to come to the front of Page 287. So what I'm going to say now is the stuff that I've circled, and then I need a mover and a seconder. Okay, so for page 287, I circled that 1B and 2B and 3 was the preferred options. Is that correct? No. So see, that's why I ask. 1A, I've written too much. Okay, so 1A and 2B and 3. Is someone willing to move that? Councillor Foster, and a seconder. Why? Why do you want to do that? Because that will just be tokenism to you know, you either vote for stuff that we work towards or you vote against it. Well, there's no halves. 1A, 2B.
Microphones,
okay.
please.
1AA. Do I have a mover for 1AA? You second it. 1AA, all in favour, hands up, please. They're all included. Carried, Coral. 2B. A, B, C, and D. Yep, carried. Shannon. You. Okay, we go back. So please correct me if I'm wrong. I have got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Page 246. Everyone on the page? Okay. Yes, so it was just carried. The previous one was carried. Okay. 1, all in favour, hands up. Carried. 2, all in favour, hands up. Carried. 3, all in favour, hands up. Carried. 4, all in favour, hands up. Please make sure you vote. Thank you. Thank you. Carried. We now go hop back to 132. Okay, I've got lots of writing here, so I will need some guidance. It was 1 was moved just, or 1 was what we agreed on. 2, A, B, C, everything was moved. Yeah, mover. Moved by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Gregory. 1, what's that? What's your name? Andy Cranston. What did I say? Oh, okay. I do apologise. Okay, 1, hands up. Carried. 2, hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Carried. 10. Carried. 3, hands up. Carried. Thank you. Okay, we move back. '89. Oops, apologies. 105. Okay, so we moved here 1A and then 1B was 3 was replaced with 1.9. Is everyone on that page? Then we did 2 as well, and 3 and 4. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Sheldrake. 1, A and B, hands up. Carried. 1A and B. Well, what we did say is we moved 1A, then we changed and added 1.9 versus the 3. So what I'm saying is we moved 1A by saying yes, the 5.1. As a group, we said we wanted to add to the township budget, but we're not going to add the amount that is in B. So what we're going to do is change the 3 million to 1.9, which brings the total up to 7 million. So what we have said is that we move 1A, we remove the or, and we move B. Okay. 2 hands up. Moved. Thank you. Carried. 3 hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Carried. 3. 4. Hands up. 4A, B, C, and D. Carried. Thank you. Second to last paper, page 90. Okay. So we've moved the 1B. We've said 2B and 3A and B, correct? Yep, so so B would read, increase the levels of service for 3 FTEs at a budget of 285. Shannon.
Thank you. I also wanted in 3C notes that enforcement may increase, or compliance monitoring enforcement may increase post fees and charges review.
Is that something we agreed on? Can you just read it out again? Did we agree on that table? Yep. So Shannon, can you just please get the words, just reread it?
What's it? May increase post fees and charges.
Okay, so do I have a mover for 1B, 2B, and 3ABC? Shannon and Larry. 1B, hands up. Thank you, carried. 2B, hands up. Carried. 3ABC, hands up. Carried. Thank you. Okay, we go to page 18. So everything, yes, have been moved. 1ABC, hands up. Okay, 1A, wastewater rate for connected users. Those are people in the city, carried. 1B, 3 waters rate where 10% goes to general rate. Hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Carried. Forest. Pat and Kerry. Thank you. So Kerry and Pat. So the 4 rural councillors. Thank you. I should make everyone stand up, huh? Okay, we go to forestry differential to 12 and to change the definition of forestry for rating purposes to include areas of exotic forestry. Hands up. Everyone. 2A, rates threshold here 1 to 3, less than 6.5, here 4 onwards, less than 5, debt threshold to be less than 130. Hands up. Carried. Approves the rate remission policy with an amendment to the horticulture crop remission to remove clause 14.42 to that it will go over 3 years by 30%. Carried. Approve the draft fees and charges without any changes to the report. Hands up for. Thank you.
There was option. Was that the recommendation? No, option 1, preferred one, was no changes. Option 2 was the fees and charges that came into that other change only from 2020. So you would have to. Nobody voted on that.
Okay. We've moved on, but we can go back. So Kerry just wants to vote number 4. Yeah. Okay, I take you to page 5. What's that? What is the bunch of stuff that I don't want people to leave here today? So what do we want to do with the dog registration?
Your worship, and the options, there was a recommendation around the review of the dog registrations in 2021, 22.
So let's add that. What number was that added? Page?
Page 18.
What number?
Number 5.
Okay, so is someone willing to move page 18? Okay, so we've got a 5, Coral. Nadine, can you please get the wording to Coral?
Microphone, please.
Microphone so Josh can hear you.
Without changes for this year, but noting a review of dog fees and charges in the 2021-22 year was what the recommendation said.
Is the mover and the seconder happy with those amendments? Yes, they are. All in favour? Contrary, carried. Anything else we've missed today? I've been through this document so many times I've forgotten, we've been through it so many times. If there's something that you feel has not been addressed, now is your time. We have given a fair go at this.
I didn't realise there was objection to that $100 consent fee because we did bring it up. I just thought there was general agreement on that. Was that not right?
I didn't think we discussed it any further, but I could have missed it. No.
Well, the resource consent fee, if you've got any kind of, that you get charged a fee of $113 every single year, do we agree to retain that? Or did we agree that it was only going to apply from 2020? Exactly. Yeah.
Helen, what did you say? Did you say that fee, the $100, it's vaguely coming back to me, that it will only be charged in 2020?
No.
That was an option.
There were options. One of the options obviously was to keep everything the same as is current, as was recommended. One of the options talking about that particular fee was that we charge it for consents issued from 2020 onwards.
Yeah. That's $1 million a year.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Can she just finish up, please?
No, so if you look at the paper, it also talks about the income that's come in from those particular consents. It's in the order of about $16,000. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes.
So we did discuss it. I've just presumed we moved on because there was no objection to it, but obviously.
Where and what paper was it? Find the page and let's.
God. So we've only just moved it. It's in the fees and charges.
What page? Look for it.
Look for the options. Look for the options. Yeah. Because we've had heaps and heaps of people say, look, this is a historic consent. Why am I paying $100 a year when I got the consent, it only cost me $900? And we agreed that we would address that. And where if we don't address it now, that's your last chance, you might as well. Yeah.
So what you are saying, Kerry, is that consents that were issued before last year will not be charged this fee. Is that correct, Helen?
Only if we choose it.
That was option 2, yes.
So if we choose this option, there's an opportunity to tell someone applying for a resource consent that they will therefore get an annual charge from thereafter, which no one previously was told when they got a resource consent.
So to me, no, I'm just trying to incorporate how we discuss this. We did discuss it, but we didn't take it any further. So if I just get my head around it, it means someone that are applying from 2021 forward will know there will be an annual charge of $100. Someone that applied 2020 and back, they will not be charged that fee. Is that correct, Helen? Helen?
That is a description of option 2, yes.
So how do we incorporate that into
So the other part of that was it enabled us to still charge, and I asked the question of Helen, could we better reflect in our charges the people who do incorporate, we actually have to go and monitor their sites. And you said, yes, we do that, and we charge, accordingly for that. Rather than there's consents at the moment, like no one's coming out to see and assess your tank. It's just a blanket.
You want to comment, Helen? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
So the fee is for those consents that are not physically monitored. So we do get information in relation to those consents. In particular, Kerry's talked about, effluent disposal systems. So they get those independently reviewed. That independent review comes into the council. We check that off against the conditions of the resource consent. So there is work that happens that is covered by that fee.
So are you saying when they last month came and checked the septic system at my place, a report is then filed with council from that company and staff take a look at my resource consent and give me the big green tick?
Yes, because usually that report is required by the resource consent. So it's a monitoring of the condition on that consent to say that your independent person has provided that information to council.
Yes, but if it was applied to a swimming pool, which requires a resource consent in exactly the same way, we aren't even in a position to go around all the swimming pools and know whether they've got fences around them, because that's been reported to us. So it might work in the case of a septic system, but it doesn't work in the case of every retrospective consent. People don't go near many of them unless there's some issue. So that's the point we're trying to complain about. It's just one more opportunity to take money off the ratepayers.
Tony?
Helen,
They're just quickly having a...
the question, the work that's done that you were talking about, that work would have to continue anyway, right? So those non-visiting resource consents are still monitored and processed. So there's still a cost attached to those resource consents.
Yes.
And you're simply asking to sheet that home to those resources.
And keep the information and, yeah.
Shannon.
In the case of, through the chair to Helen when she's free.
Let them just quickly discuss.
That's all right.
Discuss what they need to discuss.
Through the chair, we can only claim what is fair and reasonable. Is $100 worth of work to input the documentation from a septic tank company that's emptying the septic tank? Is $100 representative of the time that it takes to do that?
So as I just noted, it is about doing that, but it's also about the maintenance of the database, keeping the records in our system, covering those costs as well. And yes, they are actual and reasonable in relation to those consents.
So knowing that our staff time is charged out at $135 per hour or something, is that right?
For administration, yes.
For administration, which this is administration. So we're suggesting that this takes 45 minutes per resource consent per annum.
It's an average. So
So-
some consents.
So that is my problem, because you cannot average fair and reasonable. So I don't believe that, that's, I believe there must be, there needs to be a tiered system to that fees and charges. Otherwise, if we average everything, then the cost isn't fair and reasonable.
I guess the cost of, making one invoice per consent per, per time that you spend that, then it's the person doing that work. So
I understand that, but if the cost is in reducing the invoicing issue, then
See you in the morning.
include it in the resource consent fee and leave it for 25 years and then they apply again.
Okay.
Or-
So Paulina's got to answer, Shannon.
And that's fine, Helen,
Helen
it
and
solves the
Pauline.
problem. If a resource consent or any consent, be it a swimming pool or whatever that it is every 3 years, we put the higher administration cost in between that to cover those things, but we charge them once at the time, and it incorporates the future costs of what we have to do to administer, unless of course it's going out to them and visiting, where that's a monitoring fee. And that follows the same sort of situation where if you're in the cemetery, you buy a plot, you assume that your plot covers the future costs of that for ad infinitum.
And I'm happy with that, as long as it's not an average cost applied blanket across all of those resource consents, because the expensive ones should pay more and the simple ones should pay less. And that's,
Okay, so have we now resolved the issue? That will not be charged. Well, we will amend, this has been the laxest council meeting on this planet, so I will not be pulled up on this. I have been bending in ways that is not, no. Yep.
Sorry, I was
Sandra.
just going to add, in a way, by charging it for the first year, and most of us would have been on the receiving end of one of those invoices, we have assisted a large data cleanse, I'm assuming, with that extra cash in the system. So we can tick that off as done and then go back to user pays, which is basically what Shannon's talking about.
Just wait a second, Sandra.
We didn't hear your question, I'm sorry.
Can you just repeat?
I mean, most of us in this room would have been on the receiving end of an invoice for $100, which will have, in the words of the report, assisted a large data cleanse. And therefore, having done that already, it can go back to user pays, as Shannon's suggesting.
It's an ongoing cost. It's, you always have to do it each year. There's some administration costs, but we can incorporate those costs in the application of whatever the permit or whatever it is and spread it over those 3 years. It's really quite important.
And that would allow you to capture the cost of more complex and complicated and higher need resource consents and charge accordingly. And that's where the bespokeness will come in.
Okay, I'm only
Support
interested
that.
in the process because we have now, Kerry has raised something. I'm asking, have you been answered? Did you receive the answer you were after?
If we are approving option 2, I think it is, then yes.
So now I'm asking Heather and Nadine, can we go to page 18, number 4 says, Coral, can you please read number 4? Because what we said was number 4 plus the dog review. Or was the dog review number 5?
Does Coral have a microphone?
We'll take a microphone to Coral.
All I've got here is dog registration, page 18, number 5, and then I was going to go to Heather for the actual wording because you guys are all talking.
Okay, so let's clarify that for Coral. Nadine will assist you.
So I would suggest that if we can, Heather, what the process would be in terms of removing the recommendation 4, which is approving the draft fees and charges. And option 2 on page 34 is approve the draft fees and charges report, but remove, is that what you're saying? Consent administration maintenance fee, annual fee, so that it only applies to consents going.
So just full stop, remove. Yeah, remove it, we'll incorporate it into things.
Okay. Okay.
I'll go back to the live stream.
Yeah, good. Heather. Coral, who was the mover and seconder? Can you remember for 18 who was the mover and the seconder? Shannon and Larry moved nearly everything. I think it was Shannon and Larry. Are you happy? Okay, Shannon and Larry. So Shannon, are you happy with what is being proposed? Larry, are you happy with what is being proposed? So I have permission of the mover and the seconder to have 1, 2, and 3. So the 4 and 5 that we previously moved, we're going to ditch. And number 4 will be accept the fees and charges, but with the removal of the annual charge, and the wording is there. Nadine, read it out. Just with the microphone.
To approve the draft fees and charges, but removing the consent administration maintenance fee, what's Richard's fee? Maintenance annual fee, full stop.
And then number 5 is?
To review the dog registration fees in 2021, 22, yeah. To review it.
All in favour? Contrary, carried. I feel like clapping. Thank you, Coral. So we have that removed and we will review the dog stuff. We're moving to our last paper, people. It's just a formality instructing staff to. Okay, I will move page 5. Seconded by Councillor Foster. Seriously, Larry. Larry is fear of missing out. Instruct staff. Shh. This is a big moment. Instruct staff to prepare a 2021-2031 long-term plan for approval at Council's meeting on the 30th of June, incorporating any amendments resulting from resolutions made during the Council deliberation process.
Your Worship, I might have made a mistake earlier. Councillor Hughes has just highlighted that the final piece we added when we were doing the workup with Pauline, which was the increase in biodiversity, which fit within our cap, and we may have moved the wrong. We may have moved it without the increase in biodiversity when we moved it, which was 1A instead of 1B.
What page?
What page? 287. Sorry. 287. No, Councillor Hughes, since we didn't get the additional in there when we moved it because it was 287.
My understanding was that we moved 1A and 2B, not 1B with the two options.
Yeah, so it should have been 1B, which had the spend more, do more. So I'd like to make an amendment to be 1B, not 1A. No, this. So when we worked it out with Pauline, and we added the spend more, do more into the chart, and it fit within our spending cap, and it didn't make it to when we moved it. We got the wrong one. So I'm asking that we do an amendment to include the spend more, do more, which is 1B, and if we can vote on that.
So long as we're all satisfied that the definition under 1B actually incorporates everything 1A, because it's a little bit nebulous.
Yes, just an increase.
Okay. Amendment, page 287.
Can we?
It was 1A and
moved by
2B.
me.
Can we also be clear too with 1B, because there's two parts to it. There's the one where we increase the spending in the first 3 years and also
In
4 years onwards. So I think there needs to be a differentiation made there.
It's not in the recommendations.
287.
Yeah, so in the chart that Pauline had, it was increase it across all years, and it's not identified in here.
No, you were saying from day one. So
Yes. Yeah, which fits in the budget, which is the spend we'll do.
So 1B was across the, sorry, through you, the chair, across the full 10 years.
Yep.
Okay, so what we are saying is that 1B, 2B, and 3A, B, C, D has been moved.
Do we need to just specify 1A's A, B and C, just to be sure that those are captured? Sorry, A, B, C and D, apologies. So that they are captured.
One person at a time.
Captured and isolated as such, because then it gives our teams the opportunity to work within those projects specifically.
So what you're suggesting is and 1B.
Yeah, well, it does mean changing the first line of 1A. Or you could take options A, B, C and D and sit them below 1B. Continue to support the following projects.
I'm just going to go with 1B. I'm not going to, there's note of that, but I'm not going to change recommendations more. We've got 1B, 2B, 3, A, B, C, and D. We've got a mover and dowsing, seconder in.
Just
Foster. Happy? All in favour? Contrary? Carried. Okay, now we move to our last paper of the day, page 5. I have moved it, Larry has seconded it. All in favour? Contrary? Carried. I'm just going to stand up. Yeah, I feel like clapping. Well done, everyone. It's been I just want to acknowledge everyone here today. It's been a big journey, a bumpy ride, but we are all heading in the right direction, and that is what is important. What I love today is that we had our strategic objectives and our vision, where we know moving even at a slow pace in the right direction is the right thing to do. So I do want to say to Nadine and your staff, thank you so much for putting up with us. Let's give them a little clap. I also want to thank Coral and Heather for looking after us. Coral especially, thank you for picking up the mumblings and the grumblings and writing it in a proper way. And I just want to say to staff, I know you guys have gone over and beyond to help us come to the decisions we've made today. It's not easy, because lots of times when I would make decisions, it might not be 100% what you vote in here, but this is not Riet voting. This is Riet, the voice of other people, or Bill, the voice of other people voting, and each of us, 14 of us, bring that different voice and that different background with us. So thank you so much also to the councillors who were part of this process and supported staff and myself at our consultation meetings, where we heard from the community. Because what Shannon said this morning, that really is so true. We write a report, but in the end of the day, we go back to our community and hear what they want us to do more or less of. And so I do want to say to our community as well, thank you for talking to us. Thank you for engaging with us. It's not always straightforward. It's sometimes difficult to have that bigger view, because you think of where you live and what you do. But also just thank you for everyone having that strategic view to make our place an even better place to live, play and work. Please go home. Thank you so much.